David Copperfield, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 51. The Beginning of a Longer Journey. It was yet early in the morning of the following day when, as I was walking in my garden with my aunt, who took little other exercise now, being so much in attendance on my dear Dora, I was told that Mr. Peggotty desired to speak with me. He came into the garden to meet me halfway on my going towards the gate, and bared his head, as it was always his custom to do when he saw my aunt, for whom he had a high respect. I had been telling her all that had happened overnight. Without saying a word, she walked up with a cordial face, shook hands with him, and patted him on the arm. It was so expressively done that she had no need to say a word. Mr. Peggotty understood her quite as well as if she had said 1,000. "I'll go in now, Trot," said my aunt, "and look after little Blossom, who will be getting up presently."
"Not along of my being here, ma'am, I hope," said Mr. Peggotty, "unless my wits is gone bad sneezing," by which Mr. Peggotty meant to say bird's nesting, "this morning. 'Tis along of me as you're going to quit us."
"You have something to say, my good friend," returned my aunt, "and will do better without me."
"By your leave, ma'am," returned Mr. Peggotty, "I should take it kind, provising you don't mind my clicketing, if you'd bide here."
"Would you?" said my aunt, with short good nature. "Then I am sure I will." So she drew her arm through Mr. Peggotty's, and walked with him to a leafy little summer-house there was at the bottom of the garden, where she sat down on a bench, and I beside her. There was a seat for Mr. Peggotty, too, but he preferred to stand, leaning his hand on the small rustic table. As he stood, looking at his cap for a little while before beginning to speak, I could not help observing what power and force of character his sinewy hand expressed, and what a good and trusty companion it was to his honest brow and iron-grey hair.
"I took my dear child away last night,"
Mr. Peggotty began, as he raised his eyes to ours,
"to my lodging, where I have a long time been expecting of her and preparing for her. It was hours afore she knowed me right, and when she did, she kneeled down at my feet and kinder said to me as if it was her prayers how it all come to be. You may believe me when I heard her voice, as I had heard her at home so playful, and see her humbled, as it might be in the dust our Saviour wrote in with his blessed hand. I thought a wound go to my heart in the midst of all its thankfulness."
He drew his sleeve across his face without any pretence of concealing why, and then cleared his voice.
"It warn't for long as I felt that, for she was found. I'd only to think as she was found, and it was gone. I don't know why I do so much as mention of it now, I'm sure. I didn't have it in my mind a minute ago to say a word about myself, but it come up so natural that I yielded to it afore I was aware.
"You are a self-denying soul," said my aunt, "and will have your reward." Mr. Peggotty, with the shadows of the leaves playing athwart his face, made a surprised inclination of the head towards my aunt, as an acknowledgment of her good opinion, then took up the thread he had relinquished.
"When my Em'ly took flight," he
said in a stern wrath for the moment,
"from the house where she was made a prisoner by that there spotted snake, as Mass Davy see, and his story is true, and may God confound him. She took flight in the night. It was a dark night, with a many stars a-shining. She was wild. She ran along the sea beach, believing the old boat was there, and calling out to us to turn away our faces, for she was a-coming by. She heard herself a-crying out, like as if it was another person, and cut herself on them sharp-pinted stones and rocks, and felt it no more than if she had been rock herself. Ever so far she run, and there was a fire afore her eyes and roarings in her ears. Of a sudden, or so she thought, you understand, the day broke, wet and windy, and she was lying below a heap of stone upon the shore, and a woman was a-speaking to her, saying, in the language of that country, what was it had gone so much amiss?"
He saw everything he related. It passed before him as he spoke so vividly that, in the intensity of his earnestness, he presented what he described to me with greater distinctness than I can express. I can hardly believe, writing now long afterwards, but that I was actually present in these scenes. They are impressed upon me with such an astonishing air of fidelity.
As Em'ly's eyes, which was heavy, see this woman better,
Mr. Peggotty went on.
She knowed as she was one of them as she had often talked to on the beach, for though she had run, as I've said, ever so far in the night, she had oftentimes wandered long ways, partly afoot, partly in boats and carriages, and knowed all that country along the coast, miles and miles. She ain't no children of her own, this woman being a young wife, but she was a-looking to have one afore long, and may my prayers go up to heaven that 'twill be a happiness to her and a comfort and an honour all her life. May it love her and be dutiful to her in her old age, helpful of her at the last, a angel to her and hereafter."
"Amen," said my aunt.
She had been somewhat timorous and down," said Mr. Peggotty, "and had sat at first a little way off at her spinning, or such work as it was, when Em'ly talked to the children. But Em'ly had took notice of her, and had gone and spoke to her, and as the young woman was partial to the children herself, they soon made friends. So much, sir, that when Em'ly went that way, she always give Em'ly flowers. This was her as now asked what it was that had gone so much amiss. Em'ly told her, and she took her home. She did indeed, she took her home,"
said Mr. Peggotty, covering his face. He was more affected by this act of kindness than I had ever seen him affected by anything since the night she went away. My aunt and I did not attempt to disturb him.
"It was a little cottage, you may suppose," he said presently, "but she found space for Em'ly in it. Her husband was away at sea, and she kept it secret, and prevailed upon such neighbours as she had, though there was not too many near, to keep it secret too. Em'ly was took bad with fever, and what is very strange to me is, well, maybe 'tis not so strange to scholars, the language of that country went out of her head, and she could only speak her own, that no one understood. She recollects as if she had dreamed it, that she lay there always a-talking her own tongue, always believing as the old boat was round the next pint in the bay, and begging and imploring of 'em to send there and tell how she was dying and bring back a message of forgiveness, if it was only a word. Almost the whole time she thought, now that him as I made mention on just now was lurking for her underneath her window, now that him as had brought her to this was in the room, and cried to the good young woman not to give her up, and knowed at the same time that she couldn't understand, and dreaded that she must be took away. Likewise the fire was afore her eyes, and the roarin's in her ears, and there was no today, nor yesterday, nor yet tomorrow, but everything in her life as ever had been, or as ever could be, and everything as never had been, and as never could be, was a-crowding on her all at once, and nothing clear nor welcome, and yet she sang and laughed about it. Oh, how long this lasted, I don't know, but then there come a sleep, and in that sleep, from being a many times stronger than her own self, she fell into the weakness of the littlest child."
Here he stopped, as if for relief from the terrors of his own description. Silent for a few moments, he pursued his story.
"It was a pleasant arternoon when she awoke, and so quiet there weren't a sound but the rippling of that blue sea without a tide upon the shore. It was her belief at first that she was at home with the Sunday morning, but the vine leaves as she seen at the window and the hills beyond weren't home, and contradicted of her. Then come in her friend to watch alongside of her bed, and then she knowed as the old boat weren't round the next pint in the bay no more, but was fur off, and knowed where she was and why, and broke out a-crying on that good young woman's bosom, where I hope her baby is a-lying now, a-cheering of her with its pretty eyes."
He could not speak of this good friend of Em'ly's without a flow of tears. It was in vain to try. He broke down again, endeavouring to bless her.
"That done my Em'ly good,"
he resumed, after such emotion as I could not behold without sharing in, and as to my aunt, she wept with all her heart.
"That done Em'ly good, and she begun to mend, but the language of that country was quite gone from her, and she was forced to make signs. So she went on, getting better from day to day, slow but sure, and trying to learn the names of common things, names as she seemed never to have heard in all her life, till one evening come when she was a-setting at her window looking at a little girl at play upon the beach. And of a sudden, this child held out her hand and said, what would be in English, 'Fisherman's daughter, here's a shell.' For you are to understand that they used at first to call her pretty lady, as the general way in that country is, and that she had taught 'em to call her fisherman's daughter instead. The child says of a sudden, 'Fisherman's daughter, here's a shell.' Then Em'ly understands her, and she answers, bursting out a-crying, and it all comes back. When Em'ly got strong again," said Mr. Peggotty, after a short interval of silence, "she cast about to leave that good young creature and get to her own country. The husband was come home then, and the two together put her aboard a small trader bound to Leghorn, and from that to France. She had little money, but it was less than little as they would take for all they done. I'm almost glad on it, though they were so poor. What they done is laid up where neither moth or rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. Mass Davy will outlast all the treasure in the world. Em'ly got to France, and took service to wait on travelling ladies at an inn in the port. There come one day that snake. Let him never come nigh me. I don't know what hurt I might do him. Soon as she see him, without him seeing her, all her fear and wildness returned upon her, and she fled afore the very breath he drawed. She come to England and was set ashore at Dover." "I don't know," said Mr. Peggotty, "for sure, when her heart began to fail her. But all the way to England she had thought to come to her dear home. Soon as she got to England, she turned her face towards it. But fear of not being forgive, fear of being pinted at it, fear of some of us being dead along of her, fear of many things turned her from it, kinder by force, upon the road. 'Uncle, uncle,' she says to me, 'the fear of not being worthy to do what my torn and bleeding breast so longed to do was the most frightening fear of all.' I turned back when my heart was full of prayers that I might crawl to the old doorstep in the night, kiss it, lay my wicked face upon it, and there be found dead in the morning. She come," said Mr. Peggotty, dropping his voice to an awe-stricken whisper, "to London. She, as had never seen it in her life alone, without a penny, young, so pretty, come to London. Almost the moment as she lighted here, all so desolate, she found, as she believed, a friend, a decent woman, as spoke to her about the needlework as she had been brought up to do, about finding plenty of it for her, about a lodging for the night, and making secret inquiration concerning me, and all at home tomorrow. When my child," he said aloud, and with an energy of gratitude that shook him from head to foot, "stood upon the brink of more than I can say or think on, Martha, true to her promise, saved her."
I could not repress a cry of joy.
"Mass Davy,"
said he, gripping my hand in that strong hand of his,
"it was you at first made mention of her to me. I thank ye, sir. She was earnest. She had knowed of her bitter knowledge where to watch and what to do. She'd done it, and the Lord was above all. She come white and hurried upon Em'ly in her sleep. She says to her, 'Rise up from worse than death and come with me.' Them belonging to the house would have stopped her, but they might as soon have stopped the sea. 'Stand away from me,' she says. 'I am a ghost that calls her from beside her open grave.' She told Em'ly she had seen me and knowed I loved her and forgave her. She wrapped her hasty in her clothes. She took her, faint and trembling, on her arm. She heeded no more what they said than if she had no ears. She walked among 'em with my child, minding only her, and brought her safe out in the dead of the night from that black pit of ruin. She attended on Em'ly," said Mr. Peggotty, who had released my hand and put his own hand on his heaving chest. "She attended to my Em'ly, lying wearied out and wandering betwixt whiles till late next day. And she went in search of me, then in search of you, Mass Davy. She didn't tell Em'ly what she come out for, lest her heart should fail, and she should think of hiding of herself. How the cruel lady knowed of her being there, I can't say. Whether him as I have spoke so much of chanced to see him going there, or whether, which is most like to my thinking, he had heard it from the woman, I don't greatly ask myself. My niece is found. All night long," said Mr. Peggotty, "we've been together, Em'ly and me. 'Tis little, considering the time as she has said in words, through them broken-hearted tears. 'Tis less as I have seen of her dear face, as growed into a woman at my hearth. But all night long her arms has been about my neck, and her head has laid here, and we knows full well as we can put our trust in one another evermore."
He ceased to speak, and his hand upon the table rested there in perfect repose, with a resolution in it that might have conquered lions. "It was a gleam of light upon me, Trot," said my aunt, drying her eyes, "when I formed the resolution of being godmother to your sister Betsey Trotwood, who disappointed me, but next to that hardly anything would have given me greater pleasure than to be godmother to that good young creature's baby." Mr. Peggotty nodded his understanding of my aunt's feelings, but could not trust himself with any verbal reference to the subject of her commendation. We all remained silent and occupied with our own reflections, my aunt drying her eyes, and now sobbing convulsively, and now laughing and calling herself a fool, until I spoke. "You have quite made up your mind," said I to Mr. Peggotty, "as to the future, good friend? I need scarcely ask you."
"Quite, Mass Davy," he returned, "and told Em'ly, there's mighty countries fur from here. Our future life lays over the sea."
"They will emigrate together, aunt," said I.
"Yes,"
said Mr. Peggotty with a hopeful smile.
"No one can't reproach my darling in Australia. We will begin a new life over there."
I asked him if he yet proposed to himself any time for going away.
"I was down at the docks early this morning, sir," he returned, "to get information concerning them ships. In about 6 weeks or 2 months from now there'll be one sailing. I see her this morning, went aboard, and we shall take our passage in her."
"Quite alone?" I asked.
"Aye, Mass Davy," he returned. "My sister, you see, she that's fond of you and your'n, and that accustomed to think only of her own country, that it wouldn't be hardly fair to let her go. Besides which, there's one she has in charge, Mass Davy, as don't ought to be forgot."
"Poor Ham," said I.
"My good sister takes care of his house, you see, ma'am, and he takes kindly to her."
Mr. Peggotty explained from my aunt's better information.
"He'll set and talk to her with a calm spirit when it's like he couldn't bring himself to open his lips to another. Poor fella," said Mr. Peggotty, shaking his head. "There's not so much left him that he could spare the little as he has."
"And Mrs. Gummidge?" said I.
"Well, I've had a mort of consideration, I do tell you," returned Mr. Peggotty,
with a perplexed look, which gradually cleared as he went on,
"concerning a Mrs. Gummidge. You see, when Mrs. Gummidge falls a-thinking of the old un, she ain't what you may call good company. Betwixt you and me, Mass Davy, and you, ma'am, when Mrs. Gummidge takes to wimicking, our old country word for crying, she's liable to be considered to be by them as didn't know the old unpeevish like. Now I did know the old un," said Mr. Peggotty, "and I knowed his merits, so I understand her, but 'tain't entirely so, you see, with others. Well, naturally it can't be."
My aunt and I both acquiesced.
"Whereby,"
said Mr. Peggotty,
"my sister might, I don't say she would, but might find Mrs. Gummidge give her a little trouble now and again. Therefore, 'tan't my intentions to moor Mrs. Gummidge along with them, but to find a bein' for her where she can fisherate for herself."
A bein signifies in that dialect a home, and to fisherate is to provide.
"For which purpose," said Mr. Peggotty, "I means to make her allowance afore I go as will leave her pretty comfortable. She's the faithfulest of creatures. 'Tan't to be expected, of course, at her time of life, and being lone and lorn as the good old mother is to be knocked about aboard ship and in the woods and wilds of a new and faraway country, so that's what I'm a-going to do with her."
He forgot nobody. He thought of everybody's claims and strivings but his own.
"Em'ly,"
he continued,
"will keep along with me, poor child. She's sore in need of peace and rest until such time as we goes upon our voyage. She'll work at them clothes as must be made, and I hope her troubles will begin to seem longer ago than they was, when she finds herself once more by her rough but loving uncle."
My aunt nodded confirmation of this hope, and imparted great satisfaction to Mr. Peggotty.
"There's one thing furder, Mas Davy,"
said he, putting his hand in his breast pocket, and gravely taking out the little paper bundle I had seen before, which he unrolled on the table.
"There's these here bank-notes, £50 and 10. To them I wish to add the money as she come away with. I've asked her about that, but not saying why, and have added of it up. I ain't a scholar. Would you be so kind as to see how 'tis?"
He handed me apologetically for his scholarship a piece of paper, and observed me while I looked it over. It was quite right.
"Thank you, sir,"
he said, taking it back.
"This money, if you don't see objections, Mas Davy, I shall put up just afore I go, in a cover directed to him, and put that up in another directed to his mother. I shall tell her, in no more words than I speak to you, what it's the price on, and that I'm gone and past receiving of it back."
I told him that I thought it would be right to do so, that I was thoroughly convinced it would be, since he felt it to be right.
"I said that there was only one thing furder,"
he proceeded with a grave smile when he had made up his little bundle again and put it in his pocket.
"But there was, too. I warn't sure in my mind when I come out this morning as I could go and break the ham of my own self what had so thankfully happened. So I writ a letter while I was out and put it in the post office, telling of 'em how all was as 'tis, and that I should come down tomorrow to unload my mind of what little needs a doing of down there, and most like take my farewell leave of Yarmouth."
"And you wish me to go with you?" said I, seeing that he left something unsaid.
"If you could do me that kind of favour, Mas Davy," he replied, "I know the sight on you would cheer him up a bit."
My little Dora, being in good spirits, and very desirous that I should go, as I found on talking it over with her, I readily pledged myself to accompany him in accordance with his wish. Next morning, consequently, we were on the Yarmouth coach, and again travelling over the old ground. As we passed along the familiar street at night, Mr. Peggotty, in despite of all my remonstrances carrying my bag, I glanced into Omer and Joram's shop, and saw my old friend Mr. Omer there smoking his pipe. I felt reluctant to be present when Mr. Peggotty first met his sister, and Ham, and made Mr. Omer my excuse for lingering behind. "How is Mr. Omer after this long time?" said I, going in. He fanned away the smoke of his pipe that he might get a better view of me, and soon recognized me with great delight. "I should get up, sir, to acknowledge such an honour as this visit," said he. "Only my limbs are rather out of sorts, and I am wheeled about. With the exception of my limbs and my breath, howsoever, I am as hearty as a man can be, I'm thankful to say." I congratulated him on his contented looks and his good spirits, and saw now that his easy-chair went on wheels. "It's an ingenious thing, ain't it?" he inquired, following the direction of my glance, and polishing the elbow with his arm. "It runs as light as a feather, and tracks as true as a mail coach. Oh, bless you, my little Minnie, my granddaughter, you know, Minnie's child, puts her little strength against the back, gives it a shove, and away we go, as clever and merry as ever you see anything. Oh, and I tell you what, it's a most uncommon chair to smoke a pipe in." I never saw such a good old fellow to make the best of a thing and find out the enjoyment of it as Mr. Omer. He was as radiant as if his chair, his asthma, and the failure of his limbs were the various branches of a great invention for enhancing the luxury of a pipe. "Oh, I see more of this world, I can assure you," said Mr. Omer, "in this little chair than ever I see out of it. You'd be surprised at the number of people that looks in of a day to have a chat. You really would. Ha! Oh, there's twice as much in the newspaper since I've taken to this chair as there used to be. As to general reading, oh, dear me, what a lot of it I do get through. That's what I feel so strong, you know. If it had been my eyes, what should I have done? If it had been my ears, what should I have done? Being my limbs, what does it signify? Why, my limbs only made my breath shorter when I used them, and now if I want to go out into the street or down to the sands, I've only got to call Dick, Joram's youngest prentice, and away I go in my own carriage like the Lord Mayor of London." He half suffocated himself with laughing here. "Lord bless you," said Mr. Omer, resuming his pipe. A man must take the fat with the lean. That's what he must make up his mind to in this life. Joram does a fine business. Excellent business." "I am very glad to hear it," said I. "I knew you would be," said Mr. Omer. "And Joram and Minnie are like valentines. Oh, what more can a man expect? What's his limbs to that?" His supreme contempt for his own limbs, as he sat smoking, was one of the pleasantest oddities I have ever encountered. "And since I've got to general reading, you've took to general writing, eh, sir?" said Mr. Omer, surveying me admiringly. "What a lovely work that was of yours. Oh, what expressions in it! I read it, every word, and as to feeling sleepy, oh, not at all." I laughingly expressed my satisfaction, but I must confess that I thought this association of ideas significant. "I give you my word and honour, sir," said Mr. Omer, "that when I lay that book upon the table and look at it outside, compact in 3 separate and individual volumes, 1, 2, 3, I am as proud as Punch to think that I once had the honour of being connected with your family. And, dear me, it's a long time ago now, ain't it? Over at Blunderstone, with a pretty little party laid along with the other party. And you, quite a small party then yourself. Oh, dear, dear." I changed the subject by referring to Em'ly. After assuring him that I did not forget how interested he had always been in her, and how kindly he had always treated her, I gave him a general account of her restoration to her uncle by the aid of Martha, which I knew would please the old man. He listened with the utmost attention, and said feelingly, when I had done, "I am rejoiced at it, sir. It's the best news I have heard for many a day. Dear, dear, dear. Oh, and what's going to be undertook for that unfortunate young woman Martha now?" "You touch a point that my thoughts have been dwelling on since yesterday," said I, "but on which I can give you no information yet, Mr. Omer. Mr. Peggotty has not alluded to it, and I have a delicacy in doing so. I am sure he has not forgotten it. He forgets nothing that is disinterested and good." "Because you know," said Mr. Omer, taking himself up where he had left off, "whatever is done, I should wish to be a member of. Put me down for anything you may consider right, and let me know. I never could think the girl all bad, and I am glad to find she's not. So will my daughter Minnie be. Young women are contradictory creatures in some things. Her mother was just the same as her. But their hearts are soft and kind. It's all show with Minnie about Martha. Why she should consider it necessary to make any show, I don't undertake to tell you, but it is all show, bless you. She'd do her any kindness in private. So put me down for whatever you may consider right. Will you be so good? And drop me a line where to forward it." "Dear me," said Mr. Omer, "when a man is drawing on to a time of life where the two ends of life meet, when he finds himself, however hearty he is, being wheeled about for the second time in a species of a go-cart, he should be overrejoiced to do a kindness if he can. He wants plenty. And I don't speak of myself particular," said Mr. Omer, "because, sir, the way I look at it is that we are all drawing on to the bottom of the hill, whatever age we are, on account of time never standing still for a single moment. So let us always do a kindness, and be overrejoiced, to be sure." He knocked the ashes out of his pipe, and put it on a ledge in the back of his chair, expressly made for its reception. "There's Em'ly's cousin, him that she was to have been married to," said Mr. Omer, rubbing his hands feebly. "As fine a fellow as there is in Yarmouth. He'll come and talk or read to me in the evening for an hour together sometimes. Now, that's a kindness, I should call it. All his life's a kindness." "I'm going to see him now," said I. "Are you?" said Mr. Omer. "Tell him I was hearty, and send my respects. Minnie and Joram's at a ball. They would be as proud to see you as I am if they was at home. Minnie won't hardly go out at all, you see, on account of father, as she says. So I swore tonight that if she didn't go, I'd go to bed at 6. In consequence of which," Mr. Omer shook himself in his chair with laughter at the success of his device, "she and Joram's at a ball." I shook hands with him, and wished him good night. "Half a minute, sir," said Mr. Omer. "If you was to go without seeing my little elephant, you'd lose the best of sights. You never see such a sight. Minnie!" A musical little voice answered from somewhere upstairs. "I'm coming, grandfather." and a pretty little girl with long, flaxen, curling hair soon came running into the shop.
"This is my little elephant, sir," said Mr. Omer, fondling the child. "Siamese breed, sir. Now, little elephant."
The little elephant set the door of the parlour open, enabling me to see that, in these latter days, it was converted into a bedroom for Mr. Omer, who could not be easily conveyed upstairs, and then hid her pretty forehead and tumbled her long hair against the back of Mr. Omer's chair.
"The elephant butts, you know, sir," said Mr. Omer, winking, "when he goes at a object. Once, elephant. Twice, 3 times."
At this signal, the little elephant, with a dexterity that was next to marvellous in so small an animal, whisked the chair round with Mr. Omer in it, and rattled it off pell-mell into the parlour without touching the door-post. Mr. Omer, indescribably enjoying the performance, and looking back at me on the road as if it were the triumphant issue of his life's exertions. After a stroll about the town, I went to Ham's house. Peggotty had now removed here for good, and had let her own house to the successor of Mr. Barkis in the carrying business, who had paid her very well for the goodwill, cart and horse. I believe the very same slow horse that Mr. Barkis drove was still at work. I found them in the next kitchen, accompanied by Mrs. Gummidge, who had been fetched from the old boat by Mr. Peggotty himself. I doubt if she could have been induced to desert her post by anyone else. He had evidently told them all. Both Peggotty and Mrs. Gummidge had their aprons to their eyes, and Ham had just stepped out to take a turn on the beach. He presently came home, very glad to see me, and I hope they were all the better for my being there. We spoke with some approach to cheerfulness of Mr. Peggotty's growing rich in a new country, and of the wonders he would describe in his letters. We said nothing of Em'ly by name, but distantly referred to her more than once. Ham was the serenest of the party. But Peggotty told me, when she lighted me to a little chamber where the crocodile book was lying ready for me on the table, that he always was the same. She believed, she told me, crying, that he was broken-hearted, though he was as full of courage as of sweetness, and worked harder and better than any boat-builder in any yard in all that part. There were times, she said, of an evening, when he talked of their old life in the boathouse, and then he mentioned Em'ly as a child, but he never mentioned her as a woman. I thought I had read in his face that he would like to speak to me alone. I therefore resolved to put myself in his way next evening as he came home from his work. Having settled this with myself, I fell asleep. That night, for the first time in all these many nights, the candle was taken out of the window, Mr. Peggotty swung in his old hammock in the old boat, and the wind murmured with the old sound round his head. All next day he was occupied in disposing of his fishing boat and tackle, in packing up and sending to London by wagon such of his little domestic possessions as he thought would be useful to him, and in parting with the rest, or bestowing them on Mrs. Gummidge. She was with him all day. As I had a sorrowful wish to see the old place once more before it was locked up, I engaged to meet them there in the evening, but I so arranged it as that I should meet Ham first. It was easy to come in his way, as I knew where he worked. I met him at a retired part of the sands which I knew he would cross, and turned back with him that he might have leisure to speak to me if he really wished. I had not mistaken the expression on his face. We had walked but a little way together, when he said, without looking at me, "Miss Davy, has you seen her?" "Only for a moment, when she was in a swoon," I softly answered. We walked a little farther, and he said, "Miss Davy, shall you see her, do you think?" "It would be too painful to her, perhaps," said I. "I've thought of that," he replied. "So 'twould, sir, so 'twould." "But, Ham," said I gently, "if there is anything that I could write to her for you, in case I could not tell it, if there is anything you would wish to make known to her through me, I should consider it a sacred trust." "I'm sure on't. I thank you, sir, most kind. I think there is something I could wish said or wrote." "What is it?" We walked a little farther in silence, and then he spoke. "'Tain't that I forgive her. 'Tain't that so much. 'Tis more's I beg of her to forgive me for having pressed my affections upon her. All times I think that if I hadn't had a promise for to marry me, sir, she was that trustful of me in a friendly way that she'd have told me what was struggling in her mind, and would have counselled with me, and I might have saved her." I pressed his hand. "Is that all?" "Oh, there's something else," he returned.
if I can say it, Mas Davy."
We walked on, farther than we had walked yet, before he spoke again. He was not crying when he made the pauses I shall express by lines. He was merely collecting himself to speak very plainly.
"I loved her, and I loved the memory of her, too deep, to be able to lead her to believe of my own self as I'm a happy man. I could only be happy by forgetting of her, and I'm afeard I couldn't hardly bear she should be told I'd done that. But if you, being so full of learning, Mas Davy, could think anything to say as might bring her to believe I wasn't greatly hurt, still loving of her and mourning for her, anything as might bring her to believe as I was not tired of my life, and yet was open for to see her without blame, where the wicked cease from troubling and the weary are at rest, anything as would ease her sorrowful mind, and yet not make her think as I could ever marry, or as 'twas possible that anyone could ever be to me what she was, well, I should ask of you to say that, with my prayers for her that were so dear." I pressed his manly hand again, and told him I would charge myself to do this as well as I could. "Oh, I thank ye, sir," he answered. "'Twas kind of you to meet me. 'Twas kind of you to bear him company down. Mas Davy, I understand very well, though my aunt will come to London afore the sale, and they'll unite once more, that I'm not like to see him again. I fear to feel sure on it. We don't say so, but so 'twill be, and better so. The last you see on him, the very last, will you give him the love and his duty and thanks of the orphan as he was ever more than a father to?"
This I also promised faithfully.
"Well, I thank ye again, sir," he said, heartily shaking hands. "I know where you're a-going. Goodbye."
With a slight wave of his hand, as though to explain to me that he could not enter the old place, he turned away. As I looked after his figure crossing the waste in the moonlight, I saw him turn his face towards a strip of silvery light upon the sea, and pass on, looking at it, until he was a shadow in the distance. The door of the boat-house stood open when I approached, and on entering, I found it emptied of all its furniture, saving one of the old lockers, on which Mrs. Gummidge, with a basket on her knee, was seated, looking at Mr. Peggotty. He leaned his elbow on the rough chimney-piece, and gazed upon a few expiring embers in the grate, but he raised his head hopefully on my coming in, and spoke in a cheery manner.
"Come, going to promise to bid farewell to it, Mas Davy?" he said, taking up the candle. "Bare enough now, ain't it?"
"Indeed, you have made good use of the time," said I.
"Why, we've not been idle, sir. Mrs. Gummidge has worked like well, I don't know what Mrs. Gummidge ain't worked like,"
said Mr. Peggotty, looking at her at a loss for a sufficiently approving simile. Mrs. Gummidge, leaning on her basket, made no observation.
"There's the very locker that you used to sit on, along with Em'ly," said Mr. Peggotty in a whisper. "I'm a-going to carry it away with me, last of all. And here's your old little bedroom. See, Mas Davy, almost as bleak tonight as aught could wish."
In truth, the wind, though it was low, had a solemn sound, and crept around the deserted house with a whispered wailing that was very mournful. Everything was gone, down to the little mirror with the oyster-shell frame. I thought of myself lying here when that first great change was being wrought at home. I thought of the blue-eyed child who had enchanted me. I thought of Steerforth, and a foolish, fearful fancy came upon me of his being near at hand, and liable to be met at any turn.
"'Tis like to be long," said Mr. Peggotty in a low voice, "afore the vote finds new tenants. They look upon it down beer as being unfortunate now."
"Does it belong to anybody in the neighbourhood?" I asked.
"To a mast-maker uptown," said Mr. Peggotty. "I'm a-going to give the key to him tonight."
We looked into the other little room, and came back to Mrs. Gummidge sitting on the locker, whom Mr. Peggotty, putting the light on the chimney-piece, requested to rise, that he might carry it outside the door before extinguishing the candle.
"Dan'l,"
said Mrs. Gummidge, suddenly discerning her basket, and clinging to his arm.
"My dear Dan'l, the parting words I speak in this house is, I mustn't be left behind. Don't you think of leaving me behind, Dan'l, or don't ye ever do it?"
Mr. Peggotty, taken aback, looked from Mrs. Gummidge to me, and from me to Mrs. Gummidge, as if he had been awakened from a sleep.
"Don't ye, dearest Dan'l, don't ye?" cried Mrs. Gummidge fervently. "Take me along with ye, Dan'l.
Take me along with you and Em'ly. I'll be your servant, constant and true. If there's slaves in them parts where you're going, I'll be bound to you for one and happy, but don't you leave me behind, Daniel. That's a dearie dear."
"My good soul,"
said Mr. Peggotty, shaking his head.
"You don't know what a long voyage and what a hard life 'tis."
"Yes, I do, Daniel, I can guess," cried Mrs. Gummidge. "But my parting words under this roof is, I shall go into the house and die if I am not took. I can dig, Daniel. I can work. I can live hard. I can be loving and patient now, more than you think, Daniel, if you'll only try me. I wouldn't touch the allowance, not if I was dying of want, Daniel Peggotty, but I'll go with you and Em'ly if you'll only let me to the world's end. I know how 'tis. I know you think that I am lone and lorn, but dearie, loved, and so no more. I ain't sat here so long a-watching and a-thinking of your trials without some good being done me. Mas Davy, speak to him for me. I knows his ways and Em'ly's. I knows their sorrows and can be a comfort to him some odd times and labour for him always. Daniel, dearie Daniel, let me go along with you." And Mrs. Gummidge took his hand and kissed it with a homely pathos and affection and a homely rapture of devotion and gratitude that he well deserved. We brought the locker out, extinguished the candle, fastened the door on the outside, and left the old boat close shut up, a dark speck in the cloudy night. Next day, when we were returning to London outside the coach, Mrs. Gummidge and her basket were on the seat behind, and Mrs. Gummidge was happy. The end of Chapter 51 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 52. I assist at an explosion. When the time Mr. Micawber had appointed so mysteriously it was within 24 hours of being come, my aunt and I consulted how we should proceed, for my aunt was very unwilling to leave Dora. Oh, how easily I carried Dora up and down stairs now. We were disposed, notwithstanding Mr. Micawber's stipulation for my aunt's attendance, to arrange that she should stay at home and be represented by Mr. Dick and me. In short, we had resolved to take this course when Dora again unsettled us by declaring that she never would forgive herself and never would forgive her bad boy if my aunt remained behind on any pretence. "I won't speak to you," said Dora, shaking her curls at my aunt. "I'll be disagreeable. I'll make Jip bark at you all day. I shall be sure that you really are a cross old thing if you don't go." "Tut, Blossom," laughed my aunt. "You know you can't do without me." "Yes, I can," said Dora. "You're no use to me at all. You never run up and down stairs for me all day long. You never sit and tell me stories about Dodie when his shoes were worn out and he was covered with dust. Oh, what a poor little mite of a fellow. You never do anything at all to please me, do you, dear?" Dora made haste to kiss my aunt and say, "Yes, you do. I'm only joking," lest my aunt should think she really meant it. But Aunt," said Dora coaxingly, Now listen, you must go. I shall tease you till you let me have my own way about it. I shall lead my naughty boy such a life if he don't make you go. I shall make myself so disagreeable, and so will Jip. You'll wish you had gone like a good thing for ever and ever so long if you don't go. Besides," said Dora, putting back her hair and looking wonderingly at my aunt and me, "why shouldn't you both go? I'm not very ill indeed, am I?" "Why, what a question!" cried my aunt. "What a fancy," said I. "Yes, I know, I am a silly little thing," said Dora, slowly looking from one of us to the other, and then putting up her pretty lips to kiss us as she lay upon her couch. "Well, then you must both go, or I shall not believe you, and then I shall cry." I saw in my aunt's face that she began to give way now, and Dora brightened again, as she saw it too. "You'll come back with so much to tell me that it'll take at least a week to make me understand," said Dora, "because I know I shan't understand for a length of time if there's any business in it, and there's sure to be some business in it if there's anything to add up. Besides, I don't know when I shall make it out, and my bad boy will look so miserable all the time. There. Now you'll go, won't you? You'll only be gone one night, and Jip will take care of me while you are gone. Dodie will carry me upstairs before you go, and I won't come down again till you come back. And you shall take Agnes a dreadfully scolding letter from me, because she has never been to see us." We agreed without any more consultation that we would both go, and that Dora was a little impostor who feigned to be rather unwell because she liked to be petted. She was greatly pleased and very merry, and we four, that is to say my aunt, Mr. Dick, Traddles, and I, went down to Canterbury by the Dover mail that night. At the hotel where Mr. Micawber had requested us to await him, which we got into with some trouble in the middle of the night, I found a letter importing that he would appear in the morning punctually at 9:30, after which we went shivering at that uncomfortable hour to our respective beds through various close passages which smelt as if they had been steeped for ages in a solution of soup and stables. Early in the morning I sauntered through the dear old tranquil streets, and again mingled with the shadows of the venerable gateways and arches. The rooks were sailing about the cathedral towers, and the towers themselves, overlooking many a long unaltered mile of the rich country and its pleasant streams, were cutting the bright morning air as if there were no such thing as change on earth. Yet the bells, when they sounded, told me sorrowfully of change in everything, told me of their own age, and my pretty Dora's youth, and of the many never old who had lived and loved and died, while the reverberations of the bells had hummed through the rusty armour of the Black Prince hanging up within, and motes upon the deep of time had lost themselves in air, as circles do in water. I looked at the old house from the corner of the street, but did not go nearer to it, lest, being observed, I might unwittingly do any harm to the design I had come to aid. The early sun was striking edgewise on its gables and lattice windows, touching them with gold, and some beams of its old piece seemed to touch my heart. I strolled into the country for an hour or so, and then returned by the main street, which in the interval had shaken off its last night's sleep. Among those who were stirring in the shops, I saw my ancient enemy, the butcher, now advanced to top boots and a baby, and in business for himself. He was nursing the baby, and appeared to be a benignant member of society. We all became very anxious and impatient when we sat down to breakfast. As it approached nearer and nearer to 9:30, our restless expectation of Mr. Micawber increased. At last we made no more pretence of attending to the meal, which, except with Mr. Dick, had been a mere form from the first, but my aunt walked up and down the room. Traddles sat upon the sofa, affecting to read the paper with his eyes on the ceiling, and I looked out of the window to give early notice of Mr. Micawber's coming. Nor had I long to watch, for at the first chime of the half-hour he appeared in the street. "Here he is," said I, "and not in his legal attire." My aunt tied the strings of her bonnet, she had come down to breakfast in it, and put on her shawl, as if she was ready for anything that was resolute and uncompromising. Traddles buttoned his coat with a determined air. Mr. Dick, disturbed by these formidable appearances, but feeling it necessary to imitate them, pulled his hat with both hands as firmly over his ears as he possibly could, and instantly took it off again to welcome Mr. Micawber. "Gentlemen and madam," said Mr. Micawber, "good morning. My dear sir," to Mr. Dick, who shook hands with him violently, "you are extremely good." "Have you breakfasted?" said Mr. Dick. "Have a chop." "Not for the world, my good sir," cried Mr. Micawber, stopping him on his way to the bell. "Appetite and myself, Mr. Dickson, have long been strangers." Mr. Dickson was so well pleased with his new name, and appeared to think it so obliging in Mr. Micawber to confer it upon him, that he shook hands with him again, and laughed rather childishly. "Dick," said my aunt, "attention." Mr. Dick recovered himself with a blush. "Now, sir," said my aunt to Mr. Micawber, as she put on her gloves, "we are ready for Mount Vesuvius or anything else, as soon as you please." "Madam," returned Mr. Micawber, "I trust you will shortly witness an eruption. Mr. Traddles, I have your permission, I believe, to mention here that we have been in communication together." "It is undoubtedly the fact, Copperfield," said Traddles, to whom I looked in surprise. "Mr. Micawber has consulted me in reference to what he has in contemplation, and I have advised him to the best of my judgment." "Unless I deceive myself, Mr. Traddles," pursued Mr. Micawber, "what I contemplate is a disclosure of an important nature." "Oh, highly so," said Traddles.
Perhaps, under such circumstances, madam and gentlemen, said Mr. Micawber, you will do me the favour to submit yourselves for the moment to the direction of one who, however unworthy to be regarded in any other light but as a waif and stray upon the shore of human nature, is still your fellow man, though crushed out of his original form by individual errors and the accumulative force of a combination of circumstances. We have perfect confidence in you, Mr. Micawber, said I, and will do what you please. Mr. Copperfield, returned Mr. Micawber, your confidence is not at the existing juncture ill bestowed. I would beg to be allowed a start of 5 minutes by the clock, and then to receive the present company inquiring for Miss Wickfield at the office of Wickfield and Heep, whose stipendiary I am. My aunt and I looked at Traddles, who nodded his approval. I have no more, observed Mr. Micawber, to say at present, with which, to my infinite surprise, he included us all in a comprehensive bow and disappeared, his manner being extremely distant and his face extremely pale. Traddles only smiled and shook his head, with his hair standing upright on the top of it, when I looked to him for an explanation, so I took out my watch and, as a last resource, counted off the 5 minutes. My aunt, with her own watch in her hand, did the like. When the time was expired, Traddles gave her his arm, and we all went out together to the old house without saying one word on the way. We found Mr. Micawber at his desk in the turret office on the ground floor, either writing or pretending to write hard. The large office ruler was stuck into his waistcoat, and was not so well concealed but that a foot or more of that instrument protruded from his bosom like a new kind of shirt-frill. As it appeared to me that I was expected to speak, I said aloud, "How do you do, Mr. Micawber?" "Mr. Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber gravely, "I hope I see you well." "Is Miss Wickfield at home?" said I. "Mr. Wickfield is unwell in bed, sir, of a rheumatic fever," he returned. "But Miss Wickfield, I have no doubt, will be happy to see old friends. Will you walk in, sir?" He preceded us to the dining-room, the first room I had entered in that house, and, flinging open the door of Mr. Wickfield's former office, said, in a sonorous voice, "Miss Trotwood, Mr. David Copperfield, Mr. Thomas Traddles, and Mr. Dickson." I had not seen Uriah Heep since the time of the blow. Our visit astonished him, evidently not the less, I dare say, because it astonished ourselves. He did not gather his eyebrows together, for he had none worth mentioning, but he frowned to that degree that he almost closed his small eyes, while the hurried raising of his grisly hand to his chin betrayed some trepidation or surprise. This was only when we were in the act of entering his room, and when I caught a glance at him over my aunt's shoulder. A moment afterwards he was as fawning and as humble as ever. "Well, I am sure," he said. "This is indeed an unexpected pleasure. To have, as I may say, all friends round St. Paul's at once is a treat unlooked for. Oh, Mr. Copperfield, I hope I see you well, and if I may humbly express myself so, friendly towards them as is ever your friends, whether or not, hey? Or Mrs. Copperfield, sir, I hope she's getting on. We've been made quite easy by the poor accounts we've had of her state lately, I do assure you." I felt ashamed to let him take my hand, but I did not know yet what else to do. "Things all changed in this office, Miss Trotwood, since I was an humble clerk and held your pony, ain't they?" said Uriah, with his sickliest smile. "But I am not changed, Miss Trotwood." "Well, sir," returned my aunt, "to tell you the truth, I think you are pretty constant to the promise of your youth, if that's any satisfaction to you." "Thank you, Miss Trotwood," said Uriah, writhing in his ungainly manner, "for your good opinion. Micawber, tell him to let Miss Agnes know, and Mother will be quite in a state when she sees the present company," said Uriah, setting chairs. "You are not busy, Mr. Heep," said Traddles, whose eye the cunning red eye accidentally caught, as it at once scrutinized and evaded us. "Oh, no, Mr. Traddles," replied Uriah, resuming his official seat, and squeezing his bony hands laid palm to palm between his bony knees. "Oh, not so much so as I could wish. But lawyers, sharks, and leeches are not easily satisfied, you know. Not but what myself and Micawber have our hands pretty full in general on account of Mr. Wickfield's being hardly fit for any occupation, sir.
though it's a pleasure as well as a duty, I am sure, to work for him. You have not been intimate with Mr. Wickfield, I think, Mr. Traddles? I believe I've only had the honour of seeing you once myself." "No, I have not been intimate with Mr. Wickfield," returned Traddles, "or I might perhaps have waited on you long ago, Mr. Heep." There was something in the tone of this reply which made Uriah look at the speaker again with a very sinister and suspicious expression. But seeing only Traddles with his good-natured face, simple manner, and hair on end, he dismissed it as he replied with a jerk of his whole body, but especially his throat, "Oh, I'm sorry for that, Mr. Traddles. You would have admired him as much as we all do. His little failings would only have endeared him to you the more. But if you would like to hear my fellow partner eloquently spoken of, I should refer you to Copperfield. The family is a subject he's very strong upon, if you've never heard him." I was prevented from disclaiming the compliment, if I should have done so in any case, by the entrance of Agnes, now ushered in by Mr. Micawber. She was not quite so self-possessed as usual, I thought, and had evidently undergone anxiety and fatigue, but her earnest cordiality and her quiet beauty shone with a gentler lustre for it. I saw Uriah watch her while she greeted us, and he reminded me of an ugly and rebellious genie watching a good spirit. In the meanwhile some slight sign passed between Mr. Micawber and Traddles, unobserved except by me, went out. "Don't wait, Micawber," said Uriah. Mr. Micawber, with his hand upon the ruler in his breast, stood erect before the door, most unmistakably contemplating one of his fellow men, and that man his employer. "What are you waiting for?" said Uriah. "Micawber, did your mate tell you not to wait?" "Yes," replied the immovable Mr. Micawber. "Then why do you wait?" said Uriah. "Because I, in short, choose," replied Mr. Micawber with a burst. Uriah's cheeks lost colour, and an unwholesome paleness, still faintly tinged by his pervading red, overspread them. He looked at Mr. Micawber attentively with his whole face, breathing short and quick in every feature. "You are a dissipated fellow, as all the world knows," he said, with an effort at a smile, "and I am afraid you'll oblige me to get rid of you. Go along, I'll talk to you presently." "If there is a scoundrel on this earth," said Mr. Micawber, suddenly breaking out again with the utmost vehemence, "with whom I have already talked too much, that scoundrel's name is Heep." Uriah fell back, as if he had been struck or stung. Looking slowly round upon us with the darkest and wickedest expression that his face could wear, he said in a lower voice, "Oh, this is a conspiracy. You've met here by appointment. You're playing booty with my clerk, are you, Copperfield? Now take care. You'll make nothing of this. We understand each other, you and me. There's no love between us. You were always a puppy with a proud stomach from your first coming here, and you envy me my rise, do you? None of your plots against me. I'll counterplot you. Micawber, you be off. I'll talk to you presently." "Mr. Micawber," said I, "there is a sudden change in this fellow, in more respects than the extraordinary one of his speaking the truth in one particular, which assures me that he is brought to bay. Deal with him as he deserves." "Oh, you're a precious set of people, aren't you?" said Uriah in the same low voice, and breaking out into a clammy heat, which he wiped from his forehead with his long, lean hand. "To boy over my clock, who is the very scum of society, as you yourself were, Copperfield, you know it, before anyone had charity on you, to defame me with his lies. Miss Trotwood, you had better stop this, or I'll stop your husband shorter than will be pleasant to you. I won't know your story professionally for nothing, old lady. Miss Wickfield, if you have any love for your father, you had better not join that gang. I'll ruin him if you do. Now come, I have got some of you under the arrow. Think twice before it goes over you. Think twice, you, Micawber, if you don't want to be crushed. I recommend you to take yourself off and be talked to presently, you fool, while there's time to retreat. Where's Mother?" he said, suddenly appearing to notice with alarm the absence of Traddles, and pulling down the bell-rope. "Fine doings in a person's own house." "Oh, Mrs. Heep's in here, sir," said Traddles, returning with that worthy mother of a worthy son. "I have taken the liberty of making myself known to her." "Who are you to make yourself known?" retorted Uriah. "What do you want here?" "I am the agent and friend of Mr. Wickfield, sir," said Traddles, in a composed and businesslike way, "and I have a power of attorney from him in my pocket to act for him in all matters." "The old ass has drunk himself into a state of dotage," said Uriah, turning uglier than before, "and that it has been got from him by fraud." "Oh, something has been got from him by fraud, I know," returned Traddles quietly, "and so do you, Mr. Heep. We will refer that question, if you please, to Mr. Micawber." "Uri," Mrs. Heep began, with an anxious gesture. "You hold your tongue, mother," he returned. "Least said, soonest mended." "But, my Uri, will you hold your tongue, mother, and leave it to me?" Though I had long known that his civility was false, and all his pretences knavish and hollow, I had had no adequate conception of the extent of his hypocrisy until I now saw him with his mask off. The suddenness with which he dropped it when he perceived that it was useless to him, the malice, insolence, and hatred he revealed, the leer with which he exulted even at this moment in the evil he had done, all this time being desperate too, and at his wits' end for the means of getting the better of us, though perfectly consistent with the experience I had of him, at first took even me by surprise, who had known him so long and disliked him so heartily. I say nothing of the look he conferred on me, as he stood eyeing us one after another, for I had always understood that he hated me, and I remembered the marks of my hand upon his cheek. But when his eyes passed on to Agnes, and I saw the rage with which he felt his power over her slipping away, and the exhibition in their disappointment of the odious passions that had led him to aspire to one whose virtues he could never appreciate or care for, I was shocked by the mere thought of her having lived an hour within sight of such a man. After some rubbing of the lower part of his face, and some looking at us with those bad eyes over his grisly fingers, he made one more address to me, half whining and half abusive. "You think it justifiable, do you, Copperfield? You who pride yourself so much on your honour and all the rest of it, to sneak about my place eavesdropping with my clerk? If it had been me, I shouldn't have wondered, for I don't make myself out a gentleman, though I never was in the streets either as you were, according to Micawber, but being you. And you're not afraid of doing this either? You don't think at all of what I shall do in return, or of getting yourself into trouble for conspiracy and so forth? Very well, hey, we shall see. Mr. What's-your-name, you are going to refer some question to Micawber. There's your referee. Why don't you make him speak? He has learned his lesson, I see." Seeing that what he said had no effect on me or any of us, he sat on the edge of his table with his hands in his pockets, and one of his splay feet twisted round the other leg, waiting doggedly for what might follow. Mr. Micawber, whose impetuosity I had restrained thus far with the greatest difficulty, and who had repeatedly interposed with the first syllable of "scoundrel" without getting to the second, now burst forward, drew the ruler from his breast apparently as a defensive weapon, and produced from his pocket a foolscap document folded in the form of a large letter. Opening this packet with his old flourish, and glancing at the contents as if he cherished an artistic admiration of their style of composition, he began to read as follows. "Dear Miss Trotwood and gentlemen." "Bless and save the man," exclaimed my aunt in a low voice. "He'd write letters by the ream if it was a capital offence." Mr. Micawber, without hearing her, went on. "In appearing before you to denounce, probably, the most consummate villain that has ever existed—" Mr. Micawber, without looking off the letter, pointed the ruler like a ghostly truncheon at Uriah Heep. "I ask no consideration for myself. The victim, from my cradle of pecuniary liabilities, to which I have been unable to respond, I have ever been the sport and toy of debasing circumstances. Ignominy, want, despair, and madness have, collectively or separately, been the attendants of my career." The relish with which Mr. Micawber described himself as a prey to these dismal calamities was only to be equalled by the emphasis with which he read his letter, and the kind of homage he rendered to it with a roll of his head when he thought he had hit a sentence very hard indeed. "In an accumulation of ignominy, want, despair, and madness, I entered the office, or as our lively neighbour the Gaul would term it, the bureau, of the firm, nominally conducted under the appellation of Wickfield and Heep, but in reality wielded by Heep alone. Heep, and only Heep, is the mainspring of that machine. Heep, and only Heep, is the forger and the cheat." Uriah, more blue than white at these words, made a dart at the letter, as if to tear it in pieces. Mr. Micawber, with a perfect miracle of dexterity or luck, caught his advancing knuckles with the ruler and disabled his right hand. It dropped at the wrist as if it had been broken. The blow sounded as if it had fallen on wood. "The devil take you!" said Uriah, writhing in a new way with pain. "I'll be even with you. Approach me again, you heap of infamy," gasped Mr. Micawber, "and if your head is human, I'll break it. Come on, come on." I think I never saw anything more ridiculous, I was sensible of it, even at the time, than Mr. Micawber making broadsword guards with the ruler and crying, "Come on," while Traddles and I pushed him back into a corner, from which, as often as we got him into it, he persisted in emerging again. His enemy, muttering to himself after wringing his wounded hand for some time, slowly drew off his neckerchief and bound it up, then held it in his other hand and sat upon his table with his sullen face looking down. Mr. Micawber, when he was sufficiently cool, proceeded with his letter. "The stipendiary emoluments in consideration of which I entered into the service of Heep," always pausing before that word and uttering it with astonishing vigour, "were not defined beyond the pittance of 22 shillings and 6 per week. The rest was left contingent on the value of my professional exertions. In other and more expressive words, on the baseness of my nature, the cupidity of my motives, the poverty of my family, the general moral, or rather immoral, resemblance between myself and Heep. Need I say that it soon became necessary for me to solicit from Heep pecuniary advances towards the support of Mrs. Micawber and our blighted but rising family? Need I say that this necessity had been foreseen by Heep, that those advances were secured by IOUs and other similar acknowledgments known to the legal institutions of this country, and that I thus became enmeshed in the web he had spun for my reception?" Mr. Micawber's enjoyment of his epistolary powers in describing this unfortunate state of things really seemed to outweigh any pain or anxiety that the reality could have caused him. He read on. "Then it was that Heep began to favour me with just so much of his confidence as was necessary to the discharge of his infernal business. Then it was that I began, if I may so Shakespeareanly express myself, to dwindle, peak, and pine. I found that my services were constantly called into requisition for the falsification of business and the mystification of an individual whom I will designate as Mr. W. That Mr. W. was imposed upon, kept in ignorance, and deluded in every possible way, yet that all this while the ruffian Heep was professing unbounded gratitude to and unbounded friendship for that much abused gentleman. This was bad enough, but as the philosophic Dane observes with that universal applicability which distinguishes the illustrious ornament of the Elizabethan era, worse remains behind." Mr. Micawber was so very much struck by this happy rounding off with a quotation that he indulged himself and us with a second reading of the sentence under pretence of having lost his place. "It is not my intention," he continued, reading on, "to enter on a detailed list within the compass of the present epistle, though it is ready elsewhere, of the various malpractices of a minor nature affecting the individual whom I have denominated Mr. W., to which I have been a tacitly consenting party. My object, when the contest within myself between stipend and no stipend, baker and no baker, existence and non-existence ceased, was to take advantage of my opportunities to discover and expose the major malpractices committed to that gentleman's grievous wrong and injury by Heep. Stimulated by the silent monitor within, and by a no less touching and appealing monitor without, to whom I will briefly refer as Miss W., I entered on a not unlaborious task of clandestine investigation, protracted now, to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, over a period exceeding 12 calendar months." He read this passage as if it were from an Act of Parliament, and appeared majestically refreshed by the sound of the words, My charges against Heep, he read on, glancing at him and drawing the ruler into a convenient position under his left arm in case of need, are as follows. We all held our breath, I think. I am sure Uriah held his. First, said Mr. Micawber, when Mr. W.'s faculties and memory for business became, through causes into which it is not necessary or expedient for me to enter, weakened and confused, Heep designedly perplexed and complicated the whole of the official transactions. When Mr. W. was least fit to enter on business, Heep was always at hand to force him to enter on it. He obtained Mr. W.'s signature under such circumstances to documents of importance, representing them to be other documents of no importance. He induced Mr. W. to empower him to draw out thus one particular sum of trust money amounting to 12, 6, 14, 2, and 9, and employed it to meet pretended business charges and deficiencies, which were either already provided for or had never really existed. He gave this proceeding throughout the appearance of having originated in Mr. W.'s own dishonest intention, and of having been accomplished by Mr. W.'s own dishonest act, and has used it ever since to torture and constrain him. You shall prove this, you Copperfield, said Uriah, with a threatening shake of the head. All in good time. Ask Heep, Mr. Traddles, who lived in his house after him, said Mr. Micawber, breaking off from the letter. Will you? The fool himself, and lives there now, said Uriah disdainfully. Ask Heep if he ever kept a pocket-book in that house, said Mr. Micawber. Will you? I saw Uriah's lank hand stop involuntarily in the scraping of his chin. Or ask him, said Mr. Micawber, if he ever burnt one there. If he says yes and asks you where the ashes are, refer him to Wilkins Micawber, and he will hear of something not at all to his advantage. The triumphant flourish with which Mr. Micawber delivered himself of these words had a powerful effect in alarming the mother, who cried out in much agitation, Uri, be humble, and make terms, my dear. Mother, he retorted, will you keep quiet? You're in a fright, and don't know what you say or mean. Humble, he repeated, looking at me with a snarl. I've humbled some of them for a pretty long time back, humble as I was. Mr. Micawber, genteelly adjusting his chin in his cravat, presently proceeded with his composition. Second, Heep has on several occasions, to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief. Oh, but that won't do, muttered Uriah, relieved. Mother, you keep quiet. We will endeavour to provide something that will do, and do for you finally, sir, very shortly, replied Mr. Micawber. Second, Heep has, on several occasions, to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, systematically forged to various entries, books, and documents the signature of Mr. W., and has distinctly done so in one instance, capable of proof by me, to wit, in manner following, that is to say. Again Mr. Micawber had a relish in this formal piling up of words, which, however ludicrously displayed in his case, was, I must say, not at all peculiar to him. I have observed it in the course of my life in numbers of men. It seems to me to be a general rule. In the taking of legal oaths, for instance, deponents seem to enjoy themselves mightily when they come to several good words in succession for the expression of one idea, as that they utterly detest, abominate, and abjure, or so forth, and the old anathemas were made relishing on the same principle. We talk about the tyranny of words, but we like to tyrannize over them too. We are fond of having a large superfluous establishment of words to wait upon us on great occasions. We think it looks important, and sounds well, as we are not particular about the meaning of our liveries on state occasions, if they be but fine and numerous enough, so the meaning or necessity of our words is a secondary consideration. If there be but a great parade of them, and as individuals get into trouble by making too great a show of liveries, or as slaves, when they are too numerous, rise against their masters, so I think I could mention a nation that has got into many great difficulties, and will get into many greater, from maintaining too large a retinue of words. Mr. Micawber read on, almost smacking his lips. to wit in the following manner, that is to say, Mr. W. being infirm, and it being within the bounds of probability that his decease might lead to some discoveries, and to the downfall of Heep's power over the W. family, as I, Wilkins Micawber, the undersigned, assume, unless the filial affection of his daughter could be secretly influenced from allowing any investigation of the partnership affairs to be ever made, the said Heep deemed it expedient to have a bond ready by him as from Mr. W. for the before-mentioned sum of 12,614 2 and 9, with interest, stated therein to have been advanced by Heep to Mr. W. to save Mr. W. from dishonour, though really the sum was never advanced by him, and has long been replaced. The signatures to this instrument, purporting to be executed by Mr. W. and attested by Wilkins Micawber, are forgeries by Heep. I have in my possession, in his hand and pocket-book, several similar imitations of Mr. W.'s signature, here and there, defaced by fire, but legible to any one. I never attested any such document, and I have the document itself in my possession. Uriah Heep, with a start, took out of his pocket a bunch of keys, and opened a certain drawer, then suddenly bethought himself of what he was about, and turned again toward us without looking in it. And I have the document, Mr. Micawber read again, looking about as if it were the text of a sermon, in my possession. That is to say, I had early this morning, when this was written, but have since relinquished it to Mr. Traddles. Oh, it is quite true, assented Traddles. Hury, cried the mother. Be humble and make terms. Oh, I know my son will be humble, gentlemen, if you'll give him time to think. Mr. Copperfield, I'm sure you know that he always was very humble, sir. It was singular to see how the mother still held to the old trick when the son had abandoned it as useless. Mother, he said, with an impatient bite at the handkerchief in which his hand was wrapped, you'd better take and fire a loaded gun at me. But I love you, Uri, cried Mrs. Heep, and I have no doubt she did, or that he loved her, however strange it may appear, though to be sure they were a congenial couple. And I can't bear to hear you provoking the gentleman and endangering of yourself more. Oh, I told the gentleman at first, when he told me upstairs it was come to light, that I would answer for your being humble and making amends. Or see how humble I am, gentlemen, and don't mind him. Why, there's Copperfield, mother, he angrily retorted, pointing his lean finger at me, against whom all his animosity was levelled as the prime mover in the discovery. And I did not undeceive him. There's Copperfield, would have given you £100 to say less than you've blurted out. I can't help it, Uri, cried his mother. I can't see you running into danger through carrying your head so high. Better be humble, as you always was. He remained for a little, biting the handkerchief, and then said to me with a scowl, What more have you got to bring forward? If anything, go on with it. What do you look at me for? Mr. Micawber promptly resumed his letter, glad to revert to a performance with which he was so highly satisfied. Third, and last, I am now in a condition to show, by Heep's false books and Heep's real memoranda, beginning with the partially destroyed pocket-book, which I was unable to comprehend at the time of its accidental discovery by Mrs. Micawber, on our taking possession of our present abode, in the locker or bin devoted to the reception of the ashes calcined on our domestic hearth, that the weaknesses, the faults, the very virtues, the parental affections, and the sense of honour of the unhappy Mr. W. have been for years acted on by and warped to the base purposes of Heep, that Mr. W. has been for years deluded and plundered in every conceivable manner to the pecuniary aggrandizement of the avaricious, false, and grasping Heep, that the engrossing object of Heep was next to gain, to subdue Mr. and Miss W. Of his ulterior motives in reference to the latter, I say nothing entirely to himself, that his last act, completed but a few months since, was to induce Mr. W. to execute a relinquishment of his share in the partnership, and even a bill of sale on the very furniture of his house, in consideration of a certain annuity to be well and truly paid by Heep, on the 4 common quarter days in each and every year, that these meshes, beginning with alarming and falsified accounts of the estate of which Mr. W. is the receiver, at a period when Mr. W. had launched into imprudent and ill-judged speculations, and may not have had the money for which he was morally and legally responsible in hand, going on with pretended borrowings of money at enormous interest, really coming from Heep, and by Heep fraudulently obtained or withheld from Mr. W. himself on pretence of such speculations or otherwise, perpetuated by a miscellaneous catalogue of unscrupulous chicaneries, gradually thickened until the unhappy Mr. W. could see no world beyond, bankrupt as he believed, alike in circumstances, in all other hope, and in honour, his sole reliance was upon the monster in the garb of man. Mr. Micawber made a good deal of this as a new turn of expression, who, by making himself necessary to him, had achieved his destruction. All this I undertake to show, probably much more. I whispered a few words to Agnes, who was weeping, half joyfully, half sorrowfully, at my side, and there was a movement among us as if Mr. Micawber had finished. He said with exceeding gravity, "Pardon me," and proceeded with a mixture of the lowest spirits and the most intense enjoyment to the peroration of his letter. "I have now concluded. It merely remains for me to substantiate these accusations, and then with my ill-starred family to disappear from the landscape on which we appear to be an encumbrance. That is soon done. It may be reasonably inferred that our baby will first expire of inanition, as being the frailest member of our circle, and that our twins will follow next in order. So be it. For myself, the Canterbury pilgrimage has done much. Imprisonment on civil process and want will soon do more. I trust that the labour and hazard of an investigation, of which the smallest results have been slowly pieced together, in the pressure of arduous avocations, under grinding penurious apprehensions, at rise of morn, at dewy eve, in the shadows of night, under the watchful eye of one whom it were superfluous to call demon, combined with the struggle of parental poverty to turn it, when completed, to the right account, may be as the sprinkling of a few drops of sweet water on my funeral pyre. I ask no more. Let it be in justice merely said of me, as of a gallant and eminent naval hero with whom I have no pretensions to cope, that what I have done I did in despite of mercenary and selfish objects, for England, home, and beauty, remaining always, etc., etc., Wilkins, Micawber. Much affected, but still intensely enjoying himself, Mr. Micawber folded up his letter and handed it with a bow to my aunt as something she might like to keep. There was, as I had noticed on my first visit long ago, an iron safe in the room. The key was in it. A hasty suspicion seemed to strike Uriah, and, with a glance at Mr. Micawber, he went to it and threw the doors clanking open. It was empty. "Where are the books?" he cried with a frightful face. "Some thief has stolen the books." Mr. Micawber tapped himself with the ruler. "I did, when I got the key from you as usual, but a little earlier, and opened it this morning." "Oh, don't be uneasy," said Traddles. "They have come into my possession. I will take care of them under the authority I mentioned." "You receive stolen goods, do you?" cried Uriah. "Oh, under such circumstances," answered Traddles. "Yes." What was my astonishment when I beheld my aunt, who had been profoundly quiet and attentive, make a dart at Uriah Heep and seize him by the collar with both hands. "You know what I want?" said my aunt. "A strait waistcoat," said he. "No, my property," returned my aunt. "Agnes, my dear, as long as I believed it had been really made away with by your father, I wouldn't, and, my dear, I didn't, even to Trot, as he knows, breathe a syllable of its having been placed here for investment. This fellow's answerable for it, and I'll have it. Trot, come and take it away from him." Whether my aunt supposed for the moment that he kept her property in his neckerchief, I am sure I don't know, but she certainly pulled at it as if she thought so. I hastened to put myself between them, and to assure her that we would all take care that he should make the utmost restitution of everything he had wrongly got. This, and a few moments' reflection, pacified her, but she was not at all disconcerted by what she had done, though I cannot say as much for her bonnet, and resumed her seat composedly. During the last few minutes, Mrs. Heep had been clamouring to her son to be humble, and had been going down on her knees to all of us in succession, and making the wildest promises. Her son sat her down in his chair, and, standing sulkily by her, holding her arm with his hand, but not rudely, said to me with a ferocious look, "What do you want done?" "I will tell you what must be done," said Traddles. "Has that Copperfield no tongue?" muttered Uriah. "I would do a good deal for you if you could tell me without lying that somebody had cut it out." "My Uriah means to be humble," cried his mother. "Don't mind what he says, good gentleman." "What must be done," said Traddles, "is this. First, the deed of relinquishment that we have heard of must be given over to me now, here." "Suppose I haven't got it?" he interrupted. "Oh, but you have," said Traddles. "Therefore, you know, we won't suppose so, and I cannot help avowing that this was the first occasion on which I really did justice to the clear head and the plain, patient, practical good sense of my old schoolfellow." "Then," said Traddles, "you must prepare to disgorge all that your rapacity has become possessed of, and to make restitution to the last farthing. All the partnership books and papers must remain in our possession, all your books and papers, all money, accounts, and securities of both kinds, in short, everything here." "Must it? I don't know that," said Uriah. "I must have time to think about that." "Certainly," replied Traddles, "but in the meanwhile, and until everything is done to our satisfaction, we shall maintain possession of these things, and beg you, in short, compel you, to keep to your own room, and hold no communication with anyone." "I won't do it," said Uriah, with an oath. "Oh, Maidstone jail is a safer place of detention," observed Traddles, "and though the law may be longer in writing us, and may not be able to write us so completely as you can, there is no doubt of its punishing you. Dear me, you know that quite as well as I. Copperfield, will you go round to the Guildhall and bring a couple of officers?" Here Mrs. Heep broke out again, crying on her knees to Agnes to interfere in their behalf, exclaiming that he was very humble, and it was all true, and if he didn't do what we wanted, she would, and much more to the same purpose, being half frantic with fears for her darling. To inquire what he might have done if he had had any boldness would be like inquiring what a mongrel cur might do if it had the spirit of a tiger. He was a coward from head to foot, and showed his dastardly nature through his sullenness and mortification as much as at any time of his mean life. "Stop!" he growled to me, and wiped his hot face with his hand. "Mother, hold your noise. Well, let him have that deed. Go and fetch it." "Do you help her, Mr. Dick?" said Traddles, "if you please." Proud of his commission, and understanding it, Mr. Dick accompanied her as a shepherd's dog might accompany a sheep. But Mrs. Heep gave him little trouble, for she not only returned with the deed, but with the box in which it was, where we found a banker's book and some other papers that were afterwards serviceable. "Good," said Traddles, when this was brought. "Now, Mr. Heep, you can retire to think, particularly observing, if you please, that I declare to you on the part of all present, that there is only one thing to be done, that it is what I have explained, and that it must be done without delay." Uriah, without lifting his eyes from the ground, shuffled across the room with his hand to his chin, and pausing at the door said, "Copperfield, I've always hated you. You've always been an upstart, and you've always been against me." "As I think I told you once before," said I, "it is you who have been in your greed and cunning against all the world. It may be profitable to you to reflect in future that there never were greed and cunning in the world yet that did not do too much and overreach themselves. It is as certain as death." "Or as certain as they used to teach at school, the same school where I picked up so much humbleness. From 9 o'clock to 11, that labour was a curse, and from 11 o'clock to 1, that it was a blessing and a cheerfulness and a dignity, and I don't know what all, eh?" said he, with a sneer. "You preach about as consistent as they did. Won't humbleness go down? I shouldn't have got round my gentleman fellow-partner without it, I think. Micawber, you old bully, I'll pay you." Mr. Micawber, supremely defiant of him, and his extended finger, and making a great deal of his chest, until he had slunk out of the door, then addressed himself to me, and proffered me the satisfaction of witnessing the re-establishment of mutual confidence between himself and Mrs. Micawber, after which he invited the company generally to the contemplation of that affecting spectacle. "The veil that has long been interposed between Mrs. Micawber and myself is now withdrawn," said Mr. Micawber, "and my children and the author of their being can once more come in contact on equal terms." As we were all very grateful to him, and all desirous to show that we were, as well as the hurry and disorder of our spirits would permit, I dare say we should all have gone, but that it was necessary for Agnes to return to her father, as yet unable to bear more than the dawn of hope, and for someone else to hold Uriah in safe keeping. So Traddles remained for the latter purpose, to be presently relieved by Mr. Dick, and Mr. Dick, my aunt, and I went home with Mr. Micawber. As I parted hurriedly from the dear girl to whom I owed so much, and thought from what she had been saved, perhaps, that morning, her better resolution notwithstanding, I felt devoutly thankful for the miseries of my younger days, which had brought me to the knowledge of Mr. Micawber. His house was not far off, and as the street door opened into the sitting-room, and he bolted in with a precipitation quite his own, we found ourselves at once in the bosom of the family. Mr. Micawber, exclaiming, "Emma, my life!" rushed into Mrs. Micawber's arms. Mrs. Micawber shrieked and folded Mr. Micawber in her embrace. Miss Micawber, nursing the unconscious stranger of Mrs. Micawber's last letter to me, was sensibly affected. The stranger leaped. The twins testified their joy by several inconvenient but innocent demonstrations. Master Micawber, whose disposition appeared to have been soured by early disappointment, and whose aspect had become morose, yielded to his better feelings, and blubbered. "Emma," said Mr. Micawber, "the cloud is passed from my mind. Mutual confidence, so long preserved between us once, is restored to know no further interruption. Now, welcome poverty," cried Mr. Micawber, shedding tears. "Welcome misery, welcome houselessness, welcome hunger, rags, tempest, and beggary. Mutual confidence will sustain us to the end." With these expressions, Mr. Micawber placed Mrs. Micawber in a chair, and embraced the family all round, welcoming a variety of bleak prospects which appeared, to the best of my judgment, to be anything but welcome to them, and calling upon them to come out into Canterbury and sing a chorus, as nothing else was left for their support. But Mrs. Micawber, having, in the strength of her emotions, fainted away, the first thing to be done, even before the chorus could be considered complete, was to recover her. This my aunt and Mr. Micawber did, and then my aunt was introduced, and Mrs. Micawber recognized me. "Oh, excuse me, dear Mr. Copperfield," said the poor lady, giving me her hand, "but I am not strong, and the removal of the late misunderstanding between Mr. Micawber and myself was, at first, too much for me." "Is this all your family, madam?" said my aunt. "There are no more at present," returned Mrs. Micawber. "Good gracious, I didn't mean that, ma'am," said my aunt. "I mean, are all these yours?" "Madam," replied Mr. Micawber, "it is a true bill." "And that eldest young gentleman now," said my aunt, musing, "what has he been brought up to?" "It was my hope, when I came here," said Mr. Micawber, "to have got Wilkins into the church, or perhaps I shall express my meaning more strictly if I say the choir, but there was no vacancy for a tenor in the venerable pile for which this city is so justly eminent, and he has, in short, he has contracted a habit of singing in public houses rather than in sacred edifices." "But he means well," said Mrs. Micawber tenderly. "I dare say, my love," rejoined Mr. Micawber, "that he means particularly well, but I have not yet found that he carries out his meaning in any given direction whatsoever." Master Micawber's moroseness of aspect returned upon him again, and he demanded with some temper what he was to do, whether he had been born a carpenter or a coach-painter any more than he had been born a bird, whether he could go into the next street and open a chemist's shop, whether he could rush to the next assizes and proclaim himself a lawyer, whether he could come out by force at the opera and succeed by violence, whether he could do anything without being brought up to something. My aunt mused a little while, and then said, "Mr. Micawber, I wonder you have never turned your thoughts to emigration." "Madam," returned Mr. Micawber, "it was the dream of my youth, and the fallacious aspiration of my riper years." I am thoroughly persuaded, by the by, that he had never thought of it in his life. "Aye," said my aunt, with a glance at me. "Why, what a thing it would be for yourselves and your family, Mr. and Mrs. Micawber, if you were to emigrate now." "Capital, madam, capital," urged Mr. Micawber gloomily. "Oh, that is the principal, I may say the only difficulty, my dear Mr. Copperfield," assented his wife. "Capital!" cried my aunt. "But you are doing us a great service, have done us a great service, I may say, for surely much will come out of the fire, and what could we do for you that would be half so good as to find the capital?" "I could not receive it as a gift," said Mr. Micawber, full of fire and animation, "but if a sufficient sum could be advanced, say at 5% interest per annum upon my personal liability, say my notes of hand at 12, 18, and 24 months, respectively, to allow time for something to turn up." "Could be, can be, and shall be, on your own terms," returned my aunt, "if you say the word. Think of this now, both of you. Here are some people, David knows, going out to Australia shortly. If you decide to go, why shouldn't you go in the same ship? You may help each other. Think of this now, Mr. and Mrs. Micawber. Take your time, and weigh it well." "There is but one question, my dear ma'am, I could wish to ask," said Mrs. Micawber. "The climate, I believe, is healthy." "Finest in the world," said my aunt. "Just so," returned Mrs. Micawber. "Then my question arises, now, are the circumstances of the country such that a man of Mr. Micawber's abilities would have a fair chance of rising in the social scale? I will not say at present might he aspire to be governor or anything of that sort, but would there be a reasonable opening for his talents to develop themselves that would be amply sufficient and find their own expansion?" "No better opening anywhere," said my aunt, "for a man who conducts himself well and is industrious." "For a man who conducts himself well," repeated Mrs. Micawber with her clearest business manner, "and is industrious. Precisely. It is evident to me that Australia is the legitimate sphere of action for Mr. Micawber." "I entertain the conviction, my dear madam," said Mr. Micawber, "that it is, under existing circumstances, the land, the only land, for myself and my family, and that something of an extraordinary nature will turn up on that shore. It is no distance, comparatively speaking, and though consideration is due to the kindness of your proposal, I assure you that it is a mere matter of form." Shall I ever forget how, in a moment, he was the most sanguine of men, looking on to fortune, or how Mrs. Micawber presently discoursed about the habits of the kangaroo? Shall I ever recall that street of Canterbury on a market day without recalling him, as he walked back with us, expressing in the hardy, roving manner he assumed the unsettled habits of a temporary sojourner in the land, and looking at the bullocks as they came by with the eye of an Australian farmer? The end of Chapter 52 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 53. Another Remembrance. I must pause yet once again. Oh, my child wife, there is a figure in the moving crowd before my memory, quiet and still, saying in its innocent love and childish beauty, "Stop to think of me. Turn to look upon the little blossom as it flutters to the ground." I do. All else grows dim and fades away. I am again with Dora in our cottage. I do not know how long she has been ill. I am so used to it in feeling that I cannot count the time. It is not really long, in weeks or months, but in my usage and experience it is a weary, weary while. They have left off telling me to wait a few days more, I have begun to fear remotely that the day may never shine when I shall see my child-wife running in the sunlight with her old friend Jip. He is, as it were, suddenly grown very old. It may be that he misses in his mistress something that enlivened him and made him younger, but he mopes, and his sight is weak, and his limbs are feeble, and my aunt is sorry that he objects to her no more, but creeps near her as he lies on Dora's bed, she sitting at the bedside, and mildly licks her hand. Dora lies smiling on us, and is beautiful, and utters no hasty or complaining word. She says that we are very good to her, that her dear old careful boy is tiring himself out, she knows, that my aunt has no sleep, yet is always wakeful, active, and kind. Sometimes the little bird-like ladies come to see her, and then we talk about our wedding day, and all that happy time. What a strange rest and pause in my life there seems to be, and in all life, within doors and without, when I sit in the quiet, shaded, orderly room, with the blue eyes of my child-wife turned towards me, and her little fingers twining round my hand. Many and many an hour I sit thus, but of all those times, 3 times come the freshest on my mind. It is morning, and Dora, made so trim by my aunt's hands, shows me how her pretty hair will curl upon the pillow yet, and how long and bright it is, and how she likes to have it loosely gathered in that net she wears. "Not that I am vain of it now, you mocking boy," she says when I smile, "but because you used to say you thought it so beautiful, and because when I first began to think about you, I used to peep in the glass and wonder whether you would like very much to have a lock of it. Oh, what a foolish fellow you were, Dodie, when I gave you one." "That was on the day when you were painting the flowers I had given you, Dora, and when I told you how much in love I was." "Oh, but I didn't like to tell you," says Dora, "then how I had cried over them because I believed you really liked me. When I can run about again as I used to do, Dodie, let us go and see those places where we were such a silly couple, shall we? And take some of the old walks, and not forget poor Papa?" "Yes, we will, and have some happy days. So you must make haste to get well, my dear." "Oh, I shall do that soon. I am so much better, you don't know." It is evening, and I sit in the same chair by the same bed, with the same face turned towards me. We have been silent, and there is a smile upon her face. I have ceased to carry my light burden up and down stairs now. She lies here all the day. "Dodie?" "My dear Dora, you won't think what I am going to say unreasonable after what you told me such a little while ago of Mr. Wickfield's not being well. I want to see Agnes. Very much I want to see her." "I will write to her, my dear." "Will you?" "Directly." "What a good, kind boy. Dodie, take me on your arm. Indeed, my dear, it's not a whim. It's not a foolish fancy. I want very much indeed to see her." "I am certain of it. I have only to tell her so, and she is sure to come." "You are very lonely when you go downstairs now," Dora whispers, with her arm about my neck. "How can I be otherwise, my own love, when I see your empty chair?" "My empty chair." She clings to me for a little while in silence. "And you really miss me, Dodie?" looking up and brightly smiling. "Even poor, giddy, stupid me?" "My heart, who is there upon earth that I could miss so much?" "Oh, husband, I am so glad, yet so sorry." Creeping closer to me, and folding me in both her arms, she laughs and sobs, and then is quiet, and quite happy. "Quite," she says. "Only give Agnes, my dear love, and tell her that I want very, very much to see her, and I have nothing left to wish for." "Except to get well again, Dora." "Oh, Dodie. Sometimes I think, you know, I always was a silly little thing, that will never be." "Don't say so, Dora. Dearest love, don't think so." "I won't, if I can help it, Dodie, but I am very happy, though my dear boy is so lonely by himself before his child-wife's empty chair." It is night, and I am with her still. Agnes has arrived, has been among us for a whole day and an evening. She, my aunt, and I have sat with Dora since the morning, all together. We have not talked much, but Dora has been perfectly contented and cheerful. We are now alone. Do I know, now, that my child-wife will soon leave me? They have told me so. They have told me nothing new to my thoughts, but I am far from sure that I have taken that truth to heart. I cannot master it. I have withdrawn by myself many times today to weep. I have remembered who wept for a parting between the living and the dead. I have bethought me of all that gracious and compassionate history. I have tried to resign myself and to console myself, and that, I hope, I may have done imperfectly, but what I cannot firmly settle in my mind is that the end will absolutely come. I hold her hand in mine. I hold her heart in mine. I see her love for me alive in all its strength. I cannot shut out a pale, lingering shadow of belief that she will be spared. I'm going to speak to you, Dodie. I'm going to say something I have often thought of saying lately. You won't mind? With a gentle look. Mind, my darling? Oh, because I don't know what you will think or what you may have thought sometimes. Perhaps you have often thought the same. Dodie, dear, I am afraid I was too young. I lay my face upon the pillow by her, and she looks into my eyes and speaks very softly. Gradually, as she goes on, I feel with a stricken heart that she is speaking of herself as past. I am afraid, dear, I was too young. I don't mean in years only, but in experience and thoughts and everything. I was such a silly little creature. I'm afraid it would have been better if we had only loved each other as a boy and girl and forgotten it. I've begun to think I was not fit to be a wife. I try to stay my tears and to reply, Oh, Dora, love, as fit as I to be a husband. I don't know, with the old shake of her curls. Perhaps. But if I had been more fit to be married, I might have made you more so, too. Besides, you are very clever, and I never was. We have been very happy, my sweet Dora. I was happy, very. But as years went on, my dear boy would have wearied of his child wife. She would have been less and less a companion for him. He would have been more and more sensible of what was wanting in his home. She wouldn't have improved. It is better as it is. Oh, Dora, dearest, dearest, do not speak to me so. Every word seems a reproach. No, not a syllable, she answers, kissing me. Oh, my dear, you never deserved it, and I loved you far too well to say a reproachful word to you in earnest. It was all the merit I had, except being pretty. Or you thought me so. Is it lonely downstairs, Dodie? Very, very. Oh, don't cry. Is my chair there? In its old place. Oh, how my poor boy cries. Hush, hush. Now make me one promise. I want to speak to Agnes. When you go downstairs, tell Agnes so, and send her up to me. And while I speak to her, let no one come, not even Aunt. I want to speak to Agnes by herself. I want to speak to Agnes quite alone. I promise that she shall immediately, but I cannot leave her for my grief. I said that it was better as it is, she whispers as she holds me in her arms. Oh, Dodie, after more years, you never could have loved your child wife better than you do, and after more years, she would so have tried and disappointed you that you might not have been able to love her half so well. I know I was too young and foolish. It is much better as it is. Agnes is downstairs when I go into the parlour, and I give her the message. She disappears, leaving me alone with Jip. His Chinese house is by the fire, and he lies within it on his bed of flannel, querulously trying to sleep. The bright moon is high and clear. As I look out on the night, my tears fall fast, and my undisciplined heart is chastened heavily. Heavily. I sit down by the fire, thinking with a blind remorse of all those secret feelings I have nourished since my marriage. I think of every little trifle between me and Dora, and feel the truth that trifles make the sum of life. Ever rising from the sea of my remembrance is the image of the dear child as I knew her first, graced by my young love, and by her own with every fascination wherein such love is rich. Would it indeed have been better if we had loved each other as a boy and a girl, and forgotten it? Undisciplined heart, reply. How the time wears, I know not, until I am recalled by my child-wife's old companion. More restless than he was, he crawls out of his house and looks at me, and wanders to the door, and whines to go upstairs. Not tonight, Jip, not tonight. He comes very slowly back to me, licks my hand, and lifts his dim eyes to my face. "Oh, Jip, it may be never again." He lies down at my feet, stretches himself out as if to sleep, and with a plaintive cry, is dead. "Oh, Agnes, look here." That face so full of pity and of grief, that rain of tears, that awful mute appeal to me, that solemn hand upraised towards heaven. Agnes! It is over. Darkness comes before my eyes, and for a time all things are blotted out of my remembrance. The end of chapter 53 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens, read by Rick Kishner, for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 54. Mr. Micawber's Transactions. This is not the time at which I am to enter on the state of my mind beneath its load of sorrow. I came to think that the future was walled up before me, that the energy and action of my life were at an end, that I never could find any refuge but in the grave. I came to think so, I say, but not in the first shock of my grief. It slowly grew to that. If the events I go on to relate had not thickened round me, in the beginning to confuse, and in the end to augment my affliction, it is possible, though I think not probable, that I might have fallen at once into this condition. As it was, an interval occurred before I fully knew my own distress, an interval in which I even supposed that its sharpest pangs were past, and when my mind could soothe itself by resting on all that was most innocent and beautiful in the tender story that was closed forever. When it was first proposed that I should go abroad, or how it came to be agreed among us that I was to seek the restoration of my peace in change and travel, I do not even now distinctly know. The spirit of Agnes so pervaded all we thought and said and did in that time of sorrow, that I assume I may refer the project to her influence, but her influence was so quiet that I know no more. And now indeed I began to think that in my old association of her with the stained-glass window in the church, a prophetic foreshadowing of what she would be to me in the calamity that was to happen in the fullness of time, had found a way into my mind. In all that sorrow, from the moment, never to be forgotten, when she stood before me with her upraised hand, she was like a sacred presence in my lonely house. When the angel of death alighted there, my child wife fell asleep. They told me so when I could bear to hear it, on her bosom, with a smile. From my swoon I first awoke to a consciousness of her compassionate tears, her words of hope and peace, her gentle face bending down as from a purer region nearer heaven over my undisciplined heart, and softening its pain. Let me go on. I was to go abroad. That seemed to have been determined among us from the first. The ground now covering all that could perish of my departed wife, I waited only for what Mr. Micawber called the final pulverization of Heep, and for the departure of the emigrants. At the request of Traddles, most affectionate and devoted of friends in my trouble, we returned to Canterbury. I mean my aunt, Agnes, and I. We proceeded by appointment straight to Mr. Micawber's house, where, and at Mr. Wickfield's, my friend had been labouring ever since our explosive meeting. When poor Mrs. Micawber saw me come in my black clothes, she was sensibly affected. There was a great deal of good in Mrs. Micawber's heart, which had not been done out of it in all those many years. "Well, Mr. and Mrs. Micawber," was my aunt's first salutation after we were seated. "Pray, have you thought about that emigration proposal of mine?" "My dear madam," returned Mr. Micawber, "perhaps I cannot better express the conclusion at which Mrs. Micawber, your humble servant, and I, may add our children, have jointly and severally arrived, than by borrowing the language of an illustrious poet to reply that our boat is on the shore and our bark is on the sea." "That's right," said my aunt. "I augur all sort of good from your sensible decision." "Madam, you do us a great deal of honour," he rejoined. He then referred to a memorandum, "with respect to the pecuniary assistance enabling us to launch our frail canoe on the ocean of enterprise. I have considered that important business point, and would beg to propose my notes of hand-drawn. it is needless to stipulate, on stamps of the amounts respectively required by the various Acts of Parliament, applying to such securities at 18, 24, and 30 months. The proposition I originally submitted was 12, 18, and 24, but I am apprehensive that such an arrangement might not allow sufficient time for the requisite amount of something to turn up. We might not, said Mr. Micawber, looking round the room as if it represented several hundred acres of highly cultivated land, on the first responsibility becoming due, have been successful in our harvest, or we might not have got our harvest in. Labour, I believe, is sometimes difficult to obtain in that portion of our colonial possessions where it will be our lot to combat with the teeming soil. Arrange it in any way you please, sir, said my aunt. Madam, he replied, Mrs. Micawber and myself are deeply sensible of the very considerate kindness of our friends and patrons. What I wish is to be perfectly businesslike and perfectly punctual, turning over as we are about to turn over an entirely new leaf, and falling back as we are now in the act of falling back for a spring of no common magnitude. It is important to my sense of self-respect, besides being an example to my son, that these arrangements should be concluded as between man and man. I don't know that Mr. Micawber attached any meaning to this last phrase. I don't know that anybody ever does, or did, but he appeared to relish it uncommonly, and repeated with an impressive cough, as between man and man. I propose, said Mr. Micawber, bills, a convenience to the mercantile world, for which I believe we are originally indebted to the Jews, who appeared to me to have had a devilish deal too much to do with them ever since, because they are negotiable. But if a bond, or any other description of security would be preferred, I should be happy to execute any such instrument as between man and man. My aunt observed that in a case where both parties were willing to agree to anything, she took it for granted there would be no difficulty in settling this point. Mr. Micawber was of her opinion. In reference to our domestic preparations, madam, said Mr. Micawber with some pride, for meeting the destiny to which we are now understood to be self-devoted, I beg to report them. My eldest daughter attends at 5 every morning in a neighbouring establishment to acquire the process, if process it may be called, of milking cows. My younger children are instructed to observe, as closely as circumstances will permit, the habits of the pigs and poultry maintained in the poorer parts of this city, a pursuit from which they have on 2 occasions been brought home within an inch of being run over. I have myself directed some attention during the past week to the art of baking, and my son Wilkins has issued forth with a walking-stick and driven cattle when permitted by the rugged hirelings who had them in charge to render any voluntary service in that direction, which I regret to say, for the credit of our nature, was not often, he being generally warned with imprecations to desist. All very right indeed, said my aunt encouragingly. Mrs. Micawber has been busy too, I have no doubt. Oh, my dear madam, returned Mrs. Micawber with a businesslike air, I am free to confess that I have not been actively engaged in pursuits immediately connected with cultivation or with stock, though well aware that both will claim my attention on a foreign shore. Such opportunities as I have been enabled to alienate from my domestic duties I have devoted to corresponding at some length with my family, for I own it seems to me, my dear Copperfield, said Mrs. Micawber, who always fell back on me, I suppose from old habit, to whomsoever else she might address her discourse at starting, that the time is come when the past should be buried in oblivion, when my family should take Mr. Micawber by the hand, and Mr. Micawber should take my family by the hand, when the lion should lie down with the lamb, and my family be on terms with Mr. Micawber. I said I thought so too. This, at least, is the light, my dear Mr. Copperfield, pursued Mrs. Micawber, in which I view the subject. When I lived at home with my papa and mamma, my papa was accustomed to ask, when any point was under discussion in our limited circle, In what light does my Emma view the subject? That my papa was too partial, I know. Still, on such a point as the frigid coldness which has ever subsisted between Mr. Micawber and my family, I necessarily have formed an opinion, delusive though it may be." "No doubt. Of course you have, ma'am," said my aunt. "Oh, precisely so," assented Mrs. Micawber. "Now, I may be wrong in my conclusions. It is very likely that I am, but my individual impression is that the gulf between my family and Mr. Micawber may be traced to an apprehension on the part of my family that Mr. Micawber would require pecuniary accommodation. I cannot help thinking," said Mrs. Micawber with an air of deep sagacity, "that there are members of my family who have been apprehensive that Mr. Micawber would solicit them for their names. Oh, I do not mean to be conferred in baptism upon our children, but to be inscribed on bills of exchange and negotiated in the money market." The look of penetration with which Mrs. Micawber announced this discovery, as if no one had ever thought of it before, seemed rather to astonish my aunt, who abruptly replied, "Well, ma'am, upon the whole, I shouldn't wonder if you were right." "Mr. Micawber being now on the eve of casting off the pecuniary shackles that have so long enthralled him," said Mrs. Micawber, "and of commencing a new career in a country where there is sufficient range for his abilities, which in my opinion is exceedingly important, Mr. Micawber's abilities peculiarly requiring space, it seems to me that my family should signalize the occasion by coming forward. What I could wish to see would be a meeting between Mr. Micawber and my family at a festive entertainment to be given at my family's expense, where Mr. Micawber's health and prosperity being proposed by some leading member of my family, Mr. Micawber might have an opportunity of developing his views." "My dear," said Mr. Micawber with some heat, "it may be better for me to state distinctly at once that if I were to develop my views to that assembled group, they would possibly be found of an offensive nature. My impression being that your family are, in the aggregate, impertinent snobs, and in detail, unmitigated ruffians." "Micawber," said Mrs. Micawber, shaking her head, "no. You have never understood them, and they have never understood you." Mr. Micawber coughed. "They have never understood you, Micawber," said his wife. "They may be incapable of it. If so, that is their misfortune. I can pity their misfortune." "I am extremely sorry, my dear Emma," said Mr. Micawber, relenting, "to have been betrayed into any expressions that might even remotely have the appearance of being strong expressions. All I would say is that I can go abroad without your family coming forward to favour me, in short, with a parting shove of their cold shoulders, and that upon the whole I would rather leave England with such impetus as I possess than derive any acceleration of it from that quarter. At the same time, my dear, if they should condescend to reply to your communications, which our joint experience renders most improbable, far be it from me to be a barrier to your wishes." The matter being thus amicably settled, Mr. Micawber gave Mrs. Micawber his arm, and glancing at the heap of books and papers lying before Traddles on the table, said they would leave us to ourselves, which they ceremoniously did. "My dear Copperfield," said Traddles, leaning back in his chair when they were gone, and looking at me with an affection that made his eyes red, and his hair all kinds of shapes, "I don't make any excuse for troubling you with business, because I know you are deeply interested in it, and it may divert your thoughts. My dear boy, I hope you're not worn out." "I am quite myself," said I after a pause. "We have more cause to think of my aunt than of anyone. You know how much she has done." "Surely, surely," answered Traddles. "Who can forget it?" "But even that is not all," said I. "During the last fortnight some new trouble has vexed her, and she has been in and out of London every day. Several times she has gone out early and been absent until evening. Last night, Traddles, with this journey before her, it was almost midnight before she came home. You know what her consideration for others is. She will not tell me what has happened to distress her." My aunt, very pale, and with deep lines in her face, sat immovable until I had finished, when some stray tears found their way to her cheeks, and she put her hand on mine.
"It's nothing, Trot. It's nothing. There will be no more of it. You shall know by and by. Now, Agnes, my dear, let us attend to these affairs." "I must do Mr. Micawber the justice to say," Traddles began, "that although he would appear not to have worked to any good account for himself, he is a most untiring man when he works for other people. I never saw such a fellow. If he always goes on in the same way, he must be virtually about 200 years old at present. The heat into which he has been continually putting himself, and the distracted and impetuous manner in which he has been diving day and night among papers and books, to say nothing of the immense number of letters he has written me between this house and Mr. Wickfield's, and often across the table when he has been sitting opposite and might much more easily have spoken, is quite extraordinary." "Letters?" cried my aunt. "I believe he dreams in letters." "There's Mr. Dick, too," said Traddles. "Has been doing wonders. As soon as he was released from overlooking Uriah Heep, whom he kept in such charge as I never saw exceeded, he began to devote himself to Mr. Wickfield. And really, his anxiety to be of use in the investigations we have been making, and his real usefulness in extracting and copying and fetching and carrying, have been quite stimulating to us." "Dick is a very remarkable man," exclaimed my aunt, "and I always said he was. Trot, you know it." "I am happy to say, Miss Wickfield," pursued Traddles, at once with great delicacy and with great earnestness, "that in your absence Mr. Wickfield has considerably improved. Relieved of the incubus that had fastened upon him for so long a time, and of the dreadful apprehensions under which he had lived, he is hardly the same person. At times, even his impaired power of concentrating his memory and attention on particular points of business has recovered itself very much, and he has been able to assist us in making some things clear that we should have found very difficult indeed, if not hopeless, without him. But what I have to do is to come to results, which are short enough, and not to gossip on all the hopeful circumstances I have observed, or I shall never be done." His natural manner and agreeable simplicity made it transparent that he said this to put us in good heart, and to enable Agnes to hear her father mentioned with greater confidence, but it was not the less pleasant for that. "Now, let me see," said Traddles, looking among the papers on the table. "Having counted our funds, and reduced to order a great mass of unintentional confusion in the first place, and of wilful confusion and falsification in the second, we take it to be clear that Mr. Wickfield might now wind up his business and his agency trust, and exhibit no deficiency or defalcation whatever." "Oh, thank heaven!" cried Agnes fervently. "But," said Traddles, "the surplus that would be left as his means of support, and I suppose the house to be sold, even in saying this, would be so small, not exceeding in all probability some hundreds of pounds, that perhaps, Miss Wickfield, it would be best to consider whether he might not retain his agency of the estate to which he has so long been receiver. His friends might advise him, you know, now he is free. You yourself, Miss Wickfield, Copperfield, I." "I have considered it, Trotwood," said Agnes, looking to me, "and I feel that it ought not to be, and must not be, even on the recommendation of a friend to whom I am so grateful and owe so much." "Oh, I will not say that I recommend it," observed Traddles. "I think it right to suggest it, no more." "I am happy to hear you say so," answered Agnes steadily, "for it gives me hope, almost assurance, that we think alike. Dear Mr. Traddles, and dear Trotwood, Papa once free with honour, what could I wish for? I have always aspired, if I could have released him from the toils in which he was held, to render back some little portion of the love and care I owe him, and to devote my life to him. It has been for years the utmost height of my hopes. To take our future on myself will be the next great happiness, the next to his release from all trust and responsibility that I can know." "Have you thought how, Agnes?" "Often. I am not afraid, dear Trotwood. I am certain of success. So many people know me here, and think kindly of me, that I am certain. Don't mistrust me. Our wants are not many. If I rent the dear old house and keep a school, I shall be useful and happy." The calm fervour of her cheerful voice brought back so vividly, first the dear old house itself, and then my solitary home, that my heart was too full for speech. Traddles pretended for a little while to be busily looking among the papers. "Next, Miss Trotwood," said Traddles, "that property of yours." "Well, sir,"
sighed my aunt. "All I have got to say about it is that if it's gone, I can bear it, and if it's not gone, I shall be glad to get it back." "It was originally, I think, £8,000, consols," said Traddles. "Right," replied my aunt. "I can't account for more than 5, said Traddles with an air of perplexity. "1,000, do you mean?" inquired my aunt with uncommon composure. "Or pounds?" £5,000, said Traddles. "It was all there," returned my aunt. "I sold 3 myself. 1 I paid for your articles, Trot, my dear, and the other 2 I have by me. When I lost the rest, I thought it wise to say nothing about that sum, but to keep it secretly for a rainy day. I wanted to see how you would come out of the trial, Trot, and you came out nobly, persevering, self-reliant, self-denying. So did Dick. Don't speak to me, for I find my nerves a little shaken." Nobody would have thought so, to see her sitting upright with her arms folded, but she had wonderful self-command. "Then I am delighted to say," cried Traddles, beaming with joy, "that we have recovered the whole money." "Don't congratulate me, anybody," exclaimed my aunt. "How so, sir?" "You believed it had been misappropriated by Mr. Wickfield," said Traddles. "Of course I did," said my aunt, "and was therefore easily silenced. Agnes, not a word." "And indeed," said Traddles, "it was sold by virtue of the power of management he held from you. But I needn't say by whom sold or on whose actual signature. It was afterwards pretended to Mr. Wickfield by that rascal, and proved, too, by figures, that he had possessed himself of the money, on general instructions, he said, to keep other deficiencies and difficulties from the light. Mr. Wickfield, being so weak and helpless in his hands as to pay you, afterwards, several sums of interest on a pretended principal which he knew did not exist, made himself unhappily a party to the fraud." "And at last took the blame upon himself," added my aunt, "and wrote me a mad letter, charging himself with robbery and wrong unheard of, upon which I paid him a visit early one morning, called for a candle, burnt the letter, and told him if he ever could write me and himself to do it, and if he couldn't, to keep his own counsel for his daughter's sake. If anybody speaks to me, I'll leave the house." We all remained quiet, Agnes covering her face. "Well, my dear friend," said my aunt after a pause, "and you really have extorted the money back from him?" "Why, the fact is," returned Traddles, "Mr. Micawber had so completely hemmed him in, and was always ready with so many new points if an old one failed, that he could not escape from us. A most remarkable circumstance is that I really don't think he grasped this sum even so much for the gratification of his avarice, which was inordinate, as in the hatred he felt for Copperfield. He said so to me plainly. He said he would even have spent as much to balk or injure Copperfield." "Ah," said my aunt, knitting her brows thoughtfully and glancing at Agnes. "And what's become of him?" "I don't know. He left here," said Traddles, "with his mother, who had been clamouring and beseeching and disclosing the whole time. They went away by one of the London night coaches, and I know no more about him, except that his malevolence to me at parting was audacious. He seemed to consider himself hardly less indebted to me than to Mr. Micawber, which I consider, as I told him, quite a compliment." "Do you suppose he has any money, Traddles?" I asked. "Oh, dear, yes, I should think so," he replied, shaking his head seriously. "I should say he must have pocketed a good deal in one way or other. But I think you would find, Copperfield, if you had an opportunity of observing his course, that money would never keep that man out of mischief. He is such an incarnate hypocrite that whatever object he pursues, he must pursue crookedly. It's his only compensation for the outward restraints he puts upon himself, always creeping along the ground to some small end or other. He will always magnify every object in the way, and consequently will hate and suspect everybody that comes in the most innocent manner between him and it. So the crooked courses will become crookeder at any moment, for the least reason or for none. It's only necessary to consider his history here," said Traddles, "to know that." "He's a monster of meanness," said my aunt. "Oh, really, I don't know about that," observed Traddles thoughtfully. "Many people can be very mean when they give their minds to it."
"And now, touching Mr. Micawber," said my aunt.
"Well, really," said Traddles cheerfully, "I must once more give Mr. Micawber high praise, but for his having been so patient and persevering for so long a time, we never could have hoped to do anything worth speaking of. And I think we ought to consider that Mr. Micawber did right for right's sake, when we reflect what terms he might have made with Uriah Heep himself for his silence." "I think so too," said I.
"Now, what would you give him?" inquired my aunt.
"Oh, before you come to that," said Traddles, a little bit disconcerted, "I am afraid I thought it discreet to omit, not being able to carry everything before me, 2 points in making this lawless adjustment, for it's perfectly lawless from beginning to end, of a difficult affair. Those IOUs and so forth which Mr. Micawber gave him for the advances he had."
"Well, they must be paid," said my aunt.
"Yes, but I don't know where they may be proceeded on, or where they are," rejoined Traddles, opening his eyes, "and I anticipate that between this time and his departure, Mr. Micawber will be constantly arrested or taken in execution."
"Then he must be constantly set free again and taken out of execution," said my aunt. "What's the amount, altogether?"
"Why, Mr. Micawber has entered the transactions, he calls them transactions, with great form, in a book," rejoined Traddles, smiling, "and he makes the amount £103.5.
"Now, what shall we give him, that sum included?" said my aunt. "Agnes, my dear, you and I can talk about division of it afterwards. What should it be? £500?
Upon this, Traddles and I both struck in at once. We both recommended a small sum in money, and the payment without stipulation to Mr. Micawber of the Uriah claims as they came in. We proposed that the family should have their passage and their outfit and £100, and that Mr. Micawber's arrangement for the repayment of the advances should be gravely entered into, as it might be wholesome for him to suppose himself under that responsibility. To this I added the suggestion that I should give some explanation of his character and history to Mr. Peggotty, who I knew could be relied on, and that to Mr. Peggotty should be quietly entrusted the discretion of advancing another 100. I further proposed to interest Mr. Micawber in Mr. Peggotty by confiding so much of Mr. Peggotty's story to him as I might feel justified in relating, or might think expedient, and to endeavour to bring each of them to bear upon the other for the common advantage. We all entered warmly into these views, and I may mention at once that the principals themselves did so shortly afterwards with perfect good-will and harmony. Seeing that Traddles now glanced anxiously at my aunt again, I reminded him of the second and last point to which he had adverted. "You and your aunt will excuse me, Copperfield, if I touch upon a painful theme, as I greatly fear I shall," said Traddles, hesitating, "but I think it necessary to bring it to your recollection. On the day of Mr. Micawber's memorable denunciation, a threatening allusion was made by Uriah Heep to your aunt's husband." My aunt, retaining her stiff position and apparent composure, assented with a nod. "Perhaps," observed Traddles, "it was mere purposeless impertinence?"
"No," returned my aunt.
"There was, pardon me, really such a person, and at all in his power?" hinted Traddles.
"Yes, my good friend," said my aunt.
Traddles, with a perceptible lengthening of his face, explained that he had not been able to approach this subject, that it had shared the fate of Mr. Micawber's liabilities in not being comprehended in the terms he had made, that we were no longer of any authority with Uriah Heep, and that, if he could do us, or any of us, any injury or annoyance, no doubt he would. My aunt remained quiet, until again some stray tears found their way to her cheeks.
"You are quite right," she said. "It was very thoughtful to mention it."
"Can I, or Copperfield, do anything?" asked Traddles gently.
"Nothing," said my aunt. "I thank you many times. Trot, my dear, a vain threat. Let us have Mr. and Mrs. Micawber back, and don't any of you speak to me."
With that she smoothed her dress, and sat, with her upright carriage, looking at the door.
"Well, Mr. and Mrs. Micawber," said my aunt, when they entered,
We have been discussing your emigration, with many apologies to you for keeping you out of the room so long, and I'll tell you what arrangements we propose." These she explained to the unbounded satisfaction of the family, children and all being then present, and so much to the awakening of Mr. Micawber's punctual habits in the opening stage of all bill transactions, that he could not be dissuaded from immediately rushing out in the highest spirits to buy the stamps for his notes of hand. But his joy received a sudden check, for within 5 minutes he returned in the custody of a sheriff's officer, informing us in a flood of tears that all was lost. We, being quite prepared for this event, which was of course a proceeding of Uriah Heep's, soon paid the money, and in 5 minutes more Mr. Micawber was seated at the table, filling up the stamps with an expression of perfect joy, which only that congenial employment or the making of punch could impart in full completeness to his shining face. To see him at work on the stamps with the relish of an artist, touching them like pictures, looking at them sideways, taking weighty notes of dates and amounts in his pocket-book, and contemplating them when finished with a high sense of their precious value, was a sight indeed. "Now, the best thing you can do, sir, if you'll allow me to advise you," said my aunt, after silently observing him, "is to abjure that occupation for evermore." "Madam," replied Mr. Micawber, "it is my intention to register such a vow on the virgin page of the future. Mrs. Micawber will attest it, I trust," said Mr. Micawber solemnly, "that my son Wilkins will ever bear in mind that he had infinitely better put his fist in the fire than use it to handle the serpents that have poisoned the lifeblood of his unhappy parent." Deeply affected, and changed in a moment to the image of despair, Mr. Micawber regarded the serpents with a look of gloomy abhorrence, in which his late admiration of them was not quite subdued, folded them up, and put them in his pocket. This closed the proceedings of the evening. We were weary with sorrow and fatigue, and my aunt and I were to return to London on the morrow. It was arranged that the Micawbers should follow us after effecting a sale of their goods to a broker, that Mr. Wickfield's affairs should be brought to a settlement with all convenient speed under the direction of Traddles, and that Agnes should also come to London pending those arrangements. We passed the night at the old house, which, freed from the presence of the Heeps, seemed purged of a disease, and I lay in my old room like a shipwrecked wanderer come home. We went back next day to my aunt's house, not to mine, and when she and I sat alone as of old before going to bed, she said, "Trot, do you really wish to know what I have had upon my mind lately?" "Indeed I do, aunt. If there ever was a time when I felt unwilling that you should have a sorrow or anxiety which I could not share, it is now." "You have had sorrow enough, child," said my aunt affectionately. "Without the addition of my little miseries, I could have no other motive, Trot, in keeping anything from you." "I know that well," said I. "But tell me now." "Would you ride with me a little way tomorrow morning?" asked my aunt. "Of course." "At 9, said she. "I'll tell you then, my dear." At 9, accordingly, we went out in a little chariot and drove to London. We drove a long way through the streets until we came to one of the large hospitals. Standing hard by the building was a plain hearse. The driver recognized my aunt, and, in obedience to a motion of her hand at the window, drove slowly off, we following. "You understand it now, Trot," said my aunt. "He is gone." "Did he die in the hospital?" "Yes." She sat immovable beside me, but, again, I saw the stray tears on her face. "He was there once before," said my aunt presently. "He was ailing a long time, a shattered, broken man these many years. When he knew his state in this last illness, he asked them to send for me. He was sorry then, very sorry." "You went, I know, aunt." "I went. I was with him a good deal afterwards." "He died the night before we went to Canterbury?" said I. My aunt nodded. "No one can harm him now," she said. "It was a vain threat." We drove away out of town to the churchyard at Hornsey. "Better here than in the streets," said my aunt. "He was born here." We alighted, and followed the plain coffin to a corner I remember well, where the service was read consigning it to the dust. 36 years ago this day, my dear," said my aunt, as we walked back to the chariot, "I was married. God forgive us all." We took our seats in silence, and so she sat beside me for a long time, holding my hand. At length she suddenly burst into tears and said, "He was a fine-looking man when I married him, Trot, and he was sadly changed." It did not last long. After the relief of tears she soon became composed, and even cheerful. Her nerves were a little shaken, she said, or she would not have given way to it. God forgive us all. So we rode back to her little cottage at Highgate, where we found the following short note, which had arrived by that morning's post from Mr. Micawber. "Canterbury, Friday. My dear Madam in Copperfield, the fair land of promise lately looming on the horizon is again enveloped in impenetrable mists, and forever withdrawn from the eyes of a drifting wretch whose doom is sealed. Another writ has been issued in His Majesty's High Court of King's Bench at Westminster in another cause of Heep versus Micawber, and the defendant in that cause is the prey of the sheriff, having legal jurisdiction in this bailiwick. Now's the day, and now's the hour. See the front of battle lower. See approach proud Edward's power, chains, and slavery. Consigned to which, and to a speedy end, for mental torture is not supportable beyond a certain point, and that point I feel I have attained, my course is run. Bless you, some future traveller visiting from motives of curiosity not unmingled, let us hope with sympathy, the place of confinement allotted to debtors in this city may, and I trust will, ponder, as he traces on its wall, inscribed with a rusty nail, the obscure initials W.M. P.S. I reopen this to say that our common friend Mr. Thomas Traddles, who has not yet left us, and is looking extremely well, has paid the debt and costs in the noble name of Miss Trotwood, and that myself and family are at the height of earthly bliss. The end of Chapter 54 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 55 Tempest. I now approach an event in my life so indelible, so awful, so bound by an infinite variety of ties to all that has preceded it in these pages that, from the beginning of my narrative, I have seen it growing larger and larger as I advanced, like a great tower in a plain, and throwing its forecast shadow even on the incidents of my childish days. For years after it occurred, I dreamed of it often. I have started up so vividly impressed by it that its fury has yet seemed raging in my quiet room in the still night. I dream of it sometimes, though at lengthened and uncertain intervals to this hour. I have an association between it and a stormy wind, or the lightest mention of a seashore, as strong as any of which my mind is conscious. As plainly as I behold what happened, I will try to write it down. I do not recall it, but see it done, for it happens again before me. The time drawing on rapidly for the sailing of the emigrant ship, my good old nurse, almost broken-hearted for me when we first met, came up to London. I was constantly with her and her brother and the Micawbers, they being very much together, but Emily I never saw. One evening when the time was close at hand, I was alone with Peggotty and her brother. Our conversation turned on Ham. She described to us how tenderly he had taken leave of her, and how manfully and quietly he had borne himself. Most of all of late, when she believed he was most tried. It was a subject of which the affectionate creature never tired, and our interest in hearing the many examples which she, who was so much with him, had to relate, was equal to hers in relating them. My aunt and I were at the time vacating the 2 cottages at Highgate, I intending to go abroad, and she to return to her house at Dover. We had a temporary lodging in Covent Garden. As I walked home to it after this evening's conversation, reflecting on what had passed between Ham and myself when I was last at Yarmouth, I wavered in the original purpose I had formed of leaving a letter for Emily when I should take leave of her uncle on board the ship, and thought it would be better to write to her now. She might desire, I thought, after receiving my communication, to send some parting word by me to her unhappy lover. I ought to give her the opportunity. I therefore sat down in my room before going to bed and wrote to her. I told her that I had seen him, and that he had requested me to tell her what I have already written in its place in these sheets. I faithfully repeated it. I had no need to enlarge upon it, if I had had the right. Its deep fidelity and goodness were not to be adorned by me or any man. I left it out to be sent round in the morning with a line to Mr. Peggotty, requesting him to give it to her, and went to bed at daybreak. I was weaker than I knew then, and not falling asleep until the sun was up, lay late and unrefreshed next day. I was roused by the silent presence of my aunt at my bedside. I felt it in my sleep, as I suppose we all do feel such things. "Trot, my dear," said she, when I opened my eyes, "I couldn't make up my mind to disturb you. Mr. Peggotty is here. Shall he come up?" I replied yes, and he soon appeared.
"Mas Davy," he said, when we had shaken hands, "I give Em'ly your letter, sir, and she writ this here, and begged of me for to ask you to read it, and if you don't see no hurt in it, to be so kind as to take charge on it."
"Have you read it?" said I. He nodded sorrowfully. I opened it and read as follows. "I have got your message. Oh, what can I write to thank you for your good and blessed kindness to me? I have put the words close to my heart. I shall keep them till I die. They are sharp thorns, but they are such comfort. I have prayed over them. Oh, I have prayed so much. When I find what you are, and what Uncle is, I think what God must be, and can cry to him. Goodbye forever. Now, my dear, my friend, goodbye for ever in this world. In another world, if I am forgiven, I may wake a child and come to you. All thanks and blessings. Farewell evermore." This, blotted with tears, was the letter.
"May I tell her as you don't see no hurt in it, and as you'll be so kind as to take charge on it, Mas Davy?"
said Peggotty, when I had read it. "Unquestionably," said I. "But I am thinking—"
"Yes, Mas Davy?"
"I am thinking," said I, "that I'll go down again to Yarmouth. There's time, and to spare, for me to go and come back before the ship sails. My mind is constantly running on him in his solitude. To put this letter of her writing in his hand at this time, and to enable you to tell her in the moment of parting that he has got it, would be a kindness to both of them. I solemnly accepted his commission, dear good fellow, and cannot discharge it too completely. The journey is nothing to me. I am restless, and shall be better in motion. I'll go down tonight." Though he anxiously endeavoured to dissuade me, I saw that he was of my mind, and this, if I had required to be confirmed in my intention, would have had the effect. He went round to the coach office at my request, and took the box seat for me on the mail. In the evening I started by that conveyance down the road I had traversed under so many vicissitudes. "Don't you think that," I asked the coachman in the first stage out of London, "a very remarkable sky? I don't remember to have seen one like it."
"Nor I, not equal to it," he replied. "That's wind, sir. There'll be mischief done at sea, I expect, before long."
It was a murky confusion, here and there blotted with a colour like the colour of the smoke from damp fuel of flying clouds, tossed up into most remarkable heaps, suggesting greater heights in the clouds than there were depths below them to the bottom of the deepest hollows in the earth, through which the wild moon seemed to plunge headlong as if, in a dread disturbance of the laws of nature, she had lost her way and were frightened. There had been a wind all day, and it was rising then with an extraordinary great sound. In another hour it had much increased, and the sky was more overcast and blew hard. But as the night advanced, the clouds closing in and densely overspreading the whole sky, then very dark, it came on to blow harder and harder. It still increased until our horses could scarcely face the wind. Many times in the dark part of the night, it was then late in September, when the nights were not short, the leaders turned about or came to a dead stop, and we were often in serious apprehension that the coach would be blown over. Sweeping gusts of rain came up before this storm like showers of steel, and at those times when there was any shelter of trees or lee walls to be got, we were fain to stop in a sheer impossibility of continuing the struggle. when the day broke it blew harder and harder. I had been in Yarmouth when the seamen said it blew great guns, but I had never known the like of this, or anything approaching to it. We came to Ipswich very late, having had to fight every inch of ground since we were 10 miles out of London, and found a cluster of people in the marketplace who had risen from their beds in the night fearful of falling chimneys. Some of these, congregating about the inn-yard while we changed horses, told us of great sheets of lead having been ripped off a high church tower and flung into a by-street which they then blocked up. Others had to tell of country people coming in from neighbouring villages who had seen great trees lying torn out of the earth and whole ricks scattered about the roads and fields. Still, there was no abatement in the storm, but it blew harder. As we struggled on nearer and nearer to the sea from which this mighty wind was blowing dead on shore, its force became more and more terrific. Long before we saw the sea, its spray was on our lips and showered salt rain upon us. The water was out over miles and miles of the flat country adjacent to Yarmouth, and every sheet and puddle lashed its banks and had its stress of little breakers settling heavily towards us. When we came within sight of the sea, the waves on the horizon, caught at intervals above the rolling abyss, were like glimpses of another shore with towers and buildings. When at last we got into the town, the people came out to their doors all aslant and with streaming hair, making a wonder of the mail that had come through such a night. I put up at the old inn and went down to look at the sea, staggering along the street which was strewn with sand and seaweed, and with flying blotches of sea foam, afraid of falling slates and tiles, and holding by people I met at angry corners. Coming near the beach, I saw not only the boatmen, but half the people of the town lurking behind buildings, some now and then braving the fury of the storm to look away to sea, and blown sheer out of their course in trying to get zigzag back. Joining these groups, I found bewailing women whose husbands were away in herring or oyster boats, which there was too much reason to think might have foundered before they could run in anywhere for safety. Grizzled old sailors were among the people, shaking their heads as they looked from water to sky, and muttering to one another. Ship owners, excited and uneasy, children huddling together and peering into older faces, even stout mariners, disturbed and anxious, levelling their glasses at the sea from behind places of shelter, as if they were surveying an enemy. The tremendous sea itself, when I could find sufficient pause to look at it, in the agitation of the blinding wind, the flying stones and sand, and the awful noise, confounded me. As the high watery walls came rolling in, and at their highest tumbled into surf, they looked as if the least would engulf the town. As the receding wave swept back with a hoarse roar, it seemed to scoop out deep caves in the beach, as if its purpose were to undermine the earth. When some white-headed billows thundered on and dashed themselves to pieces before they reached the land, every fragment of the late whole seemed possessed by the full might of its wrath, rushing to be gathered to the composition of another monster. Undulating hills were changed to valleys. Undulating valleys, with a solitary storm bird sometimes skimming through them, were lifted up to hills. Masses of water shivered and shook the beach with a booming sound. Every shape tumultuously rolled on, as soon as made to change its shape and place, and beat another shape and place away. The ideal shore on the horizon with its towers and buildings rose and fell. The clouds fell fast and thick. I seemed to be seeing a rending and upheaving of all nature. Not finding Ham among the people whom this memorable wind, for it is still remembered down there as the greatest ever known to blow upon that coast, had brought together, I made my way to his house. It was shut, and as no one answered to my knocking, I went, by back ways and by lanes, to the yard where he worked. I learned there that he had gone to Lowestoft to meet some sudden exigency of ship repairing in which his skill was required, but that he would be back tomorrow morning in good time. I went back to the inn, and when I had washed and dressed and tried to sleep, but in vain, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I had not sat 5 minutes by the coffee-room fire when the waiter, coming to stir it as an excuse for talking, told me that 2 colliers had gone down with all hands a few miles away, and that some other ships had been seen labouring hard in the roads and trying in great distress to keep off shore. Mercy on them, and on all poor sailors, said he, if we had another night like the last. I was very much depressed in spirits, very solitary, and felt an uneasiness in Ham's not being there, disproportionate to the occasion. I was seriously affected without knowing how much by late events, and my long exposure to the fierce wind had confused me. There was that jumble in my thoughts and recollections that I had lost the clear arrangement of time and distance. Thus, If I had gone out into the town, I should not have been surprised, I think, to encounter someone who I knew must be then in London. So to speak, there was in these respects a curious inattention in my mind. Yet it was busy, too, with all the remembrances the place naturally awakened, and they were particularly distinct and vivid. In this state the waiter's dismal intelligence about the ships immediately connected itself, without any effort of my volition, with my uneasiness about Ham. I was persuaded that I had an apprehension of his returning from Lowestoft by sea and being lost. This grew so strong with me that I resolved to go back to the yard before I took my dinner, and ask the boat-builder if he thought his attempting to return by sea at all likely. If he gave me the least reason to think so, I would go over to Lowestoft and prevent it by bringing him with me. I hastily ordered my dinner and went back to the yard. I was none too soon, for the boat-builder, with a lantern in his hand, was locking the yard gate. He quite laughed when I asked him the question, and said, there was no fear. No man in his senses, or out of them, would put off in such a gale of wind, least of all Ham Peggotty, who had been born to seafaring. So, sensible of this beforehand, that I had really felt ashamed of doing what I was nevertheless impelled to do, I went back to the inn. If such a wind could rise, I think it was rising. The howl and roar, the rattling of the doors and windows, the rumbling in the chimneys, the apparent rocking of the very house that sheltered me, and the prodigious tumult of the sea were more fearful than in the morning. But there was now a great darkness besides, and that invested the storm with new terrors, real and fanciful. I could not eat. I could not sit still. I could not continue steadfast to anything. Something within me, faintly answering to the storm without, tossed up the depths of my memory and made a tumult in them. Yet in all the hurry of my thoughts, wild running with the thundering sea, the storm, and my uneasiness regarding Ham were always in the foreground. My dinner went away almost untasted, and I tried to refresh myself with a glass or two of wine. In vain. I fell into a dull slumber before the fire without losing my consciousness either of the uproar out of doors or of the place in which I was. Both became overshadowed by a new and indefinable horror, and when I awoke, or rather when I shook off the lethargy that bound me in my chair, my whole frame thrilled with objectless and unintelligible fear. I walked to and fro, tried to read an old gazetteer, listened to the awful noises, looked at faces, scenes, and figures in the fire. At length, the steady ticking of the undisturbed clock on the wall tormented me to that degree that I resolved to go to bed. It was reassuring on such a night to be told that some of the inn servants had agreed together to sit up until morning. I went to bed exceedingly weary and heavy, but on my lying down all such sensations vanished as if by magic, and I was broad awake with every sense refined. For hours I lay there, listening to the wind and water, imagining now that I heard shrieks out at sea, now that I distinctly heard the firing of signal guns, and now the fall of houses in the town. I got up several times and looked out, but could see nothing except the reflection in the window-panes of the faint candle I had left burning, and of my own haggard face looking in at me from the black void. At length my restlessness attained to such a pitch that I hurried on my clothes and went downstairs. In the large kitchen, where I dimly saw bacon and ropes of onions hanging from the beams, the watchers were clustered together in various attitudes about a table purposely moved away from the great chimney and brought near the door. A pretty girl who had her ears stopped with her apron, and her eyes upon the door, screamed when I appeared, supposing me to be a spirit. But the others had more presence of mind, and were glad of an addition to their company. One man, referring to the topic they had been discussing, asked me whether I thought the souls of the collier crews who had gone down were out in the storm. I remained there, I dare say, 2 hours. Once I opened the yard gate and looked into the empty street. The sand, the seaweed, and the flakes of foam were driving by, and I was obliged to call for assistance before I could shut the gate again and make it fast against the wind. There was a dark gloom in my solitary chamber when I at length returned to it, but I was tired now, and, getting into bed again, fell off a tower and down a precipice into the depths of sleep. I have an impression that for a long time, though, I dreamed of being elsewhere, and in a variety of scenes. It was always blowing in my dream. At length I lost that feeble hold upon reality, and was engaged with 2 dear friends, but who they were I don't know, at the siege of some town in a roar of cannonading. The thunder of the cannon was so loud and incessant that I could not hear something I much desired to hear until I made a great exertion and awoke. It was broad day. 8 or 9 o'clock, the storm raging in lieu of the batteries, and someone knocking and calling at my door. "What is the matter?" I cried. "A wreck close by." I sprung out of bed and asked, "What wreck?" "A schooner from Spain or Portugal laden with fruit and wine. Make haste, sir, if you want to see her. It's thought down on the beach she'll go to pieces every moment." The excited voice went clamoring along the staircase, and I wrapped myself in my clothes as quickly as I could and ran into the street. Numbers of people were there before me, all running in one direction to the beach. I ran the same way, outstripping a good many, and soon came facing the wild sea. The wind might by this time have lulled a little, though not more sensibly than if the cannonading I had dreamed of had been diminished by the silencing of half a dozen guns out of hundreds. But the sea, having upon it the additional agitation of the whole night, was infinitely more terrific than when I had seen it last. Every appearance it had then presented bore the expression of being swelled, and the height to which the breakers rose, and, looking over one another, bore one another down and rolled in interminable hosts, was most appalling. In the difficulty of hearing anything but wind and waves, and in the crowd, and the unspeakable confusion, and my first breathless efforts to stand against the weather, I was so confused that I looked out to sea for the wreck, and saw nothing but the foaming heads of the great waves. A half-dressed boatman standing next me pointed with his bare arm, a tattooed arrow on it, pointing in the same direction, to the left. Then, oh, great heaven, I saw it close in upon us. One mast was broken short off, 6 or 8 feet from the deck, and lay over the side, entangled in a maze of sail and rigging, and all that ruin as the ship rolled and beat, which she did without a moment's pause, and with a violence quite inconceivable, beat the side as if it would stave it in. Some efforts were even then being made to cut this portion of the wreck away, for as the ship, which was broadside on, turned toward us in her rolling, I plainly descried her people at work with axes, especially one active figure with long, curling hair conspicuous among the rest. But a great cry, which was audible even above the wind and water, rose from the shore at this moment. The sea, sweeping over the rolling wreck, made a clean breach, and carried men, spars, casks, planks, bulwarks, heaps of such toys, into the boiling surge. The second mast was yet standing with the rags of a rent sail, and a wild confusion of broken cordage flapping to and fro. The ship had struck once, the same boatman hoarsely said in my ear, and then lifted in and struck again. I understood him to add that she was parting amidships, and I could readily suppose so, for the rolling and beating were too tremendous for any human work to suffer long. As he spoke, there was another great cry of pity from the beach. 4 men arose within the wreck out of the deep, clinging to the rigging of the remaining mast, uppermost, the active figure with the curling hair. There was a bell on board, and as the ship rolled and dashed like a desperate creature driven mad, now showing us the whole sweep of her deck as she turned on her beam, ends towards the shore, now nothing but her keel as she sprung wildly over and turned towards the sea, the bell rang, and its sound, the knell of those unhappy men, was borne toward us on the wind. Again we lost her, and again she rose. 2 men were gone. The agony on the shore increased. Men groaned and clasped their hands. Women shrieked and turned away their faces. Some ran wildly up and down along the beach, crying for help where no help could be. I found myself one of these, frantically imploring a knot of sailors whom I knew not to let those 2 lost creatures perish before our eyes. They were making out to be in an agitated way. I don't know how, for the little I could hear, I was scarcely composed enough to understand that the lifeboat had been bravely manned an hour ago, and could do nothing, and that as no man would be so desperate as to attempt to wade off with a rope and establish a communication with the shore, there was nothing left to try, when I noticed that some new sensation moved the people on the beach, and saw them part, and Ham come breaking through them to the front. I ran to him, as well as I know, to repeat my appeal for help, but distracted though I was by a sight so new to me and terrible, the determination in his face and his look out to sea, exactly the same look as I remembered in connection with the morning after Em'ly's flight, awoke me to a knowledge of his danger. I held him back with both arms, and implored the men with whom I had been speaking not to listen to him, not to do murder, not to let him stir from off that sand. Another cry arose on shore, and looking to the wreck we saw the cruel sail, with blow on blow, beat off the lower of the 2 men, and fly up in triumph round the active figure left alone upon the mast. Against such a sight, and against such determination as that of the calmly desperate man who was already accustomed to lead half the people present, I might as hopefully have entreated the wind. "Where's Davy?" he said, cheerily grasping me by both hands. "If my time is come, 'tis come. If 'tain't, I'll bide it. Lord above bless you, and bless all. Mates, make me ready, I'm a-going off." I was swept away, but not unkindly, to some distance where the people around me made me stay, urging, as I confusedly perceived, that he was bent on going with help or without, and that I should endanger the precautions for his safety by troubling those with whom they rested. I don't know what I answered or what they rejoined, but I saw a hurry on the beach, and men running with ropes from a capstan that was there, and penetrating into a circle of figures that hid him from me. Then I saw him, standing alone in a seaman's frock and trousers, a rope in his hand, or slung to his wrist, another round his body, and several of the best men holding at a little distance to the latter, which he laid out himself slack upon the shore at his feet. The wreck, even to my unpractised eye, was breaking up. I saw that she was parting in the middle, and that the life of the solitary man upon the mast hung by a thread. Still he clung to it. He had a singular red cap on, not like a sailor's cap, but of a finer colour, and as the few yielding planks between him and destruction rolled and bulged, and his anticipative death knell rung, he was seen by all of us to wave it. I saw him do it now, and thought I was going distracted, when his action brought an old remembrance to my mind of a once dear friend. Ham watched the sea, standing alone with the silence of suspended breath behind him, and the storm before, until there was a great retiring wave, when, with a backward glance at those who held the rope which was made fast round his body, he dashed in after it, and in a moment was buffeting with the water, rising with the hills, falling with the valleys, lost beneath the foam, then drawn again to land, then hauled in hastily. He was hurt. I saw blood on his face from where I stood, but he took no thought of that. He seemed hurriedly to give them some directions for leaving him more free, or so I judged from the motion of his arm, and was gone as before. And now he made for the wreck, rising with the hills, falling with the valleys, lost beneath the rugged foam, borne in towards the shore, borne on towards the ship, striving hard and valiantly. The distance was nothing, but the power of the sea and wind made the strife deadly. At length he neared the wreck. He was so near that, with one more of his vigorous strokes, he would be clinging to it, when a high, green, vast hillside of water, moving on shoreward from beyond the ship, he seemed to leap up into it with a mighty bound, and the ship was gone. Some eddying fragments I saw in the sea, as if a mere cask had been broken, in running to the spot where they were hauling in. Consternation was in every face. They drew him to my very feet, insensible, dead. He was carried to the nearest house, and no one preventing me now, I remained near him, busy, while every means of restoration were tried. But he had been beaten to death by the great wave, and his generous heart was stilled forever. As I sat beside the bed, when hope was abandoned and all was done, a fisherman who had known me when Emily and I were children, and ever since whispered my name at the door. "Sir," said he, with tears starting to his weather-beaten face, which, with his trembling lips, was ashy pale, "will you come over yonder?" The old remembrance that had been recalled to me was in his look. I asked him, terror-stricken, leaning on the arm he held out to support me. "Has a body come ashore?" He said, "Yes." "Do I know it?" I asked then. He answered nothing. But he led me to the shore, and on that part of it where she and I had looked for shells, 2 children, on that part of it where some lighter fragments of the old boat, blown down last night, had been scattered by the wind, among the ruins of the home he had wronged, I saw him lying with his head upon his arm, as I had often seen him lie at school. The end of chapter 55 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kirshner. Full it to go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 56. The New Wound and the Old. No need, O Steerforth, to have said, when we last spoke together in that hour which I so little deemed to be our parting hour, no need to have said, "Think of me at my best." I had done that ever, and could I change now, looking on this sight? They brought a hand-bier, and laid him on it, and covered him with a flag, and took him up, and bore him on towards the houses. All the men who carried him had known him, and gone sailing with him, and seen him merry and bold. They carried him through the wild roar, a hush in the midst of all the tumult, and took him to the cottage where death was already. But when they set the bier down on the threshold, they looked at one another and at me and whispered. I knew why. They felt as if it were not right to lay him down in the same quiet room. We went into the town and took our burden to the inn. So soon as I could at all collect my thoughts, I sent for Joram, and begged him to provide me a conveyance in which it could be got to London in the night. I knew that the care of it, and the hard duty of preparing his mother to receive it, could only rest with me, and I was anxious to discharge that duty as faithfully as I could. I chose the night for the journey, that there might be less curiosity when I left the town, but although it was nearly midnight when I came out of the yard in a chaise followed by what I had in charge, there were many people waiting. At intervals along the town, and even a little way out upon the road, I saw more, but at length only the bleak night and the open country were around me, and the ashes of my youthful friendship. Upon a mellow autumn day about noon, when the ground was perfumed by fallen leaves, and many more, in beautiful tints of yellow, red, and brown, yet hung upon the trees, through which the sun was shining, I arrived at Highgate. I walked the last mile, thinking as I went along of what I had to do, and left the carriage that had followed me all through the night, awaiting orders to advance. The house, when I came up to it, looked just the same. Not a blind was raised. No sign of life was in the tall, paved court with its covered way leading to the disused door. The wind had quite gone down, and nothing moved. I had not, at first, the courage to ring at the gate, and when I did ring, my errand seemed to me to be expressed in the very sound of the bell. The little parlour-maid came out with the key in her hand, and looking earnestly at me as she unlocked the gate, said, "I beg your pardon, sir. Are you ill?" "I have been much agitated, and am fatigued." "Is anything the matter, sir? Mr. James?" "Hush," said I. "Yes, something has happened that I have to break to Mrs. Steerforth. She is at home?" The girl anxiously replied that her mistress was very seldom out now, even in a carriage, that she kept her room, that she saw no company, but would see me. Her mistress was up, she said, and Miss Dartle was with her. What message should she take upstairs? Giving her a strict charge to be careful of her manner, and only to carry in my card and say I waited, I sat down in the drawing-room, which we had now reached, until she should come back. Its former pleasant air of occupation was gone, and the shutters were half closed. The harp had not been used for many and many a day. His picture, as a boy, was there. The cabinet in which his mother had kept his letters was there. I wonder if she ever read them now, if she would ever read them more. The house was so still that I heard the girl's light step upstairs. On her return she brought a message to the effect that Mrs. Steerforth was an invalid and could not come down, but that if I would excuse her being in her chamber, she would be glad to see me. In a few moments I stood before her. She was in his room, not in her own. I thought, of course, that she had taken to occupy it in remembrance of him, and that the many tokens of his old sports and accomplishments by which she was surrounded remained there just as he had left them for the same reason. She murmured, however, even in her reception of me, that she was out of her own chamber because its aspect was unsuited to her infirmity, and with her stately look repelled the least suspicion of the truth. At her chair, as usual, was Rosa Dartle. From the first moment of her dark eyes resting on me, I saw she knew I was the bearer of evil tidings. The scar sprung into view that instant. She withdrew herself a step behind the chair to keep her own face out of Mrs. Steerforth's observation, and scrutinized me with a piercing gaze that never faltered, never shrunk. "I am sorry to observe you are in mourning, sir," said Mrs. Steerforth. "I am unhappily a widower," said I. "You are very young to know so great a loss," she returned. "I am grieved to hear it. I am grieved to hear it. I hope time will be good to you." "I hope time," said I, looking at her, "will be good to all of us. Dear Mrs. Steerforth, we must all trust to that in our heaviest misfortunes." The earnestness of my manner and the tears in my eyes alarmed her. The whole course of her thoughts appeared to stop and change. I tried to command my voice in gently saying his name, but it trembled. She repeated it to herself 2 or 3 times in a low tone. Then, addressing me, she said, with enforced calmness, "My son is ill?" "Very ill. You have seen him?" "I have." "Are you reconciled?" I could not say yes. I could not say no. She slightly turned her head towards the spot where Rosa Dartle had been standing at her elbow, and in that moment I said, by the motion of my lips to Rosa, "Dead." That Mrs. Steerforth might not be induced to look behind her and read plainly written what she was not yet prepared to know, I met her look quickly, but I had seen Rosa Dartle throw her hands up in the air with vehemence of despair and horror, and then clasp them on her face. The handsome lady, so like, oh, so like, regarded me with a fixed look, and put her hand to her forehead. I besought her to be calm, and prepare herself to bear what I had to tell, but I should rather have entreated her to weep, for she sat like a stone figure. "When I was last here," I faltered, "Miss Dartle told me he was sailing here and there. The night before last was a dreadful one at sea. If he were at sea that night, and near a dangerous coast, as it is said he was, and if the vessel that was seen should really be the ship which—" "Rosa," said Mrs. Steerforth, "come to me." She came, but with no sympathy or gentleness. Her eyes gleamed like fire as she confronted his mother, and broke into a frightful laugh. "Now," she said, "is your pride appeased, you mad woman? Now has he made atonement to you with his life? Do you hear? His life?" Mrs. Steerforth, fallen back stiffly in her chair, and making no sound but a moan, cast her eyes upon her with a wide stare. "Aye," cried Rosa, smiting herself passionately on the breast. "Look at me! Moan and groan and look at me! Look here," striking the scar, "at your dead child's handiwork." The moan the mother uttered from time to time went to my heart. Always the same, always inarticulate and stifled, always accompanied with an incapable motion of the head but with no change of face, always proceeding with a rigid mouth and closed teeth, as if the jaw were locked and the face frozen up in pain. "Do you remember when he did this?" she proceeded. "Do you remember when, in his inheritance of your nature and in your pampering of his pride and passion, he did this and disfigured me for life? Look at me, marked until I die with his high displeasure, and moan and groan for what you made him." "Miss Dartle," I entreated her, "for heaven's sake." "I will speak," she said, turning on me with her lightning eyes. "Be silent, you. Look at me, I say, proud mother of a proud, false son. Moan for your nurture of him, moan for your corruption of him, moan for your loss of him, moan for mine." She clenched her hand, and trembled through her spare, worn figure, as if her passion were killing her by inches. "You resent his self-will," she exclaimed. "You injured by his haughty temper, you who opposed to both when your hair was grey the qualities which made both when you gave him birth, you who from his cradle reared him to be what he was, and stunted what he should have been, are you rewarded now for your years of trouble?" "Oh, Miss Dartle, shame! Oh, cruel!" "I tell you," she returned, "I will speak to her. No power on earth should stop me while I was standing here. Have I been silent all these years, and shall I not speak now? I loved him better than you ever loved him," turning on her fiercely. "I could have loved him and asked no return. If I had been his wife, I could have been the slave of his caprices for a word of love a year. I should have been. Who knows it better than I? You were exacting, proud, punctilious, selfish. My love would have been devoted, would have trod your paltry whimpering underfoot." With flashing eyes, she stamped upon the ground as if she actually did it. "Look here," she said, striking the scar again with a relentless hand. "When he grew into the better understanding of what he had done, he saw it, and repented of it. I could sing to him, and talk to him, and show the ardour that I felt in all he did, and attain with labour to such knowledge as most interested him, and I attracted him. When he was freshest and truest, he loved me. Yes, he did. Many a time when you were put off with a slight word, he has taken me to his heart." She said it with a taunting pride in the midst of her frenzy, for it was little less, yet with an eager remembrance of it, in which the smouldering embers of a gentler feeling kindled for the moment. "I descended, as I might have known I should, but that he fascinated me with his boyish courtship into a doll, a trifle for the occupation of an idle hour, to be dropped and taken up and trifled with as the inconstant humour took him. When he grew weary, I grew weary. As his fancy died out, I would no more have tried to strengthen any power I had than I would have married him on his being forced to take me for his wife. We fell away from one another without a word. Perhaps you saw it and were not sorry.
Since then I have been a mere disfigured piece of furniture between you both, having no eyes, no ears, no feelings, no remembrances. Moan, moan for what you made him, not for your that the time was when I loved him better than you ever did." She stood with her bright, angry eyes confronting the wide stare and the set face, and softened no more when the moaning was repeated than if the face had been a picture. "Miss Dartle," said I, "if you can be so obdurate as not to feel for this afflicted mother—" "Who feels for me?" she sharply retorted. "She has sown this. Let her moan for the harvest that she reaps today." "And if his faults—" I began. "Faults!" she cried, bursting into passionate tears. "Who dares malign him? He had a soul worth millions of the friends to whom he stooped." "No one can have loved him better, no one can hold him in dearer remembrance than I replied. I meant to say, if you have no compassion for his mother, or if his faults you have been bitter on them." "It's false!" she cried, tearing her black hair. "I loved him." "If his faults cannot," I went on, "be banished from your remembrance in such an hour, look at that figure even as one you have never seen before, and render it some help." All this time the figure was unchanged and looked unchangeable, motionless, rigid, staring, moaning in the same dumb way from time to time, with the same helpless motion of the head, but giving no other sign of life. Miss Dartle suddenly kneeled down before it and began to loosen the dress. "A curse upon you," she said, looking round at me with a mingled expression of rage and grief. "It was in an evil hour that you ever came here. A curse upon you. Go!" After passing out of the room, I hurried back to ring the bell, the sooner to alarm the servants. She had then taken the impassive figure in her arms, and, still upon her knees, was weeping over it, kissing it, calling to it, rocking it to and fro upon her bosom like a child, and trying every tender means to rouse the dormant senses. No longer afraid of leaving her, I noiselessly turned back again and alarmed the house as I went out. Later in the day I returned, and we laid him in his mother's room. She was just the same, they told me. Miss Dartle never left her. Doctors were in attendance. Many things had been tried, but she lay like a statue, except for the low sound now and then. I went through the dreary house and darkened the windows. The windows of the chamber where he lay I darkened last. I lifted up the leaden hand and held it to my heart, and all the world seemed death and silence, broken only by his mother's moaning. The end of Chapter 56 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 57. The Emigrants. One thing more I had to do before yielding myself to the shock of these emotions. It was to conceal what had occurred from those who were going away, and to dismiss them on their voyage in happy ignorance. In this no time was to be lost. I took Mr. Micawber aside that same night, and confided to him the task of standing between Mr. Peggotty and intelligence of the late catastrophe. He zealously undertook to do so, and to intercept any newspaper through which it might, without such precautions, reach him. "If it penetrates to him, sir," said Mr. Micawber, striking himself on the breast, "it shall first pass through this body." Mr. Micawber, I must observe, in his adaptation of himself to a new state of society, had acquired a bold buccaneering air, not absolutely lawless, but defensive and prompt. One might have supposed him a child of the wilderness, long accustomed to live out of the confines of civilization, and about to return to his native wilds. He had provided himself, among other things, with a complete suit of oilskin, and a straw hat with a very low crown pitched or cocked on the outside. In this rough clothing, with a common mariner's telescope under his arm, and a shrewd trick of casting up his eye at the sky, as looking out for dirty weather, he was far more nautical after his manner than Mr. Peggotty. His whole family, if I may so express it, were cleared for action. I found Mrs. Micawber in the closest and most uncompromising of bonnets, and made fast under the chin, and in a shawl which tied her up, as I had been tied up when my aunt first received me, like a bundle, and was secured behind at the waist in a strong knot. Miss Micawber I found made snug for stormy weather in the same manner, with nothing superfluous about her. Master Micawber was hardly visible in a Guernsey shirt and the shaggiest suit of slops I ever saw.
and the children were done up like preserved meats in impervious cases. Both Mr. Micawber and his eldest son wore their sleeves loosely turned back at the wrists, as being ready to lend a hand in any direction and to tumble up, or sing out, "Yo, heave, yo," on the shortest notice. Thus, Traddles and I found them at nightfall assembled on the wooden steps, at that time known as Hungerford Stairs, watching the departure of a boat with some of their property on board. I had told Traddles of the terrible event, and it had greatly shocked him, but there could be no doubt of the kindness of keeping it a secret, and he had come to help me in this last service. It was here that I took Mr. Micawber aside and received his promise. The Micawber family were lodged in a little dirty tumble-down inn those days was close to the stairs, and whose protruding wooden rooms overhung the river. The family, as emigrants, being objects of some interest in and about Hungerford, attracted so many beholders that we were glad to take refuge in their room. It was one of the wooden chambers upstairs with the tide flowing underneath. My aunt and Agnes were there, busily making some little extra comforts in the way of dress for the children. Peggotty was quietly assisting with the old insensible work-box, yard measure, and bit of wax candle before her that had now outlived so much. It was not easy to answer her inquiries, still less to whisper Mr. Peggotty, when Mr. Micawber brought him in, that I had given the letter and all was well. But I did both and made them happy. If I showed any trace of what I felt, my own sorrows were sufficient to account for it. "And when does the ship sail, Mr. Micawber?" asked my aunt. Mr. Micawber considered it necessary to prepare either my aunt or his wife by degrees, and said sooner than he had expected yesterday. "The boat brought you word, I suppose?" said my aunt. "It did, madam," he returned. "Well," said my aunt, "and she sails?" "Madam," he replied, "I am informed that we must positively be on board before 7 tomorrow morning." "Heyday!" said my aunt. "That's soon. Is it a sea-going fact, Mr. Peggotty?"
"'Tis so, ma'am. She'll drop down the river with that there tide. If Mass Davy and my sister comes aboard at Gravesend afternoon or next day, they'll see the last of us."
"And that we shall do," said I, "be sure." "Until then, and until we are at sea," observed Mr. Micawber with a glance of intelligence at me, "Mr. Peggotty and myself will constantly keep a double lookout together on our goods and chattels. Emma, my love," said Mr. Micawber, clearing his throat in his magnificent way, "my friend Mr. Thomas Traddles is so obliging as to solicit in my ear that he should have the privilege of ordering the ingredients necessary to the composition of a moderate portion of that beverage which is peculiarly associated in our minds with the roast beef of old England. I allude to, in short, punch. Under ordinary circumstances I should scruple to entreat the indulgence of Miss Trotwood and Miss Wickfield, but I can only say for myself," said my aunt, "that I will drink all happiness and success to you, Mr. Micawber, with the utmost pleasure." "And I, too," said Agnes with a smile. Mr. Micawber immediately descended to the bar, where he appeared to be quite at home, and in due time returned with a steaming jug. I could not but observe that he had been peeling the lemons with his own clasp-knife, which, as become the knife of a practical settler, was about a foot long, and which he wiped, not wholly without ostentation, on the sleeve of his coat. Mrs. Micawber and the 2 elder members of the family I now found to be provided with similar formidable instruments, while every child had its own wooden spoon attached to its body by a strong line. In a similar anticipation of life afloat, and in the bush, Mr. Micawber, instead of helping Mrs. Micawber and his eldest son and daughter to punch in wine glasses, which he might easily have done, for there was a shelf full in the room, served it out to them in a series of villainous little tin pots, and I never saw him enjoy anything so much as drinking out of his own particular pint-pot and putting it in his pocket at the close of the evening. "The luxuries of the old country," said Mr. Micawber, with an intense satisfaction in their renouncement, "we abandon. The denizens of the forest cannot, of course, expect to participate in the refinements of the land of the free." Here a boy came in to say that Mr. Micawber was wanted downstairs. "I have a presentiment," said Mrs. Micawber, setting down her tin pot, "that it is a member of my family." "If so, my dear," observed Mr. Micawber, with his usual suddenness of warmth on that subject,
as the member of your family, whoever he, she, or it may be, has kept us waiting for a considerable period, perhaps the member may now await my convenience." "Micawber," said his wife in a low tone, "at such a time as this?" "It is not meet," said Mr. Micawber, rising, "that every nice offence should bear its comment. Emma, I stand reproved." "The loss, Micawber," observed his wife, "has been my family's, not yours. If my family are at length sensible of the deprivation to which their own conduct has in the past exposed them, and now desire to extend the hand of fellowship, let it not be repulsed." "My dear," he returned, "so be it." "If not for their sakes, for mine, Micawber," said his wife. "Emma," he returned, "that view of the question is, at such a moment, irresistible. I cannot even now distinctly pledge myself to fall upon your family's neck, but the member of your family who is now in attendance shall have chosen by me." Mr. Micawber withdrew, and was absent some little time, in the course of which Mrs. Micawber was not wholly free from an apprehension that words might have arisen between him and the member. At length the same boy reappeared, and presented me with a note written in pencil, and headed in a legal manner, "Heep versus Micawber." From this document I learned that Mr. Micawber, being again arrested, was in a final paroxysm of despair, and that he begged me to send him his knife and pint-pot by bearer, as they might prove serviceable during the brief remainder of his existence in jail. He also requested, as a last act of friendship, that I would see his family to the parish workhouse, and forget that such a being ever lived. Of course, I answered this note by going down with the boy to pay the money, where I found Mr. Micawber sitting in a corner looking darkly at the sheriff's officer who had effected the capture. On his release, he embraced me with the utmost fervour, and made an entry of the transaction in his pocket-book, being very particular, I recollect, about a halfpenny I inadvertently omitted from my statement of the total. This momentous pocket-book was a timely reminder to him of another transaction. On our return to the room upstairs, where he accounted for his absence by saying that it had been occasioned by circumstances over which he had no control, he took out of it a large sheet of paper, folded small, and quite covered with long sums carefully worked. From the glimpse I had of them, I should say that I never saw such sums out of a school ciphering book. These, it seemed, were calculations of compound interest on what he called the principal amount of 41, 10, 11, and a half for various periods. After a careful consideration of these, and an elaborate estimate of his resources, he had come to the conclusion to select that sum which represented the amount with compound interest to 2 years, 15 calendar months, and 14 days from that date. For this he had drawn a note of hand with great neatness, which he handed over to Traddles on the spot, a discharge of his debt in full, as between man and man, with many acknowledgments. "I have still a presentiment," said Mrs. Micawber, pensively shaking her head, "that my family will appear on board before we finally depart." Mr. Micawber evidently had his presentiment on the subject too, but he put it in his tin pot and swallowed it. "If you have any opportunity of sending letters home on your passage, Mrs. Micawber," said my aunt, "you must let us hear from you, you know." "My dear Miss Trotwood," she replied, "I shall only be too happy to think that anyone expects to hear from us. I shall not fail to correspond. Mr. Copperfield, I trust, as an old and familiar friend, would not object to receive occasional intelligence himself from one who knew him when the twins were yet unconscious." I said that I should hope to hear whenever she had an opportunity of writing. "Please heaven there will be many such opportunities," said Mr. Micawber. "The ocean in these times is a perfect fleet of ships, and we can hardly fail to encounter many and running over. It is merely crossing," said Mr. Micawber, trifling with his eyeglass. "Merely crossing. The distance is quite imaginary." I think now how odd it was, but how wonderfully like Mr. Micawber, that when he went from London to Canterbury he should have talked as if he were going to the farthest limits of the earth, and when he went from England to Australia as if he were going for a little trip across the Channel. "On the voyage I shall endeavour," said Mr. Micawber, "occasionally to spin them a yarn, and the melody of my son Wilkins will, I trust, be acceptable at the galley fire. When Mrs. Micawber has her sea legs,
on an expression in which I hope there is no conventional impropriety, she will give them, and I dare say, little tafflin. Porpoises and dolphins, I believe, will be frequently observed athwart our bows, and either on the starboard or the larboard quarter objects of interest will be continually descried. In short, said Mr. Micawber, with the old genteel air, the probability is all will be found so exciting, alow and aloft, that when the lookout station in the maintop cries, "Land oh!" we shall be very considerably astonished. With that he flourished off the contents of his little tin pot as if he had made the voyage, and had passed a first-class examination before the highest naval authorities. "What I chiefly hope, my dear Mr. Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber, "is that in some branches of our family we may live again in the old country." "Oh, do not frown, Micawber. I do not now refer to my own family, but to our children's children. However vigorous the sapling," said Mrs. Micawber, shaking her head, "I cannot forget the parent tree, and when our race attains to eminence and fortune, I own I should wish that fortune to flow into the coffers of Britannia." "My dear," said Mr. Micawber, "Britannia must take a chance. I am bound to say that she has never done much for me, and that I have no particular wish upon the subject." "Micawber," returned Mrs. Micawber, "there you are wrong. You are going out, Micawber, to this distant clime to strengthen, not to weaken the connection between yourself and Albion." "The connection in question, my love," rejoined Mr. Micawber, "has not laid me, I repeat, under that load of personal obligation that I am at all sensitive as to the formation of another connection." "Micawber," returned Mrs. Micawber, "there again I say you are wrong. You do not know your power, Micawber. It is that which will strengthen, even in this step you are about to take, the connection between yourself and Albion." Mr. Micawber sat in his elbow-chair with his eyebrows raised, half receiving and half repudiating Mrs. Micawber's views as they were stated, but very sensible of their foresight. "My dear Mr. Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber, "I wish Mr. Micawber to feel his position. It appears to me highly important that Mr. Micawber should, from the hour of his embarkation, feel his position. Your old knowledge of me, my dear Mr. Copperfield, will have told you that I have not the sanguine disposition of Mr. Micawber. My disposition is, if I may say so, eminently practical. I know that this is a long voyage. I know that it will involve many privations and inconveniences. I cannot shut my eyes to those facts, but I also know what Mr. Micawber is. I know the latent power of Mr. Micawber, and therefore I consider it vitally important that Mr. Micawber should feel his position." "My love," he observed, "perhaps you will allow me to remark that it is barely possible that I do feel my position at the present moment." "I think not, Micawber," she rejoined. "Not fully. My dear Mr. Copperfield, Mr. Micawber's is not a common case. Mr. Micawber is going to a distant country expressly in order that he may be fully understood and appreciated for the first time. I wish Mr. Micawber to take his stand upon that vessel's prow and firmly say, 'This country I am come to conquer. Have you honours? Have you riches? Have you posts of profitable pecuniary emolument? Let them be brought forward. They are mine.'" Mr. Micawber, glancing at us all, seemed to think there was a good deal in this idea. "I wish Mr. Micawber, if I make myself understood," said Mrs. Micawber, in her argumentative tone, "to be the Caesar of his own fortunes." "That, my dear Mr. Copperfield, appears to me to be his true position. From the first moment of this voyage I wish Mr. Micawber to stand upon that vessel's prow and say, 'Enough of delay, enough of disappointment, enough of limited means. That was in the old country, this is the new. Produce your reparation, bring it forward.'" Mr. Micawber folded his arms in a resolute manner, as if he were then stationed on the figurehead. "And doing that," said Mrs. Micawber, "feeling his position, am I not right in saying that Mr. Micawber will strengthen and not weaken his connection with Britain? An important public character arising in that hemisphere, shall I be told that its influence will not be felt at home? Can I be so weak as to imagine that Mr. Micawber, wielding the rod of talent and of power in Australia, will be nothing in England? I am but a woman, but I should be unworthy of myself and of my papa if I were guilty of such absurd weakness." Mrs. Micawber's conviction that her arguments were unanswerable gave a moral elevation to her tone which I think had never been heard in it before. "And therefore it is," said Mrs. Micawber, "that I the more wish that, at a future period, we may live again on the parent soil. Mr. Micawber may be, I cannot disguise from myself that the probability is, Mr. Micawber will be a page of history, and he ought then to be represented in the country which gave him birth, and did not give him employment." "My love," observed Mr. Micawber, "it is impossible for me not to be touched by your affection. I am always willing to defer to your good sense. What will be, will be. Heaven forbid that I should grudge my native country any portion of the wealth that may be accumulated by our descendants." "That's well," said my aunt, nodding toward Mr. Peggotty, "and I drink my love to you all, and every blessing and success attend you." Mr. Peggotty put down the 2 children he had been nursing, one on each knee, to join Mr. and Mrs. Micawber in drinking to all of us in return, and when he and the Micawbers cordially shook hands as comrades, and his brown face brightened with a smile, I felt that he would make his way, establish a good name, and be beloved, go where he would. Even the children were instructed, each to dip a wooden spoon into Mr. Micawber's pot, and pledge us in its contents. When this was done, my aunt and Agnes rose and parted from the emigrants. It was a sorrowful farewell. They were all crying. The children hung about Agnes to the last, and we left poor Mrs. Micawber in a very distressed condition, sobbing and weeping by a dim candle that must have made the room look from the river like a miserable lighthouse. I went down again next morning to see that they were away. They had departed in a boat as early as 5 o'clock. It was a wonderful instance to me of the gap such partings make, that although my association of them with the tumble-down public-house and the wooden stairs dated only from last night, both seemed dreary and deserted now that they were gone. In the afternoon of the next day, my old nurse and I went down to Gravesend. We found the ship in the river, surrounded by a crowd of boats, a favourable wind blowing, the signal for sailing at her masthead. I hired a boat directly, and we put off to her, and getting through the little vortex of confusion of which she was the centre, went on board. Mr. Peggotty was waiting for us on deck. He told me that Mr. Micawber had just now been arrested again, and, for the last time, at the suit of Heep, and that, in compliance with a request I had made to him, he had paid the money which I repaid him. He then took us down between decks, and there, any lingering fears I had of his having heard any rumours of what had happened were dispelled by Mr. Micawber's coming out of the gloom, taking his arm with an air of friendship and protection, and telling me that they had scarcely been asunder for a moment since the night before last. It was such a strange scene to me, and so confined and dark, that at first I could make out hardly anything, but by degrees it cleared as my eyes became more accustomed to the gloom, and I seemed to stand in a picture by Ostade. Among the great beams, bulks, and ring-bolts of the ship, and the emigrant berths and chests and bundles and barrels and heaps of miscellaneous baggage, lighted up here and there by dangling lanterns, and elsewhere by the yellow daylight straying down a windsail or a hatchway, were crowded groups of peoples, making new friendships, taking leave of one another, talking, laughing, crying, eating and drinking, some already settled down into the possession of their few feet of space, with their little households arranged, and tiny children established on stools or in dwarf elbow-chairs, others despairing of a resting-place and wandering disconsolately. From babies who had but a week or 2 of life behind them, to crooked old men and women who seemed to have but a week or 2 of life before them, and from ploughmen bodily carrying out soil of England on their boots, to smiths taking away samples of its soot and smoke upon their skins, every age and occupation appeared to be crammed into the narrow compass of the 'tween decks. As my eye glanced round this place, I thought I saw sitting by an open port with one of the Micawber children near her, a figure like Emily's. It first attracted my attention by another figure parting from it with a kiss, and as it glided calmly away through the disorder, reminding me of Agnes. But in the rapid motion and confusion, and in the unsettlement of my own thoughts, I lost it again, and only knew that the time was come when all visitors were being warned to leave the ship, that my nurse was crying on a chest beside me, and that Mrs. Gummidge, assisted by some younger stooping woman in black, was busily arranging Mr. Peggotty's goods.
"Is there any last word, Mass Davy?" said he. "Is there any one forgotten thing afore we parts?"
"One thing," said I. "Martha." He touched the younger woman I have mentioned on the shoulder, and Martha stood before me. "Heaven bless you, you good man," cried I. "You take her with you." She answered for him with a burst of tears. I could speak no more at that time, but I wrung his hand, and if ever I have loved and honoured any man, I loved and honoured that man in my soul. The ship was clearing fast of strangers, the greatest trial that I had remained. I told him what the noble spirit that was gone had given me in charge to say at parting. It moved him deeply, but when he charged me in return with many messages of affection and regret for those deaf ears, he moved me more. The time was come. I embraced him, took my weeping nurse upon my arm, and hurried away. On deck I took leave of poor Mrs. Micawber. She was looking distractedly about for her family even then, and her last words to me were that she never would desert Mr. Micawber. We went over the side into our boat, and lay at a little distance to see the ship wafted on her course. It was then calm, radiant sunset. She lay between us and the red light, and every taper line and spar was visible against the glow, a sight at once so beautiful, so mournful, and so hopeful, as the glorious ship lying still on the flushed water, with all the life on board her crowded at the bulwarks, and there, clustering for a moment, bareheaded and silent, I never saw. Silent only for a moment. As the sails rose to the wind and the ship began to move, there broke from all the boats 3 resounding cheers, which those on board took up and echoed back, and which were echoed and re-echoed. My heart burst out when I heard the sound, and beheld the waving of the hats and handkerchiefs, and then I saw her. Then I saw her, at her uncle's side and trembling on his shoulder. He pointed to us with an eager hand, and she saw us, and waved her last good-bye to me. Ay, Emily, beautiful and drooping, cling to him with the utmost trust of thy bruised heart, for he has clung to thee with all the might of his great love. Surrounded by the rosy light and standing high upon the deck apart together, she clinging to him, and he holding her, they solemnly passed away. The night had fallen on the Kentish hills when we were rowed ashore, and fallen darkly upon me. The end of chapter 57 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 58. Absence. It was a long and gloomy night that gathered on me, haunted by the ghosts of many hopes, of many dear remembrances, many errors, many unavailing sorrows and regrets. I went away from England, not knowing even then how great the shock was that I had to bear. I left all who were dear to me and went away, and believed that I had borne it, and it was past. As a man upon a field of battle will receive a mortal hurt, and scarcely know that he is struck, so I, when I was left alone with my undisciplined heart, had no conception of the wound with which it had to strive. The knowledge came upon me, not quickly, but little by little and grain by grain. The desolate feeling with which I went abroad deepened and widened hourly. At first it was a heavy sense of loss and sorrow wherein I could distinguish little else. By imperceptible degrees it became a hopeless consciousness of all that I had lost. Love, friendship, interest. Of all that had been shattered. My first trust, my first affection, the whole airy castle of my life. Of all that remained, a ruin blank and waste lying wide around me, unbroken to the dark horizon. If my grief was selfish, I did not know it to be so. I mourned for my child wife, taken from her blooming world so young. I mourned for him who might have won the love and admiration of thousands as he had won mine long ago. I mourned for the broken heart that had found rest in the stormy sea, and for the wandering remnants of the simple home where I had heard the night wind blowing when I was a child. From the accumulated sadness into which I fell, I had at length no hope of ever issuing again. I roamed from place to place, carrying my burden with me everywhere. I felt its whole weight now, and I drooped beneath it, and I said in my heart that it could never be belightened. When this despondency was at its worst, I believed that I should die. Sometimes I thought that I would like to die at home, and actually turned back on my road that I might get there soon. At other times I passed on farther away, from city to city, seeking I know not what, and trying to leave I know not what behind. It is not in my power to retrace one by one all the weary phases of distress of mind through which I passed. There are some dreams that can only be imperfectly and vaguely described, and when I oblige myself to look back on this time of my life, I seem to be recalling such a dream. I see myself passing on among the novelties of foreign towns, palaces, cathedrals, temples, pictures, castles, tombs, fantastic streets, the old abiding places of history and fancy, as a dreamer might, bearing my painful load through all, and oddly conscious of the objects as they fade before me. Listlessness to everything but brooding sorrow was the night that fell upon my undisciplined heart. Let me look up from it, as at last I did, thank heaven, and from its long, sad, wretched dream to dawn. For many months I travelled with this ever-darkening cloud upon my mind. Some blind reasons that I had for not returning home, reasons then struggling within me, vainly, for more distinct expression, kept me on my pilgrimage. Sometimes I had proceeded restlessly from place to place, stopping nowhere. Sometimes I had lingered long in one spot. I had had no purpose, no sustaining soul within me anywhere. I was in Switzerland. I had come out of Italy over one of the great passes of the Alps, and had since wandered with a guide among the byways of the mountains. If those awful solitudes had spoken to my heart, I did not know it. I had found sublimity and wonder in the dread heights and precipices, in the roaring torrents and the wastes of ice and snow, but as yet they had taught me nothing else. I came, one evening before sunset, down into a valley where I was to rest. In the course of my descent to it by the winding track along the mountain-side from which I saw it shining far below, I think some long unwanted sense of beauty and tranquillity, some softening influence awakened by its peace, moved faintly in my breast. I remember pausing once with a kind of sorrow that was not at all oppressive, not quite despairing. I remember almost hoping that some better change was possible within me. I came into the valley as the evening sun was shining on the remote heights of snow that closed it in like eternal clouds. The bases of the mountains forming the gorge in which the little village lay were richly green, and high above this gentler vegetation grew forests of dark fir, cleaving the wintry snowdrift, wedge-like, and stemming the avalanche. Above these were range upon range of craggy steeps, grey rock, bright ice, and smooth verdure, specks of pasture, all gradually blending with the crowning snow. Dotted here and there on the mountain's side, each tiny dot a home, were lonely wooden cottages, so dwarfed by the towering heights that they appeared too small for toys. So did even the clustered village in the valley with its wooden bridge across the stream, where the stream tumbled over broken rocks and roared away among the trees. In the quiet air there was a sound of distant singing, shepherd voices, but, as one bright evening cloud floated midway along the mountain's side, I could almost have believed it came from there, and was not earthly music. All at once, in this serenity, great nature spoke to me, and soothed me to lay down my weary head upon the grass, and weep as I had not wept yet since Dora died. I had found a packet of letters awaiting me but a few minutes before, and had strolled out of the village to read them while my supper was making ready. Other packets had missed me, and I had received none for a long time. Beyond a line or two to say that I was well and had arrived at such a place, I had not had fortitude or constancy to write a letter since I had left home. The packet was in my hand. I opened it and read the writing of Agnes. She was happy and useful, was prospering as she had hoped. That was all she told me of herself. The rest referred to me. She gave me no advice. She urged no duty on me. She only told me, in her own fervent manner, what her trust in me was. She knew, she said, how such a nature as mine would turn affliction to good. She knew how trial and emotion would exalt and strengthen it. She was sure that in my every purpose I should gain a firmer and a higher tendency through the grief I had undergone. She, who so gloried in my fame, and so looked forward to its augmentation, well knew that I would labour on. She knew that in me sorrow could not be weakness, but must be strength. As the endurance of my childish days had done its part to make me what I was, so greater calamities would nerve me on to be yet better than I was, and so, as they had taught me, would I teach others. She commended me to God, who had taken my innocent darling to his rest, and in her sisterly affection cherished me always, and was always at my side, go where I would, proud of what I had done, but infinitely prouder yet of what I was reserved to do. I put the letter in my breast, and thought, what had I been an hour ago, when I heard the voices die away, and saw the quiet evening cloud grow dim, and all the colours in the valley fade, and the golden snow upon the mountain-tops become a remote part of the pale night sky, yet felt that the night was passing from my mind, and all its shadows clearing. There was no name for the love I bore her, dearer to me, henceforward, than ever until then. I read her letter many times. I wrote to her before I slept. I told her that I had been in sore need of her help, that without her I was not, and I never had been, what she thought me, but that she inspired me to be that, and I would try. I did try. In 3 months more, a year would have passed since the beginning of my sorrow. I determined to make no resolutions until the expiration of those 3 months, but to try. I lived in that valley and its neighbourhood all the time. The 3 months gone, I resolved to remain away from home for some time longer, to settle myself for the present in Switzerland, which was growing dear to me in the remembrance of that evening, to resume my pen, to work. I resorted humbly whither Agnes had commended me. I sought out nature, never sought in vain, and I admitted to my breast the human interest I had lately shrunk from. It was not long before I had almost as many friends in the valley as in Yarmouth, and when I left it before the winter set in for Geneva, and came back in the spring, their cordial greetings had a homely sound to me, although they were not conveyed in English words. I worked early and late, patiently and hard. I wrote a story with a purpose growing not remotely out of my experience, and sent it to Traddles, and he arranged for its publication very advantageously for me, and the tidings of my growing reputation began to reach me from travellers whom I encountered by chance. After some rest and change, I fell to work in my old ardent way on a new fancy, which took strong possession of me. As I advanced in the execution of this task, I felt it more, and roused my utmost energies to do it well. This was my third work of fiction. It was not half written when, in an interval of rest, I thought of returning home. For a long time, though studying and working patiently, I had accustomed myself to robust exercise. My health, severely impaired when I left England, was quite restored. I had seen much, I had been in many countries, and I hope I had improved my store of knowledge. I have now recalled all that I think it needful to recall here of this term of absence, with one reservation. I have made it thus far with no purpose of suppressing any of my thoughts, for, as I have elsewhere said, this narrative is my written memory. I have desired to keep the most secret current of my mind apart, and to the last. I enter on it now. I cannot so completely penetrate the mystery of my own heart as to know when I began to think that I might have set its earliest and brightest hopes on Agnes. I cannot say at what stage of my grief it first became associated with the reflection that, in my wayward boyhood, I had thrown away the treasure of her love. I believe I may have heard some whisper of that distant thought in the old, unhappy loss or want of something never to be realized, of which I had been sensible. But the thought came into my mind as a new reproach and new regret when I was left so sad and lonely in the world. If at that time I had been much with her, I should in the weakness of my desolation have betrayed this. It was what I remotely dreaded when I was first impelled to stay away from England. I could not have borne to lose the smallest portion of her sisterly affection, yet in that betrayal I should have set a constraint between us hitherto unknown. I could not forget that the feeling with which she now regarded me had grown up in my own free choice and course, that if she had ever loved me with another love, and I sometimes thought the time was when she might have done so, I had cast it away. It was nothing, now, that I had accustomed myself to think of her, when we were both mere children, as one who was far removed from my wild fancies. I had bestowed my passionate tenderness upon another object, and what I might have done, I had not done, and what Agnes was to me, I and her own noble heart had made her. In the beginning of the change that gradually worked in me when I tried to get a better understanding of myself and be a better man, I did glance, through some indefinite probation, to a period when I might possibly hope to cancel the mistaken past, and to be so blessed as to marry her. But as time wore on, this shadowy prospect faded and departed from me. If she had ever loved me, then I should hold her the more sacred, remembering the confidences I had reposed in her, her knowledge of my errant heart, the sacrifice she must have made to be my friend and sister, and the victory she had won. If she had never loved me, could I believe that she would love me now? I had always felt my weakness in comparison with her constancy and fortitude, and now I felt it more and more. Whatever I might have been to her, or she to me, if I had been more worthy of her long ago, I was not now, and she was not. The time was past. I had let it go by, and had deservedly lost her. That I suffered much in these contentions, that they filled me with unhappiness and remorse, and yet that I had a sustaining sense that it was required of me, in right and honour, to keep away from myself with shame the thought of turning to the dear girl in the withering of my hopes, from whom I had frivolously turned when they were bright and fresh, which consideration was at the root of every thought I had concerning her, is all equally true. I made no effort to conceal from myself now that I loved her, that I was devoted to her, but I brought the assurance home to myself that it was now too late, and that our long subsisting relation must be undisturbed. I had thought much and often of my Dora's shadowing out to me what might have happened in those years that were destined not to try us. I had considered how the things that never happen are often as much realities to us in their effects as those that are accomplished. The very years she spoke of were realities now for my correction, and would have been one day a little later, perhaps, though we had parted in our earliest folly. I had endeavoured to convert what might have been between myself and Agnes into a means of making me more self-denying, more resolved, more conscious of myself and my defects and errors. Thus, through the reflection that it might have been, I arrived at the conviction that it could never be. These, with their perplexities and inconsistencies, were the shifting quicksands of my mind, from the time of my departure to the time of my return home 3 years afterwards. 3 years had elapsed since the sailing of the emigrant ship, when at that same hour of sunset and in the same place I stood on the deck of the packet vessel that brought me home, looking on the rosy water where I had seen the image of that ship reflected. 3 years, long in the aggregate, though short as they went by, and home was very dear to me, and Agnes too. But she was not mine. She was never to be mine. She might have been, but that was past. The end of Chapter 58 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 59. Return. I landed in London on a wintry autumn evening. It was dark and raining, and I saw more fog and mud in a minute than I had seen in a year. I walked from the custom-house to the monument before I found a coach, and although the very house-fronts looking on the swollen gutters were like old friends to me, I could not but admit that they were very dingy friends. I have often remarked, I suppose everybody has, that one's going away from a familiar place would seem to be the signal for change in it. As I looked out of the coach window and observed that an old house on Fish Street Hill, which had stood untouched by painter, carpenter, or bricklayer for a century, had been pulled down in my absence, and that a neighbouring street of time-honoured insalubrity and inconvenience was being drained and widened, I half expected to find St. Paul's Cathedral looking older. For some changes in the fortunes of my friends I was prepared. My aunt had long been re-established at Dover, and Traddles had begun to get into some little practice at the bar in the very first term after my departure. He had chambers in Gray's Inn now, and had told me in his last letters that he was not without hopes of being soon united to the dearest girl in the world. They expected me home before Christmas, but had no idea of my returning so soon. I had purposely misled them, that I might have the pleasure of taking them by surprise, and yet I was perverse enough to feel a chill and disappointment in receiving no welcome and rattling along, alone and silent, through the misty streets. The well-known shops, however, with their cheerful lights, did something for me, and when I alighted at the doors of the Gray's Inn coffee-house I had recovered my spirits. It recalled at first that so different time when I had put up at the Golden Cross, and reminded me of the changes that had come to pass since then, but that was natural. "Do you know where Mr. Traddles lives in the inn?" I asked the waiter, as I warmed myself by the coffee-room fire. "Holborn Court, sir, number 2. "Mr. Traddles has a rising reputation among the lawyers, I believe," said I. "Well, sir," returned the waiter, "probably he has, sir, but I am not aware of it myself." This waiter, who was middle-aged and spare, looked for help to a waiter of more authority, a stout, potential old man with a double chin in black breeches and stockings, who came out of a place like a churchwarden's pew at the end of the coffee-room, where he kept company with a cash-box, a directory, a law list, and other books and papers.
"Mr. Traddles," said the spare waiter. "Number 2 in the court."
The potential waiter waved him away and turned gravely to me. "I was inquiring," said I, "whether Mr. Traddles at number 2 in the court has not a rising reputation among the lawyers."
"Never heard his name," said the waiter in a rich, husky voice.
I felt quite apologetic for Traddles.
"He's a young man, sure,"
said the portentous waiter, fixing his eyes severely on me.
"How long has he been in the inn?"
"Oh, not above 3 years," said I. The waiter, who I supposed had lived in his churchwarden's pew for 40 years, could not pursue such an insignificant subject. He asked me what I would have for dinner. I felt I was in England again, and really was quite cast down on Traddles' account. There seemed to be no hope for him. I meekly ordered a bit of fish and a steak, and stood before the fire musing on his obscurity. As I followed the chief waiter with my eyes, I could not help thinking that the garden in which he had gradually blown to be the flower he was an arduous place to rise in. It had such a prescriptive, stiff-necked, long-established, solemn, elderly air. I glanced about the room, which had had its sanded floor sanded, no doubt, in exactly the same manner when the chief waiter was a boy, if he ever was a boy, which appeared improbable, and at the shining tables where I saw myself reflected in unruffled depths of old mahogany, and at the lamps, without a flaw in their trimming or cleaning, and at the comfortable green curtains with their pure brass rods snugly enclosing the boxes, and at the 2 large coal fires brightly burning, and at the rows of decanters, burly as if with the consciousness of pipes of expensive old port wine below, and both England and the law appeared to me to be very difficult indeed to be taken by storm. I went up to my bedroom to exchange my wet clothes, and the vast extent of that old wainscoted apartment, which was over the archway leading to the inn, I remember, and the sedate immensity of the 4-post bedstead, and the indomitable gravity of the chest of drawers, all seemed to unite in sternly frowning on the fortunes of Traddles, or on any such daring youth. I came down again to my dinner, and even the slow comfort of the meal and the orderly silence of the place, which was bare of guests, the long vacation not yet being over, were eloquent on the audacity of Traddles, and his small hopes of a livelihood for 20 years to come. I had seen nothing like this since I went away, and it quite dashed my hopes for my friend. The chief waiter had had enough of me. He came near me no more, but devoted himself to an old gentleman in long gaiters, to meet whom a pint of special port seemed to come out of the cellar of its own accord, for he gave no order. The second waiter informed me in a whisper that this old gentleman was a retired conveyancer living in the square, and worth a mint of money, which it was expected he would leave to his laundress's daughter. Likewise, that it was rumoured that he had a service of plate in a bureau, all tarnished with lying by, though more than one spoon and a fork had never yet been beheld in his chambers by mortal vision. By this time I quite gave Traddles up for lost, and settled in my own mind that there was no hope for him. Being very anxious to see the dear old fellow, nevertheless, I dispatched it all calculated to raise me in the opinion of the chief waiter, and hurried out by the back way. Number 2 in the court was soon reached, and an inscription on the doorpost informing me that Mr. Traddles occupied a set of chambers on the top story, I ascended the staircase. A crazy old staircase I found it to be, feebly lighted on each landing by a club-headed little oil wick dying away in a little dungeon of dirty glass. In the course of my stumbling upstairs, I fancied I heard a pleasant sound of laughter, and not the laughter of an attorney or barrister, or attorney's clerk, or barrister's clerk, but of 2 or 3 merry girls. Happening, however, as I stopped to listen, to put my foot in a hole where the Honourable Society of Gray's Inn had left a plank deficient, I fell down with some noise, and when I recovered my footing, all was silent. Groping my way more carefully for the rest of the journey, my heart beat high when I found the outer door, which had Mr. Traddles painted on it, open. I knocked. A considerable scuffling within ensued, but nothing else. I therefore knocked again. A small, sharp-looking lad, half footboy and half clerk, who was very much out of breath, but who looked at me as if he defied me to prove it legally, presented himself. "Is Mr. Traddles within?" I said.
"Yes, sir, but he's engaged."
"I want to see him." After a moment's survey of me, the sharp-looking lad decided to let me in, and opening the door wider for that purpose, admitted me first into a little closet of a hall, and next into a little sitting-room, where I came into the presence of my old friend, also out of breath, seated at a table and bending over papers. "Good God!" cried Traddles, looking up. "It's Copperfield!" and rushed into my arms, where I held him tight. "All well, my dear Traddles?" "All well, my dear Copperfield, and nothing but good news," we cried with pleasure, both of us. "My dear fellow," said Traddles, rumpling his hair in his excitement, which was a most unnecessary operation, "my dearest Copperfield, my long-lost and most welcome friend, how glad I am to see you! Oh, how brown you are! Oh, how glad I am! Oh, upon my life and honour, I never was so rejoiced, my beloved Copperfield, never!" I was equally at a loss to express my emotions. I was quite unable to speak at first. "My dear fellow," said Traddles, "and grown so famous, my glorious Copperfield! Good gracious me, when did you come? Where have you come from? What have you been doing?" Never pausing for an answer to anything he said, Traddles, who had clapped me into an easy-chair by the fire, all this time impetuously stirred the fire with one hand, and pulled at my neckerchief with the other, under some wild delusion that it was a greatcoat. Without putting down the poker, he now hugged me again, and I hugged him, and both laughing and both wiping our eyes, we both sat down and shook hands across the hearth. "To think," said Traddles, "that you should have been so nearly coming home as you must have been, my dear old boy, and not the ceremony." "What ceremony, my dear Traddles?" "Good gracious me!" cried Traddles, opening his eyes in his old way. "Didn't you get my last letter?" "Certainly not, if it referred to any ceremony." "Why, my dear Copperfield," said Traddles, sticking his hair upright with both hands and then putting his hands on my knees, "I am married." "Married?" I cried joyfully. "Lord bless me, yes," said Traddles, "by the Reverend Horace to Sophie, down in Devonshire. Oh, why, my dear boy, she's behind the window-curtain. Look here." To my amazement, the dearest girl in the world came at that same instant, laughing and blushing from her place of concealment, and a more cheerful, amiable, honest, happy, bright-looking bride, I believe, as I could not help saying on the spot, the world never saw. I kissed her as an old acquaintance should, and wished them joy with all my might of heart. "Dear me," said Traddles, "what a delightful reunion this is! You are so extremely brown, my dear Copperfield. Oh, God bless my soul, how happy I am!" "And so am I," said I. "And I am sure I am," said the blushing and laughing Sophie. "We are all as happy as possible," said Traddles. "Even the girls are happy. Dear me, oh, I declare, I forgot them." "Forgot?" said I. "The girls," said Traddles. "Sophie's sisters. They're staying with us. They've come to have a peep at London. The fact is, when was it you that tumbled upstairs, Copperfield?" "It was," said I, laughing. "Well, then, when you tumbled upstairs," said Traddles, "I was romping with the girls. In point of fact, we were playing at Puss in the Corner. But as that wouldn't do in Westminster Hall, and as it wouldn't look quite professional if they were seen by a client, they decamped, and they are now listening, I have no doubt," said Traddles, glancing at the door of another room. I am sorry," said I, laughing afresh, "to have occasioned such a dispersion." "Oh, upon my word," rejoined Traddles, greatly delighted. "If you had seen them running away and running back again after you had knocked to pick up the combs they had dropped out of their hair, and going on in the maddest manner, you wouldn't have said so. Oh, my love, will you fetch the girls?" Sophie tripped away, and we heard her received in the adjoining room with a peal of laughter. "Really musical, isn't it, my dear Copperfield?" said Traddles. "It's very agreeable to hear. It quite lights up these old rooms. To an unfortunate bachelor of a fellow who has lived alone all his life, you know, it's positively delicious. It's charming. Oh, poor things, they have had a great loss in Sophie, who, I do assure you, Copperfield, is and ever was the dearest girl, and it gratifies me beyond expression to find them in such good spirits. The society of girls is a very delightful thing, Copperfield. It's not professional, but it's very delightful." Observing that he slightly faltered, and comprehending that in the goodness of his heart he was fearful of giving me some pain by what he had said, I expressed my concurrence with a heartiness that evidently relieved and pleased him greatly. "But then," said Traddles, "our domestic arrangements are, to say the truth, quite unprofessional altogether, my dear Copperfield. Even Sophie's being here is unprofessional, and we have no other place of abode. We have put to sea in a cock-boat, but we are quite prepared to rough it. And Sophie's an extraordinary manager. You'll be surprised how those girls are stowed away. I am sure I hardly know how it's done." "Are many of the young ladies with you?" I inquired. "Oh, the eldest, the beauty, is here," said Traddles in a low, confidential voice. "Caroline. And Sarah's here, the one I mentioned to you as having something the matter with her spine, you know, immensely better, and the two youngest that Sophie educated are with us, and Louisa's here." "Indeed!" cried I. "Oh, yes," said Traddles. "Now, the whole set, I mean the chambers, is only 3 rooms, but Sophie arranges for the girls in the most wonderful way, and they sleep as comfortably as possible. 3 in that room," said Traddles, pointing, "2 in that." I could not help glancing round in search of the accommodation remaining for Mr. and Mrs. Traddles. Traddles understood me. "Well," said Traddles, "we are prepared to rough it, as I said just now, and we did improvise a bed last week upon the floor here. But there's a little room in the roof, a very nice room when you're up there, which Sophie papered herself to surprise me, and that's our room at present. It's a capital little gypsy sort of place. There's quite a view from it." "And you are happily married at last, my dear Traddles," said I. "How rejoiced I am." "Oh, thank you, my dear Copperfield," said Traddles, as we shook hands once more. "Yes, I am as happy as it's possible to be." There's your old friend, you see," said Traddles, nodding triumphantly at the flower-pot and stand. "And there's the table with the marble top. All the other furniture is plain and serviceable, you perceive, and as to plate, oh, Lord bless you, we haven't so much as a teaspoon." "All to be earned?" said I cheerfully. "Exactly so," replied Traddles. "All to be earned. Of course, we have something in the shape of teaspoons because we stir our tea, but they're Britannia metal." "The silver will be the brighter when it comes," said I. "The very thing we say," cried Traddles. "You see, my dear Copperfield," falling again into the low, confidential tone, "after I had delivered my argument in Do Dem Jipes versus Wickfield, which did me great service with the profession, I went down into Devonshire and had some serious conversation in private with the Reverend Horace. I dwelt upon the fact that Sophie, who, I do assure you, Copperfield, is the dearest girl—" "I am certain she is," said I. "Oh, she is indeed," rejoined Traddles, "but I am afraid I am wandering from the subject. Did I mention the Reverend Horace?" "You said that you dwelt upon the fact—" "Oh, true, upon the fact that Sophie and I had been engaged for a long period, and that Sophie, with the permission of her parents, was more than content to take me, in short," said Traddles with his old frank smile, "on our present Britannia metal footing. Very well. I then proposed to the Reverend Horace, who is a most excellent clergyman, Copperfield, and ought to be a bishop, or at least ought to have enough to live upon without pinching himself, that if I could turn the corner, say, of £250 in 1 year, and could see my way pretty clearly to that, or something better next year, and could plainly furnish a little place like this besides, then, and in that case, Sophie and I should be united. I took the liberty of representing that we had been patient for a good many years, and that the circumstance of Sophie's being extraordinarily useful at home ought not to operate with her affectionate parents against her establishment in life. Don't you see?" "Certainly it ought not," said I. "Oh, I am glad you think so, Copperfield," rejoined Traddles, "because, without any imputation on the Reverend Horace, I do think parents and brothers and so forth are sometimes rather selfish in such cases. Well, I also pointed out that my most earnest desire was to be useful to the family, and that if I got on in the world and anything should happen to him, I refer to the Reverend Horace—" "I understand," said I. "Or to Mrs. Cruller, it would be the utmost gratification of my wishes to be a parent to the girls." He replied in a most admirable manner, exceedingly flattering to my feelings, and undertook to obtain the consent of Mrs. Cruller to this arrangement. They had a dreadful time of it with her. It mounted from her legs into her chest, and then into her head." "What mounted?" I asked. "Her grief," replied Traddles, with a serious look. "Her feelings, generally. As I mentioned on a former occasion, she is a very superior woman, but has lost the use of her limbs. Whatever occurs to harass her usually settles in her legs, but on this occasion it mounted to the chest, and then to the head, and in short pervaded the whole system in a most alarming manner. However, they brought her through it by unremitting and affectionate attention, and we were married yesterday 6 weeks. Oh, you have no idea what a monster I felt, Copperfield, when I saw the whole family crying and fainting away in every direction. Mrs. Cruller couldn't see me before we left, couldn't forgive me, then for depriving her of her child, but she is a good creature, and has done so since. I had a delightful letter from her only this morning." "And in short, my dear friend," said I, "you feel as blessed as you deserve to feel." "Oh, that's your partiality," laughed Traddles. "But indeed I am in a most enviable state. I work hard, and read law insatiably. I get up at 5 every morning, and don't mind it at all. I hide the girls in the daytime, and make merry with them in the evening, and I assure you I am quite sorry that they are going home on Tuesday, which is the day before the first day of Michaelmas term. But here," said Traddles, breaking off in his confidence and speaking aloud, "are the girls. Mr. Copperfield, Miss Crowler, Miss Sarah, Miss Louisa, Margaret, and Lucy." They were a perfect nest of roses. They looked so wholesome and fresh. They were all pretty, and Miss Caroline was very handsome. But there was a loving, cheerful fireside quality in Sophie's bright looks, which was better than that, and which assured me that my friend had chosen well. We all sat round the fire, while the sharp boy, who I now divine had lost his breath in putting the papers out, cleared them away again and produced the tea things. After that, he retired for the night, shutting the outer door upon us with a bang. Mrs. Traddles, with perfect pleasure and composure beaming from her household eyes, having made the tea, then quietly made the toast, as she sat in a corner by the fire. She had seen Agnes, she told me, while she was toasting. Tom had taken her down into Kent for a wedding trip, and there she had seen my aunt, too, and both my aunt and Agnes were well, and they had all talked of nothing but me. Tom had never had me out of his thoughts. She really believed all the time I had been away. Tom was the authority for everything. Tom was evidently the idol of her life, never to be shaken on his pedestal by any commotion, always to be believed in and done homage to with the whole faith of her heart, come what might. The deference with which both she and Traddles showed towards the beauty pleased me very much. I don't know that I thought it very reasonable, but I thought it very delightful, and essentially a part of their character. If Traddles ever for an instant missed the teaspoons that were still to be won, I have no doubt it was when he handed the beauty her tea. If his sweet-tempered wife could have got up any self-assertion against anyone, I am satisfied it could only have been because she was the beauty's sister. A few slight indications of a rather petted and capricious manner which I observed in the beauty were manifestly considered by Traddles and his wife as her birthright and natural endowment. If she had been born a queen bee, and they labouring bees, they could not have been more satisfied of that. But their self-forgetfulness charmed me. Their pride in these girls and their submission of themselves to all their whims was the pleasantest little testimony to their own worth I could have desired to see. If Traddles were addressed as a darling once in the course of that evening, and besought to bring something here, or carry something there, or take something up, or put something down, or find something, or fetch something, he was so addressed by one or other of his sisters-in-law at least 12 times in an hour. Neither could they do anything without Sophie. Somebody's hair fell down, and nobody but Sophie could put it up. Somebody forgot how a particular tune went, and nobody but Sophie could hum that tune right. Somebody wanted to recall the name of a place in Devonshire, and only Sophie knew it. Something was wanted to be written home, and Sophie alone could be trusted to write before breakfast in the morning. Somebody broke down in a piece of knitting, and no one but Sophie was able to put the defaulter in the right direction. They were entire mistresses of the place, and Sophie and Traddles waited on them. How many children Sophie could have taken care of in her time, I can't imagine, but she seemed to be famous for knowing every sort of song that ever was addressed to a child in the English tongue, and she sang dozens in order with the clearest little voice in the world, one after another, every sister issuing directions for a different tune, and the beauty generally striking in last, so that I was quite fascinated. The best of all was that, in the midst of their exactions, all the sisters had a great tenderness and respect, both for Sophie and Traddles. I am sure when I took my leave, and Traddles was coming out to walk with me to the coffee-house, I thought I had never seen an obstinate head of hair, or any other head of hair, rolling about in such a shower of kisses. Altogether, it was a scene I could not help dwelling on with pleasure, for a long time after I got back and had wished Traddles good night. If I had beheld 1,000 roses blowing in a top set of chambers in that withered Gray's Inn, they could not have brightened it half so much. The idea of those Devonshire girls among the dry law stationers and the attorneys' offices, and of the tea and toast and children's songs in that grim atmosphere of pounce and parchment, red tape, dusty wafers, ink jars, brief and draft paper, law reports, writs, declarations, and bills of costs seemed almost as pleasantly fanciful as if I had dreamed that the Sultan's famous family had been admitted on the roll of attorneys and had brought the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water into Gray's Inn Hall. Somehow I found that I had taken leave of Traddles for the night and come back to the coffee-house with a great change in my despondency about him. I began to think he would get on, in spite of all the many orders of chief waiters in England. Drawing a chair before one of the coffee-room fires to think about him at my leisure, I gradually fell from the consideration of his happiness to tracing prospects in the live coals, and to thinking as they broke out and changed of the principal vicissitudes and separations that had marked my life. I had not seen a coal fire since I had left England 3 years ago, though many a wood fire had I watched as it crumbled into hoary ashes and mingled with a feathery heap upon the hearth, which not inaptly figured to me in my despondency my own dead hopes. I could think of the past now, gravely, but not bitterly, and could contemplate the future in a brave spirit. Home, in its best sense, was for me no more. She, in whom I might have inspired a dearer love, I had taught to be my sister. She would marry, and would have new claimants on her tenderness, and in doing it would never know the love for her that had grown up in my heart. It was right that I should pay the forfeit of my headlong passion. Reaped, I had sown. I was thinking, and had I truly disciplined my heart to this, and could I resolutely bear it, and calmly hold the place in her home which she had calmly held in mine, when I found my eyes resting on a countenance that might have arisen out of the fire in its association with my early remembrances. Little Mr. Chillip the doctor, to whose good offices I was indebted in the very first chapter of this history, sat reading a newspaper in the shadow of an opposite corner. He was tolerably stricken in years by this time, but, being a mild, meek, calm little man, had worn so easily that I thought he looked at that moment just as he might have looked when he sat in our parlour waiting for me to be born. Mr. Chillip had left Blunderstone 6 or 7 years ago, and I had never seen him since. He sat placidly perusing the newspaper with his little head on one side and a glass of warm sherry negus at his elbow. He was so extremely conciliatory in his manner that he seemed to apologize to the very newspaper for taking the liberty of reading it. I walked up to where he was sitting and said, "How do you do, Mr. Chillip?" He was greatly fluttered by this unexpected address from a stranger, and replied in his slow way, "I thank you, sir. You're very good. Thank you, sir. I hope you are well." "You don't remember me," said I. "Well, sir," returned Mr. Chillip, smiling very meekly and shaking his head as he surveyed me, "I have a kind of an impression that something in your countenance is familiar to me, sir, but I couldn't lay my hand upon your name, really." "And yet you knew it long before I knew it myself," I returned. "Did I indeed, sir?" said Mr. Chillip. "Is it possible that I had the honour, sir, of officiating when—" "Yes," said I. "Oh, dear me," cried Mr. Chillip. "Oh, but no doubt you are a good deal changed since then, sir." "Probably," said I. "Well, sir," observed Mr. Chillip, "I hope you'll excuse me if I am compelled to ask the favour of your name." On my telling him my name, he was really moved. He quite shook hands with me, which was a violent proceeding for him, his usual course being to slide a tepid little fish-slice an inch or two in advance of his hip, and evince the greatest discomposure when anybody grappled with it. Even now he put his hand in his coat-pocket as soon as he could disengage it, and seemed relieved when he had got it safe back. "Dear me, sir," said Mr. Chillip, surveying me with his head on one side. "And it's Mr. Copperfield, is it? Well, sir, I think I should have known you if I had taken the liberty of looking more closely at you. There's a strong resemblance between you and your poor father, sir." "I never had the happiness of seeing my father," I observed. "Oh, very true, sir," said Mr. Chillip in a soothing tone, "and very much to be deplored it was, on all accounts. We are not ignorant, sir," said Mr. Chillip, slowly shaking his little head again, "down in our part of the country, of your fame." "There must be a great excitement here, sir," said Mr. Chillip, tapping himself on the forehead with his forefinger. "You must find it a trying occupation, sir." "What is your part of the country now?" I asked, seating myself near him. "Oh, I am established within a few miles of Bury, St. Edmunds, sir," said Mr. Chillip. "Mrs. Chillip, coming into a little property in that neighbourhood under her father's will, I bought a practice down there, in which you will be glad to hear I am doing well. My daughter is growing quite a tall lass now, sir," said Mr. Chillip, giving his little head another little shake. "Her mother let down 2 tucks in her frocks only last week. Oh, such is time, you see, sir." As the little man put his now empty glass to his lips when he made this reflection, I proposed to him to have it refilled, and I would keep him company with another. "Well, sir," he returned in a slow way, "it's more than I am accustomed to, but I can't deny myself the pleasure of your conversation. It seems but yesterday that I had the honour of attending you in the measles. You came through them charmingly, sir." I acknowledged this compliment, and ordered the negus, which was soon produced. "Quite an uncommon dissipation," said Mr. Chillip, stirring it, "but I can't resist so extraordinary an occasion. You have no family, sir?" I shook my head. "I was aware that you sustained a bereavement, sir, some time ago," said Mr. Chillip. "I heard it from your father-in-law's sister. Very decided character there, sir." "Why, yes," said I, "decided enough. Where did you see her, Mr. Chillip?" "Oh, are you not aware, sir," returned Mr. Chillip, with his placidest smile, "that your father-in-law is again a neighbour of mine?" "No," said I. "Oh, he is indeed, sir," said Mr. Chillip. "Married a young lady of that part, with a very good little property, poor thing. And this action of the brain now, sir, oh, don't you find it fatigue you?" said Mr. Chillip, looking at me like an admiring robin. I waived that question and returned to the Murdstones. "I was aware of his being married again. Do you attend the family?" I asked. "Oh, not regularly. I have been called in," he replied. "Strong phrenological developments of the organ of firmness in Mr. Murdstone and his sister, sir." I replied with such an expressive look that Mr. Chillip was emboldened by that, and the negus together, to give his head several short shakes, and thoughtfully exclaim, "Oh, dear me! We remember old times, Mr. Copperfield." "And the brother and sister are pursuing their old course, are they?" said I. "Well, sir," replied Mr. Chillip, "a medical man, being so much in families, ought to have neither eyes nor ears for anything but his profession. Still, I must say, they are very severe, sir, both as to this life and the next." "The next will be regulated without much reference to them, I dare say," I returned. "What are they doing as to this?" Mr. Chillip shook his head, stirred his negus, and sipped it. "She was a charming woman, sir," he observed in a plaintive manner. "The present Mrs. Murdstone?" "A charming woman indeed, sir," said Mr. Chillip. "As amiable, I am sure, as it was possible to be. Mrs. Chillip's opinion is that her spirit has been entirely broken since her marriage, and that she is all but melancholy mad. And the ladies, oh," observed Mr. Chillip timorously, "are great observers, sir." "I suppose she was to be subdued and broken to their detestable mould, heaven help her," said I. "And she has been." "Well, sir, there were violent quarrels at first, I assure you," said Mr. Chillip, "but she is quite a shadow now. Would it be considered forward if I was to say to you, sir, in confidence, that since the sister came to help, the brother and sister between them have nearly reduced her to a state of imbecility?" I told him I could easily believe it. "Oh, I have no hesitation in saying," said Mr. Chillip, fortifying himself with another sip of negus, "between you and me, sir, that her mother died of it, or that tyranny, gloom, and worry have made Mrs. Murdstone nearly imbecile. She was a lively young woman, sir, before marriage, and their gloom and austerity destroyed her. They go about with her now more like her keepers than her husband and sister-in-law. That was Mrs. Chillip's remark to me only last week, and I assure you, sir, the ladies are great observers. Mrs. Chillip herself is a great observer." "Does he gloomily profess to be, I am ashamed to use the word in such association, religious still?" I inquired. "Oh, you anticipate, sir," said Mr. Chillip, his eyelids getting quite red with the unwonted stimulus in which he was indulging. "One of Mrs. Chillip's most impressive remarks, Mrs. Chillip," he proceeded, in the calmest and slowest manner, "quite electrified me by pointing out that Mr. Murdstone sets up an image of himself and calls it the divine nature. Oh, you might have knocked me down on the flat of my back, sir, with a feather of a pen, I assure you, when Mrs. Chillip said so. Oh, the ladies are great observers, sir." "Intuitively," said I, to his extreme delight. "I am very happy to receive such support in my opinion, sir," he rejoined. "It is not often that I venture to give a non-medical opinion, I assure you. Mr. Murdstone delivers public addresses sometimes, and it is said, in short, sir, it is said by Mrs. Chillip, that the darker tyrant he has lately become, the more ferocious is his doctrine." "I believe Mrs. Chillip to be perfectly right," said I. "Mrs. Chillip does go so far as to say," pursued the meekest of little men, much encouraged, "that what such people miscall their religion is a vent for their bad humours and arrogance, and do you know, I must say, sir," he continued, mildly laying his head on one side, "that I don't find authority for Mr. and Miss Murdstone in the New Testament?" "I never found it either," said I. "In the meantime, sir," said Mr. Chillip, "they are much disliked, and as they are very free in consigning everybody who dislikes them to perdition, we really have a good deal of perdition going on in our neighbourhood. However, as Mrs. Chillip says, sir, they undergo a continual punishment, for they are turned inward to feed upon their own hearts, and their own hearts are very bad feeding. Now, sir, about that brain of yours, if you'll excuse my returning to it, don't you expose it to a good deal of excitement, sir?" I found it not difficult, in the excitement of Mr. Chillip's own brain, under his potations of negus, to divert his attention from this topic to his own affairs, on which, for the next half-hour, he was quite loquacious, giving me to understand, among other pieces of information, that he was then at the Gray's Inn coffee-house to lay his professional evidence before a commission of lunacy, touching the state of mind of a patient who had become deranged from excessive drinking. "And I assure you, sir," he said, "I am extremely nervous on such occasions. I could not support being what is called bullied, sir. It would quite unman me. Do you know, it was some time before I recovered the conduct of that alarming lady on the night of your birth, Mr. Copperfield." I told him that I was going down to my aunt, the dragon of that night, early in the morning, and that she was one of the most tender-hearted and excellent of women, as he would know full well if he knew her better. The mere notion of the possibility of his ever seeing her again appeared to terrify him. He replied with a small, pale smile, "Is she so indeed, sir? Really?" and almost immediately called for a candle and went to bed, as if he were not quite safe anywhere else. He did not actually stagger under the negus, but I should think his placid little pulse must have made 2 or 3 more beats in a minute than it had done since the great night of my aunt's disappointment, when she struck at him with her bonnet. Thoroughly tired, I went to bed too, at midnight, passed the next day on the Dover coach, burst safe and sound into my aunt's old parlour while she was at tea — she wore spectacles now — and was received by her and Mr. Dick and dear old Peggotty, who acted as housekeeper with open arms and tears of joy. My aunt was mightily amused when we began to talk composedly by my account of my meeting with Mr. Chillip, and of his holding her in such dread remembrance, and both she and Peggotty had a great deal to say about my poor mother's second husband, and that murdering woman of a sister, on whom I think no pain or penalty would have induced my aunt to bestow any Christian or proper name or any other designation. The end of Chapter 59 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner. Fuller to go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 60. Agnes. My aunt and I, when we were left alone, talked far into the night. How the emigrants never rode home, otherwise than cheerfully and hopefully. How Mr. Micawber had actually remitted divers small sums of money on account of those pecuniary liabilities, in reference to which he had been so businesslike as between man and man. How Janet, returning into my aunt's service when she came back to Dover, had finally carried out her renunciation of mankind by entering into wedlock with a thriving tavern-keeper, and how my aunt had finally set her seal on the same great principle by aiding and abetting the bride, and crowning the marriage ceremony with her presence, were among our topics, already more or less familiar to me through the letters I had had. Mr. Dick, as usual, was not forgotten. My aunt informed me how he incessantly occupied himself in copying everything he could lay his hands on, and kept King Charles I at a respectful distance by that semblance of employment, how it was one of the main joys and rewards of her life, that he was free and happy, instead of pining in monotonous restraint, and how, as a novel general conclusion, nobody but she could ever fully know what he was. "And when, Trot," said my aunt, patting the back of my hand as we sat in our old way before the fire. "When are you going over to Canterbury?" "I shall get a horse and ride over tomorrow morning, Aunt, unless you will go with me." "No," said my aunt in a short, abrupt way. "I mean to stay where I am." "Then I should ride," I said. I could not have come through Canterbury today without stopping if I had been coming to any one but her. She was pleased, but answered, "Oh, tut, tut, Trot, my old bones would have kept until tomorrow," and softly patted my hand again as I sat looking thoughtfully at the fire. Truthfully, for I could not be here once more and so near Agnes without the revival of those regrets with which I had so long been occupied. Softened regrets they might be, teaching me what I had failed to learn when my younger life was all before me, but not the less regrets. "Oh, Trot," I seemed to hear my aunt say once more, and I understood her better now. "Blind, blind, blind." We both kept silence for some minutes. When I raised my eyes, I found that she was steadily observant of me. Perhaps she had followed the current of my mind, for it seemed to me an easy one to track now, wilful as it had been once. "You will find her father a white-haired old man," said my aunt, "though a better man in all other respects, a reclaimed man. Neither will you find him measuring all human interests and joys and sorrows with his one poor little inch rule now. Trust me, child, such things must shrink very much before they can be measured off in that way." "Indeed they must," said I. "You'll find her," pursued my aunt, "as good, as beautiful, as earnest, as disinterested as she has always been. If I knew higher praise, Trot, I would bestow it on her." There was no higher praise for her, no higher reproach for me. Oh, how had I strayed so far away! "If she trains the young girls whom she has about her to be like herself," said my aunt, earnest even to the filling of her eyes with tears, "heaven knows her life will be well employed. Useful and happy as she said that day, how could she be otherwise than useful and happy?" "Has Agnes any—" I was thinking aloud rather than speaking. "Well? Hey, any what?" said my aunt sharply. "Any lover," said I. "A score," cried my aunt with a kind of indignant pride. "She might have married 20 times, my dear, since you have been gone." "No doubt," said I, "no doubt. But has she any lover who is worthy of her? Agnes could care for no other." My aunt sat musing for a little while with her chin upon her hand. Slowly raising her eyes to mine, she said, "I suspect she has an attachment, Trot." "A prosperous one?" said I. "Trot," returned my aunt gravely, "I can't say. I have no right to tell you even so much. She has never confided it to me, but I suspect it." She looked so attentively and anxiously at me, I even saw her tremble, that I felt now more than ever that she had summoned my late thoughts. I summoned all the resolutions I had made in all those many days and nights, and all those many conflicts of my heart. "If it should be so," I began, "and I hope it is." "I don't know what it is," said my aunt curtly. "You must not be ruled by my suspicions. You must keep them secret. They are very slight, perhaps. I have no right to speak." "If it should be so," I repeated, "Agnes will tell me at her own good time. A sister to whom I have confided so much, aunt, will not be reluctant to confide in me." My aunt withdrew her eyes from mine as slowly as she had turned them upon me, and covered them thoughtfully with her hand. By and by she put her other hand on my shoulder, and so we both sat looking into the past, without saying another word, until we parted for the night. I rode away early in the morning for the scene of my old school days. I cannot say that I was yet quite happy, in the hope that I was gaining a victory over myself, even in the prospect of so soon looking on her face again. The well-remembered ground was soon traversed, and I came into the quiet streets, where every stone was a boy's book to me. I went on foot to the old house, and went away with a heart too full to enter. I returned, and looking as I passed through the low window of the turret room where first Uriah Heep, and afterwards Mr. Micawber had been wont to sit, saw that it was a little parlour now, and that there was no office. Otherwise the staid old house was, as to its cleanliness and order, still just as it had been when I first saw it. I requested the new maid who admitted me to tell Miss Wickfield that a gentleman who waited on her from a friend abroad was there. And I was shown up the grave old staircase, cautioned of the steps I knew so well, into the unchanged drawing-room. The books that Agnes and I had read together were on their shelves, and the desk where I had laboured at my lessons many a night stood yet at the same old corner of the table. All the little changes that had crept in when the Heeps were there were changed again. Everything was as it used to be, in the happy time. I stood in a window and looked across the ancient street at the opposite houses, recalling how I had watched them on wet afternoons when I first came there, and how I had used to speculate about the people who appeared at any of the windows, and had followed them with my eyes up and down stairs, while women went clicking along the pavement in pattens, and the full, dull rain fell in slanting lines and poured out of the waterspout yonder and flowed into the road. The feeling with which I used to watch the tramps as they came into the town on those wet evenings at dusk and limped past with their bundles drooping over their shoulders at the ends of sticks came freshly back to me, fraught, as then, with the smell of damp earth and wet leaves and briar, and the sensation of the very airs that blew upon me in my own toilsome journey. The opening of the little door in the panelled wall made me start and turn. Her beautiful, serene eyes met mine as she came towards me. She stopped and laid her hand upon her bosom, and I caught her in my arms. "Agnes, my dear girl, I have come too suddenly upon you." "No, no, I am so rejoiced to see you, Trotwood." "Dear Agnes, the happiness it is to me to see you once again." I folded her to my heart, and for a little while we were both silent. Presently we sat down, side by side, and her angel face was turned upon me with the welcome I had dreamed of, waking and sleeping for whole years. She was so true. She was so beautiful. She was so good. I owed her so much gratitude. She was so dear to me that I could find no utterance for what I felt. I tried to bless her, tried to thank her, tried to tell her, as I had often done in letters, what an influence she had upon me. But all my efforts were in vain. My love and joy were dumb. With her own sweet tranquillity, she calmed my agitation, led me back to the time of our parting, spoke to me of Emily, whom she had visited in secret many times, spoke to me tenderly of Dora's grave. With the unerring instinct of her noble heart, she touched the chords of my memory so softly and harmoniously that not one jarred within me. I could listen to the sorrowful distant music, and desire to shrink from nothing it awoke. How could I, when blended with it all was her dear self, the better angel of my life? "And you, Agnes," I said by and by, "tell me of yourself. You have hardly ever told me of your own life in all this lapse of time." "What should I tell?" she answered with a radiant smile. "Papa is well. You see us here, quiet in our own home, our anxieties set at rest, our home restored to us. And knowing that, dear Trotwood, you know all." "All, Agnes?" said I. She looked at me with some fluttering wonder in her face. "Is there nothing else, sister?" I said. Her colour, which had just now faded, returned, and faded again. She smiled with a quiet sadness, I thought, and shook her head. I had sought to lead her to what my aunt had hinted at, for, sharply painful to me as it must be to receive that confidence, I was to discipline my heart and do my duty to her. I saw, however, that she was uneasy, and I let it pass. "You have much to do, dear Agnes?" "With my school?" said she, looking up again in all her bright composure. "Yes, it is laborious, is it not?" "The labour is so pleasant," she returned, "that it is scarcely grateful in me to call it by that name." "Nothing good is difficult to you," said I. Her colour came and went once more, and once more as she bent her head I saw the same sad smile. "You will wait and see Papa," said Agnes cheerfully, "and pass the day with us. Perhaps you will sleep in your own room. We always call it yours." I could not do that, having promised to ride back to my aunt's at night, but I would pass the day there joyfully. "I must be a prisoner for a little while," said Agnes, "but here are the old books, Trotwood, and the old music." "Even the old flowers are here," said I, looking round, "or the old kinds." "I have found a pleasure," returned Agnes, smiling, "while you have been absent, in keeping everything as it used to be when we were children. For we were very happy then, I think." "Heaven knows we were," said I. "And every little thing that has reminded me of my brother," said Agnes, with her cordial eyes turned cheerfully upon me, "has been a welcome companion. Even this," showing me the basket trifle full of keys still hanging at her side, "seems to jingle a kind of old tune." She smiled again, and went out at the door by which she had come. It was for me to guard this sisterly affection with religious care. It was all that I had left myself, and it was a treasure. If I once shook the foundations of the sacred confidence and usage, in virtue of which it was given to me, it was lost, and could never be recovered. I set this steadily before myself. The better I loved her, the more it behoved me never to forget it. I walked through the streets, and once more seeing my old adversary, the butcher, now a constable, with his staff hanging up in the shop, went down to look at the place where I had fought him, and there meditated on Miss Shepherd and the eldest Miss Larkins, and all the idle loves and likings and dislikings of that time. Nothing seemed to have survived that time but Agnes, and she, ever a star above me, was brighter and higher. When I returned, Mr. Wickfield had come home from a garden he had a couple of miles or so out of town, where he now employed himself almost every day. I found him as my aunt had described him. We sat down to dinner with some half-dozen little girls, and he seemed but the shadow of his handsome picture on the wall. The tranquillity and peace belonging of old to that quiet ground in my memory pervaded it again. When dinner was done, Mr. Wickfield taking no wine, and I desiring none, we went upstairs, where Agnes and her little charges sang and played and worked. After tea the children left us, and we three sat together talking of the bygone days. "My part in them," said Mr. Wickfield, shaking his white head, "has much matter for regret, for deep regret and deep contrition, Trotwood, you well know. But I would not cancel it if it were in my power." I could readily believe that, looking at the face beside him. "I should cancel with it," he pursued, "such patience and devotion, such fidelity, such a child's love as I must not forget, no, even to forget myself." "I understand you, sir," I softly said. "I hold it. I have always held it in veneration." "But no one knows, not even you," he returned, "how much she has done, how much she has undergone, how hard she has striven, dear Agnes." She had put her hand entreatingly on his arm to stop him, and was very, very pale. "Well, well," he said with a sigh, dismissing, as I then saw, some trial she had borne or was yet to bear in connection with what my aunt had told me. "Well, I have never told you, Trotwood, of her mother. Has anyone?" "Never, sir." "It's not much, though it was much to suffer. She married me in opposition to her father's wish, and he renounced her. She prayed him to forgive her before my Agnes came into this world. He was a very hard man, and her mother had long been dead. He repulsed her. He broke her heart." Agnes leaned upon his shoulder, and stole her arm about his neck. "She had an affectionate and gentle heart," he said, "and it was broken. I knew its tender nature very well. No one could if I did not. She loved me dearly, but was never happy. She was always labouring in secret under this distress, and being delicate and downcast at the time of his last repulse, for it was not the first, by many, pined away and died. She left me Agnes, 2 weeks old, and the grey hair that you recollect me with when you first came." He kissed Agnes on her cheek. "My love for my dear child was a diseased love, but my mind was all unhealthy then. I say no more of that. I am not speaking of myself, Trotwood, but of her mother, and of her. If I give you any clue to what I am, or to what I have been, you will unravel it, I know. What Agnes is I need not say. I have always read something of her poor mother's story in her character, and so I tell it to you tonight, when we three are again together after such great changes. I have told it all." His bowed head and her angel face and filial duty derived a more pathetic meaning from it than they had ever had before. If I had wanted anything by which to mark this night of our reunion, I should have found it in this. Agnes rose up from her father's side before long, and going softly to her piano, played some of the old airs to which we had often listened in that place. "Have you any intention of going away again?" Agnes asked me as I was standing by. "What does my sister say to that?" "I hope not." "Then I have no such intention, Agnes." "I think you ought not, Trotwood, since you ask me," she said mildly. "Your growing reputation and success enlarge your power of doing good, and if I could spare my brother," with her eyes upon me, "perhaps the time could not." "What I am you have made me, Agnes. You should know best." "I made you, Trotwood?" "Yes, Agnes, my dear girl," I said, bending over her. "I tried to tell you when we met today something that has been in my thoughts since Dora died. You remember when you came down to me in our little room, pointing upward, Agnes?" "Oh, Trotwood," she returned, her eyes filled with tears, "so loving, so confiding, and so young. Can I ever forget? As you were then, my sister, I have often thought since you have ever been to me, ever pointing upward, Agnes, ever leading me to something better, ever directing me to higher things." She only shook her head. Through her tears I saw the same sad, quiet smile. "And I am so grateful to you for it, Agnes, so bound to you that there is no name for the affection of my heart. I want you to know, yet don't know how to tell you, that all my life long I shall look up to you, and be guided by you, as I have been through the darkness that is past. Whatever betides, whatever new ties you may form, whatever changes may come between us, I shall always look to you and love you as I do now, and have always done. You will always be my solace and resource, as you have always been. Until I die, my dearest sister, I shall see you always before me, pointing upward." She put her hand in mine, and told me she was proud of me, and of what I had said, although I praised her very far beyond her worth. Then she went on softly playing, but without removing her eyes from me. "Do you know what I have heard tonight, Agnes?" said I. "Strangely seems to be a part of the feeling with which I regarded you when I saw you first, with which I sat beside you in my rough school days." "You knew I had no mother," she replied with a smile, and felt kindly towards me. "More than that, Agnes. I knew, almost as if I had known this story, that there was something inexplicably gentle and softened surrounding you, something that might have been sorrowful in someone else, as I can now understand it was, but was not so in you." She softly played on, looking at me still. "Will you laugh at my cherishing such fancies, Agnes?" "No." "Or at my saying that I really believe I felt even then that you could be faithfully affectionate against all discouragement, and never cease to be so until you cease to live. Will you laugh at such a dream?" "Oh, no. Oh, no." For an instant a distressful shadow crossed her face, but even in the start it gave me it was gone, and she was playing on, and looking at me with her own calm smile. As I rode back in the lonely night, the wind going by me like a restless memory, I thought of this, and feared she was not happy. I was not happy, but thus far I had faithfully set the seal upon the past, and thinking of her pointing upward, thought of her as pointing to that sky above me wherein the mystery to come, I might yet love her with a love unknown on earth, and tell her what the strife had been within me when I loved her here. The end of Chapter 60 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kirshner for Lit to go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 61. I am shown two interesting penitents. For a time, at all events, until my book should be completed, which would be the work of several months, I took up my abode in my aunt's house at Dover, and there, sitting in the window from which I had looked out at the moon upon the sea when that roof first gave me shelter, I quietly pursued my task. In pursuance of my intention of referring to my own fictions only when their course should incidentally connect itself with the progress of my story, I do not enter on the aspirations, the delights, anxieties, and triumphs of my art. That I truly devoted myself to it with my strongest earnestness, and bestowed upon it every energy of my soul, I have already said. If the books I have written be of any worth, they will supply the rest. I shall otherwise have written to poor purpose, and the rest will be of interest to no one. Occasionally I went to London to lose myself in the swarm of life there, or to consult with Traddles on some business point. He had managed for me in my absence with the soundest judgment, and my worldly affairs were prospering. As my notoriety began to bring upon me an enormous quantity of letters from people of whom I had no knowledge, chiefly about nothing and extremely difficult to answer, I agreed with Traddles to have my name painted up on his door. There the devoted postman on that beat delivered bushels of letters for me, and there, at intervals, I laboured through them like a Home Secretary of State without the salary. Among this correspondence there dropped in every now and then an obliging proposal from one of the numerous outsiders always lurking about the Commons to practice, under cover of my name, if I would take the necessary steps remaining to make a proctor of myself, and pay me a percentage on the profits. But I declined these offers, being already aware that there were plenty of such covert practitioners in existence, and considering the Commons quite bad enough without my doing anything to make it worse. The girls had gone home when my name burst into bloom on Traddles' door, and the sharp boy looked all day as if he had never heard of Sophie, shut up in a back room, glancing down from her work into a sooty little strip of garden with a pump in it. But there I always found her, the same bright housewife, often humming her Devonshire ballads when no strange foot was coming up the stairs, and blunting the sharp boy in his official closet with melody. I wondered, at first, why I so often found Sophie writing in a copybook, and why she always shut it up when I appeared, and hurried it into the table drawer. But the secret soon came out. One day, Traddles, who had just come home through the drizzling sleet from court, took a paper out of his desk and asked me what I thought of that handwriting. "Oh, don't, Tom!" cried Sophie, who was warming his slippers before the fire. "My dear," returned Tom in a delighted state, "why not? What do you say to that writing, Copperfield?" "It's extraordinary legal and formal," said I. "I don't think I ever saw such a stiff hand." "Not like a lady's hand, is it?" said Traddles. "A lady's?" I repeated. "Bricks and mortar are more like a lady's hand." Traddles broke into a rapturous laugh, and informed me that it was Sophie's writing, that Sophie had vowed and declared he would need a copying clerk soon, and she would be that clerk, that she had acquired this hand from a pattern, and that she could throw off I forget how many folios an hour. Sophie was very much confused by my being told all this, and said that when Tom was made a judge, he wouldn't be so ready to proclaim it, which Tom denied, averring that he should always be equally proud of it under all circumstances. "What a thoroughly good and charming wife she is, my dear Traddles," said I, when she had gone away laughing. "My dear Copperfield," returned Traddles, "she is, without any exception, the dearest girl. The way she manages this place, her punctuality, domestic knowledge, economy and order, her cheerfulness, Copperfield." "Indeed, you have reason to commend her," I returned. "You are a happy fellow. I believe you make yourselves and each other two of the happiest people in the world." "I am sure we are two of the happiest people," returned Traddles. "I admit that at all events. Oh, bless my soul, when I see her getting up by candlelight on these dark mornings, busying herself in the day's arrangements, going out to market before the clerks come into the inn, caring for no weather, devising the most capital little dinners out of the plainest materials, making puddings and pies, keeping everything in its right place, always so neat and ornamental herself, sitting up at night with me if it's ever so late, sweet-tempered and encouraging always, and all for me, I positively sometimes can't believe it, Copperfield." He was tender of the very slippers she had been warming as he put them on, and stretched his feet enjoyingly upon the fender. "I positively sometimes can't believe it," said Traddles. "Then our pleasures, dear me! They are inexpensive, but they are quite wonderful. When we are at home here of an evening and shut the outer door and draw those curtains which she made, where could we be more snug? When it's fine and we go out for a walk in the evening, the streets abound in enjoyment for us. We look into the glittering windows of the jeweller shops, and I show Sophie which of the diamond-eyed serpents coiled up on white satin rising grounds I would give her, if I could afford it, and Sophie shows me which of the gold watches that are capped and jewelled and engine-turned and possessed of the horizontal lever escape movement and all sorts of things she would buy for me if she could afford it. And we pick out the spoons and forks, fish slices, butter knives, and sugar tongs we should both prefer if we could both afford it, and really, we go away as if we had got them. Then, when we stroll into the squares and great streets and see a house to let, sometimes we look up at it and say, how would that do if I was made a judge? And we parcel it out such a room for us, such rooms for the girls, and so forth, until we settle to our satisfaction that it would do, or it wouldn't do, as the case may be. Sometimes we go at half price to the pit of the theatre, the very smell of which is cheap, in my opinion, at the money, and there we thoroughly enjoy the play, which Sophie believes every word of, and so do I. In walking home, perhaps we buy a little bit of something at a cook's shop, or a little lobster at the fishmonger's, and bring it here and make a splendid supper, chatting about what we have seen. Now, you know, Copperfield, if I was Lord Chancellor, we couldn't do this. You would do something, whatever you were, my dear Traddles, thought I, that would be pleasant and amiable. And by the way, I said aloud, I suppose you never draw any skeletons now? Really? Laughed Traddles, and reddening, I can't wholly deny that I do, my dear Copperfield, for being in one of the back rows of the King's Bench the other day with a pen in my hand, the fancy came into my head to try how I had preserved that accomplishment, and I am afraid there's a skeleton, in a wig, on the ledge of the desk. After we had both laughed heartily, Traddles wound up looking with a smile at the fire, and saying in his forgiving way, Old Creakle. I have a letter from that old rascal here, said I, for I never was less disposed to forgive him the way he used to batter Traddles than when I saw Traddles so ready to forgive him himself. From Creakle, the schoolmaster? Exclaimed Traddles. No. Among the persons who are attracted to me in my rising fame and fortune, said I, looking over my letters, and who discover that they were always much attached to me, is the self-same Creakle. He is not a schoolmaster now, Traddles. He is retired. He is a Middlesex magistrate. I thought Traddles might be surprised to hear it, but he was not so at all. How do you suppose he comes to be a Middlesex magistrate? Said I. Oh, dear me, replied Traddles. It would be very difficult to answer that question. Perhaps he voted for somebody, or lent money to somebody, or bought something of somebody, or otherwise obliged somebody, or jobbed for somebody who knew somebody who got the lieutenant of the county to nominate him for the commission. On the commission he is, at any rate, said I, and he writes to me here that he will be glad to show me in operation the only true system of prison discipline, the only unchallengeable way of making sincere and lasting converts and penitents, which, you know, is by solitary confinement. What do you say? To the system? Inquired Traddles, looking grave. No, to my accepting the offer, and you're going with me. Oh, I don't object, said Traddles. Then I'll write to say so. You remember, to say nothing of our treatment, this same Creakle turning his son out of doors, I suppose, and the life he used to lead his wife and daughter? Perfectly, said Traddles. Yet, if you'll read this letter, you'll find he is the tenderest of men to prisoners convicted of the whole calendar of felonies, said I, though I can't find that his tenderness extends to any other class of created beings. Traddles shrugged his shoulders, and was not at all surprised. I had not expected him to be, and was not surprised myself, or my observation of similar practical satires would have been but scanty. We arranged the time of our visit, and I wrote accordingly to Mr. Creakle that evening. On the appointed day, I think it was the next day, but no matter, Traddles and I repaired to the prison where Mr. Creakle was powerful. It was an immense and solid building, erected at a vast expense. I could not help thinking, as we approached the gate, what an uproar would have been made in the country if any deluded man had proposed to spend one half the money it had cost on the erection of an industrial school for the young, or a house of refuge for the deserving old. In an office that might have been on the ground floor of the Tower of Babel, it was so massively constructed, we were presented to our old schoolmaster, who was one of a group composed of 2 or 3 of the busier sort of magistrates and some visitors they had brought. He received me like a man who had formed my mind in bygone years and had always loved me tenderly. On my introducing Traddles, Mr. Creakle expressed in like manner, but in an inferior degree, that he had always been Traddles' guide, philosopher, and friend. Our venerable instructor was a great deal older and not improved in appearance. His face was as fiery as ever, his eyes were as small and rather deeper set. The scanty, wet-looking grey hair by which I remembered him was almost gone, and the thick veins in his bald head were none the more agreeable to look at. After some conversation among these gentlemen, from which I might have supposed that there was nothing in the world to be legitimately taken into account but the supreme comfort of prisoners at any expense, and nothing on the wide earth to be done outside prison doors, we began our inspection. It being then just dinner-time, we went first into the great kitchen, where every prisoner's dinner was in course of being set out separately, to be handed to him in his cell, with the regularity and precision of clockwork. I said aside to Traddles that I wondered whether it occurred to anybody that there was a striking contrast between these plentiful repasts of choice quality and the dinners, not to say of paupers, but of soldiers, sailors, labourers, the great bulk of the honest working community, of whom not 1 man in 500 ever dined half so well. But I learned that the system required high living, and in short, to dispose of the system once for all, I found that on that head and on all others, the system put an end to all doubts, and disposed of all anomalies. Nobody appeared to have the least idea that there was any other system but the system to be considered. As we were going through some of the magnificent passages, I inquired of Mr. Creakle and his friends what were supposed to be the main advantages of this all-governing and universally overriding system. I found them to be the perfect isolation of prisoners, so that no one man in confinement there knew anything about another, and the reduction of prisoners to a wholesome state of mind, leading to sincere contrition and repentance. Now it struck me, when we began to visit individuals in their cells, and to traverse the passages in which those cells were, and to have the manner of the going to chapel and so forth explained to us, that there was a strong probability of the prisoners knowing a good deal about each other, and of their carrying on a pretty complete system of intercourse. This, at the time I write, has been proved, I believe, to be the case, but as it would have been flat blasphemy against the system to have hinted such a doubt then, I looked out for the penitents as diligently as I could. And here again, I had great misgivings. I found as prevalent a fashion in the form of the penitents as I had left outside in the forms of the coats and waistcoats in the windows of the tailors' shops. I found a vast amount of profession, varying very little in character, varying very little which I thought exceedingly suspicious, even in words. I found a great many foxes disparaging whole vineyards of inaccessible grapes, but I found very few foxes whom I would have trusted within reach of a bunch. Above all, I found that the most professing men were the greatest objects of interest, and that their conceit, their vanity, their want of excitement, and their love of deception, which many of them possessed to an almost incredible extent as their history showed, all promised to these professions, and were all gratified by them. However, I heard so repeatedly in the course of our goings to and fro of a certain number 27, who was the favourite, and who really appeared to be a model prisoner, that I resolved to suspend my judgment until I should see 27. 28, I understood, was also a bright particular star, but it was his misfortune to have his glory a little dimmed by the extraordinary lustre of 27. I heard so much of 27, of his pious admonitions to everybody around him, and of the beautiful letters he constantly wrote to his mother, whom he seemed to consider in a very bad way, that I became quite impatient to see him. I had to restrain my impatience for some time on account of 27 being reserved for a concluding effect, but at last we came to the door of his cell, and Mr. Creakle, looking through the little hole in it, reported to us in a state of the greatest admiration that he was reading a hymn-book. There was such a rush of heads immediately to see number 27 reading his hymn-book that the little hole was blocked up 6 or 7 heads deep. To remedy this inconvenience and give us an opportunity of conversing with 27 in all his purity, Mr. Creakle directed the door of the cell to be unlocked, and 27 to be invited out into the passage. This was done, and whom should Traddles and I then behold to our amazement in this converted number 27 but Uriah Heep? He knew us directly, and said as he came out with the old rive, "How do you do, Mr. Copperfield? How do you do, Mr. Traddles?" This recognition caused a general admiration in the party. I rather thought that everyone was struck by his not being proud and taking notice of us.
"Well, 27, said Mr. Creakle, mournfully admiring him. "How do you find yourself today?"
"I'm very humble, sir," replied Uriah Heep.
"You're always so, 27,
said Mr. Creakle. Here another gentleman asked with extreme anxiety, "Are you quite comfortable?"
"Oh, yes, I thank you, sir,"
said Uriah Heep, looking in that direction. "Far more comfortable here than ever I was outside. I see my follies now, sir. That's what makes me comfortable." Several gentlemen were much affected, and a third questioner, forcing himself to the front, inquired with extreme feeling, "How do you find the beef?"
"Oh, thank you, sir,"
replied Uriah, glancing in the direction of this voice. "It was tougher yesterday than I could wish, but it's my duty to bear. I have committed follies, gentlemen," said Uriah, looking round with a meek smile, "and I ought to bear the consequences without repining." A murmur, partly of gratification at 27's celestial state of mind, and partly of indignation against the contractor who had given him any cause of complaint, a note of which was immediately made by Mr. Creakle, having subsided, 27 stood in the midst of us as if he felt himself the principal object of merit in a highly meritorious museum. That we, the neophytes, might have an excess of light shining upon us all at once, orders were given to let out 28. I had been so much astonished already that I only felt a kind of resigned wonder when Mr. Littimer walked forth reading a good book.
28,
said a gentleman in spectacles who had not yet spoken. "You complained last week, my good fellow, of the cocoa. How has it been since?"
"I thank you, sir,"
said Mr. Littimer. "It has been better made. If I might take the liberty of saying so, sir, I don't think the milk which is boiled with it is quite genuine, but I am aware, sir, that there is a great adulteration of milk in London, and that the article in a pure state is difficult to be obtained." It appeared to me that the gentleman in spectacles backed his 28 against Mr. Creakle's 27, for each of them took his own man in hand.
"What was your state of mind, 28?
said the questioner in spectacles.
"I thank you, sir,"
returned Mr. Littimer. "I see my follies now, sir. I am a good deal troubled when I think of the sins of my former companions, sir, but I trust they may find forgiveness."
"You are quite happy yourself?"
said the questioner, nodding encouragement. "Oh, I am much obliged to you, sir," returned Mr. Littimer. "Perfectly so."
"Is there anything at all on your mind now?" said the questioner. "If so, mention it, 28.
"Sir," said Mr. Littimer without looking up, "if my eyes have not deceived me, there is a gentleman present who was acquainted with me in my former life. It may be profitable to that gentleman to know, sir, that I attribute my past follies entirely to having lived a thoughtless life in the service of young men, and to having allowed myself to be led by them into weaknesses which I had not the strength to resist. I hope that gentleman will take warning, sir, and will not be offended at my freedom. It is for his good. I am conscious of my own past follies. I hope he may repent of all the wickedness and sin to which he has been a party." I observed that several gentlemen were shading their eyes, each with one hand, as if they had just come into church.
"This does you credit, 28, returned the questioner. "I should have expected it of you. Is there anything else?"
"Sir," returned Mr. Littimer, slightly lifting up his eyebrows, but not his eyes, "there was a young woman who fell into dissolute courses that I endeavoured to save, sir, but could not rescue. I beg that gentleman, if he has it in his power, to inform that young woman from me that I forgive her bad conduct towards myself, and that I call her to repentance, if he will be so good."
"I have no doubt, 28, returned the questioner, "that the gentleman you refer to feels very strongly, as we all must, what you have so properly said. We will not detain you."
"I thank you, sir," said Mr. Littimer. "Gentlemen, I wish you a good day, and hoping you and your families will also see your wickedness and amend." With this, number 28 retired, after a glance between him and Uriah, as if they were not altogether unknown to each other through some medium of communication, and a murmur went round the group as his door shut upon him that he was a most respectable man and a beautiful case.
"Now, 27,
said Mr. Creakle, entering on a clear stage with his man.
"Is there anything that anyone can do for you? If so, mention it."
"I would humbly ask, sir," returned Uriah with a jerk of his malevolent head, "for leave to write again to mother."
"Which shall certainly be granted," said Mr. Creakle.
"Thank you, sir. I am anxious about mother. I am afraid she ain't safe." Somebody incautiously asked what from, but there was a scandalized whisper of "Hush." "Immortally safe, sir," returned Uriah, writhing in the direction of the voice. "I should wish mother to be got into my state. I never should have been got into my present state if I hadn't come here. I wish mother had come here. It would be better for everybody if they got took up and was brought here." This sentiment gave unbounded satisfaction, greater satisfaction, I think, than anything that had passed yet. "Before I come here," said Uriah, stealing a look at us, as if he would have blighted the outer world to which we belonged, if he could, "I was given to follies, but now I am sensible of my follies. There's a deal of sin outside. There's a deal of sin in mother. There's nothing but sin everywhere, except here." "You're quite changed," said Mr. Creakle. "Oh, dear, yes, sir," cried this hopeful penitent.
"You wouldn't relapse if you were going out?"
asked somebody else. "Oh, dear, no, sir."
"Well," said Mr. Creakle, "this is very gratifying.
You have addressed Mr. Copperfield, 27. Do you wish to say anything further to him?" "You knew me a long time before I come here and was changed, Mr. Copperfield," said Uriah, looking at me, and a more villainous look I never saw, even on his visage. "You knew me when, in spite of my follies, I was humble among them that was proud, and meek among them that was violent. You was violent to me yourself, Mr. Copperfield. Once you struck me a blow in the face, you know." General commiseration. Several indignant glances directed at me. "But I forgive you, Mr. Copperfield," said Uriah, making his forgiving nature the subject of a most impious and awful parallel which I shall not record. "I forgive everybody. It would ill become me to bear malice. I freely forgive you, and I hope you'll curb your passions in future. I hope Mr. W. will repent, and Miss W., and all of that sinful lot. You've been visited with affliction, and I hope it may do you good, but you'd better have come here. Mr. W. had better have come here, and Miss W. too. The best wish I could give you, Mr. Copperfield, and give all of you, gentlemen, is that you could be took up and brought here. When I think of my past follies and my present state, I am sure it would be best for you. I pity all who ain't brought here." He sneaked back into his cell amidst a little chorus of approbation, and both Traddles and I experienced a great relief when he was locked in. It was a characteristic feature in this repentance that I was fain to ask what these two men had done to be there at all. That appeared to be the last thing about which they had anything to say. I addressed myself to one of the two warders, who I suspected from certain latent indications in their faces knew pretty well what all this stir was worth. "Do you know," said I, as we walked along the passage, "what felony was number 27's last folly?" The answer was that it was a bank case. "A fraud on the Bank of England?" I asked. "Yes, sir. Fraud, forgery, and conspiracy. He and some others, he set the others on. It was a deep plot for a large sum. Sentence, transportation for life. 27 was the knowingest bird of the lot, and had very nearly kept himself safe, but not quite. The bank was just able to put salt upon his tail, and only just." "Do you know 28's offence?" "28?" returned my informant, speaking throughout in a low tone, and looking over his shoulder as we walked along the passage to guard himself from being overheard in such an unlawful reference to these immaculates by Creakle and the rest. 28. Also transportation. Caught a place and robbed a young master of a matter of £250 in money and valuables the night before they were going abroad. I particularly recollect his case from his being took by a dwarf." "A what?" A little woman. I forgot her name." "Not Moucher?" "Oh, that's it. He had eluded pursuit and was going to America in a flaxen wig and whiskers, and such a complete disguise as never you see in all your born days, when the little woman, being in Southampton, met him walking along the street, picked him out with her sharp eye in a moment, ran betwixt his legs to upset him, and held on to him like grim death." "Excellent, Miss Moucher!" cried I. "Oh, you'd have said so if you'd seen her standing on a chair in the witness box at the trial as I did," said my friend. "He cut her face right open, and pounded her in the most brutal manner when she took him.
but she never loosed her hold till he was locked up. She held so tight to him, in fact, that the officers were obliged to take 'em both together. She gave her evidence in the gamest way, and was highly complimented by the bench, and cheered right home to her lodgings. She said in court that she'd have took him single-handed, on account of what she knew concerning him, if he had been Samson, and it's my belief she would. It was mine, too, and I highly respected Miss Moucher for it. We had now seen all there was to see. It would have been in vain to represent to such a man as the worshipful Mr. Creakle that 27 and 28 were perfectly consistent and unchanged, that exactly what they were then they had always been, that the hypocritical knaves were just the subjects to make that sort of profession in such a place, that they knew its market value, at least as well as we did, in the immediate service it would do them when they were expatriated. In a word, that it was a rotten, hollow, painfully suggestive piece of business altogether. We left them to their system and themselves, and went home wondering. "Perhaps it's a good thing, Traddles," said I, "to have an unsound hobby ridden hard, for it's the sooner ridden to death." "I hope so," replied Traddles. The end of Chapter 61 of David Copperfield, by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 62. A Light Shines on My Way. The year came round to Christmas time, and I had been at home above 2 months. I had seen Agnes frequently. However loud the general voice might be in giving me encouragement, and however fervent the emotions and endeavours to which it roused me, I heard her lightest word of praise as I heard nothing else. At least once a week, and sometimes oftener, I rode over there and passed the evening. I usually rode back at night, for the old unhappy sense was always hovering about me now, most sorrowfully when I left her, and I was glad to be up and out rather than wandering over the past in weary wakefulness or miserable dreams. I wore away the longest part of my many wild, sad nights in those rides, reviving as I went the thoughts that had occupied me in my long absence. Or, if I were to say rather that I listened to the echoes of those thoughts, I should better express the truth. They spoke to me from afar off. I had put them at a distance and accepted my inevitable place. When I read to Agnes what I wrote, when I saw her listening face, moved her to smiles or tears, and heard her cordial voice so earnest on the shadowy events of that imaginative world in which I lived, I thought what a fate mine might have been, but only thought so, as I had thought after I was married to Dora, what I could have wished my wife to be. My duty to Agnes, who loved me with a love which, if I disquieted, I wronged most selfishly and poorly, and could never restore, my matured assurance that I, who had worked out my own destiny and won what I had impetuously set my heart on, had no right to murmur, and must bear comprised what I felt and what I had learned. But I loved her, and now it even became more consolation to me, vaguely, to conceive a distant day when I might blamelessly avow it, when all this should be over, when I could say, "Agnes, so it was when I came home, and now I am old, and I never have loved since." She did not once show me any change in herself. What she always had been to me, she still was, wholly unaltered. Between my aunt and me there had been something in this connection since the night of my return which I cannot call a restraint or an avoidance of the subject so much as an implied understanding that we thought of it together but did not shape our thoughts into words. When, according to our old custom, we sat before the fire at night, we often fell into this train as naturally and as consciously to each other as if we had unreservedly said so. But we preserved an unbroken silence. I believed that she had read or partly read my thoughts that night, and that she fully comprehended why I gave mine no more distinct expression. This Christmas time being come, and Agnes having reposed no new confidence in me, a doubt that had several times arisen in my mind whether she could have that perception of the true state of my breast, which restrained her with the apprehension of giving me pain, began to oppress me heavily. If that were so, my sacrifice was nothing, my plainest obligation to her unfulfilled, and every poor action I had shrunk from I was hourly doing. I resolved to set this right beyond all doubt, if such a barrier were between us, to break it down at once with a determined hand. It was, what lasting reason have I to remember it, a cold, harsh winter day,
There had been snow some hours before, and it lay not deep, but hard frozen on the ground. Out at sea beyond my window the wind blew ruggedly from the north. I had been thinking of it, sweeping over those mountain wastes of snow in Switzerland, then inaccessible to any human foot, and had been speculating which was the lonelier, those solitary regions or a deserted ocean. "Riding today, Trot?" said my aunt, putting her head in at the door. "Yes," said I. "I'm going over to Canterbury. It's a good day for a ride." "I hope your horse may think so too," said my aunt. "But at present he is holding down his head and his ears, standing before the door there, as if he thought his stable preferable." My aunt, I may observe, allowed my horse on the forbidden ground, but had not at all relented towards the donkeys. "He will be fresh enough presently," said I. "The ride will do his master good at all events," observed my aunt, glancing at the papers on my table. "Oh, child, you pass a good many hours here. I never thought when I used to read books what work it was to write them." "It's work enough to read them sometimes," I returned. "As to the writing, it has its own charms, aunt." "Oh, I see," said my aunt. "Ambition, love of approbation, sympathy, and much more, I suppose. Well, go along with you." "Do you know anything more?" said I, standing composedly before her. She had patted me on the shoulder and sat down in my chair. "Of that attachment of Agnes?" She looked up in my face a little while before replying. "I think I do, Trot." "Are you confirmed in your impression?" I inquired. "I think I am, Trot." She looked so steadfastly at me with a kind of doubt, or pity, or suspense in her affection, that I summoned the stronger determination to show her a perfectly cheerful face. "And what is more, Trot," said my aunt. "Yes?" "I think Agnes is going to be married." "Oh, God bless her," said I cheerfully. "God bless her," said my aunt, "and her husband too." I echoed it, parted from my aunt, and went lightly downstairs, mounted, and rode away. There was greater reason than before to do what I had resolved to do. How well I recollect the wintry ride, the frozen particles of ice brushed from the blades of grass by the wind and borne across my face, the hard clatter of the horse's hoofs beating a tune upon the ground, the stiff-tilled soil, the snowdrift lightly eddying in the chalk-pit as the breeze ruffled it, the smoking team with the wagon of old hay stopping to breathe on the hilltop and shaking their bells musically, the whitened slopes and sweeps of downland lying against the dark sky as if they were drawn on a huge slate. I found Agnes alone. The little girls had gone to their own homes now, and she was alone by the fire, reading. She put down her book on seeing me come in, and having welcomed me as usual, took her work-basket and sat in one of the old-fashioned windows. I sat beside her on the window-seat, and we talked of what I was doing and when it would be done, and of the progress I had made since my last visit. Agnes was very cheerful, and laughingly predicted that I should soon become too famous to be talked to on such subjects. "So I make the most of the present time, you see," said Agnes, "and talk to you while I may." As I looked at her beautiful face, observant of her work, she raised her mild, clear eyes and saw that I was looking at her. "You are thoughtful today, Trotwood." "Agnes, shall I tell you what about? I came to tell you." She put aside her work, as she was used to do when we were seriously discussing anything, and gave me her whole attention. "My dear Agnes, do you doubt my being true to you?" "No," she answered with a look of astonishment. "Do you doubt my being what I always have been to you?" "No," she answered as before. "Do you remember that I tried to tell you, when I came home, what a debt of gratitude I owed you, dearest Agnes, and how fervently I felt towards you?" "I remember it," she said gently. "Very well." "You have a secret," said I. "Let me share it, Agnes." She cast down her eyes and trembled. "I could hardly fail to know, even if I had not heard but from other lips than yours, Agnes, which seems strange, that there is someone upon whom you have bestowed the treasure of your love. Do not shut me out of what concerns your happiness so nearly. If you can trust me as you say you can, and as I know you may, let me be your friend, your brother in this matter of all others." With an appealing, almost a reproachful glance, she rose from the window and, hurrying across the room, as if without knowing where, put her hands before her face and burst into such tears as smote me to the heart. And yet they awakened something in me, bringing promise to my heart. Without my knowing why, these tears allied themselves with the quietly sad smile which was so fixed in my remembrance, and shook me more with hope than fear or sorrow. "Agnes, sister dearest, what have I done?" "Let me go away, Trotwood. I am not well. I am not myself. I will speak to you by and by, another time. I will write to you. Don't speak to me now. Don't. I sought to recollect what she had said when I had spoken to her on that former night of her affection needing no return. It seemed a very world that I must search through in a moment. "Agnes, I cannot bear to see you so, and think that I have been the cause. My dearest girl, dearer to me than anything in life, if you are unhappy, let me share your unhappiness. If you are in need of help or counsel, let me try to give it to you. If you have indeed a burden on your heart, let me try to lighten it. For whom do I live now, Agnes, if it is not for you? Oh, spare me. I am not myself. Another time," was all I could distinguish. Was it a selfish error that was leading me away, or, having once a clue to hope, was there something opening to me that I had not dared to think of? "I must say more. I cannot let you leave me so. For heaven's sake, Agnes, let us not mistake each other after all these years, and all that has come and gone with them. I must speak plainly. If you have any lingering thought that I could envy the happiness you will confer, that I could not resign you to a dearer protector of your own choosing, then I could not, from my removed place, be a contented witness of your joy. Dismiss it, for I don't deserve it. I have not suffered quite in vain. You have not taught me quite in vain. There is no alloy of self in what I feel for you." She was quiet now. In a little time she turned her pale face towards me, and said, in a low voice, broken here and there, but very clear, "I owe it to your pure friendship for me, Trotwood, which indeed I do not doubt, to tell you, you are mistaken. I can do no more. If I have sometimes in the course of years wanted help and counsel, they have come to me. If I have sometimes been unhappy, the feeling has passed away. If I have ever had a burden on my heart, it has been lightened for me. If I have any secret, it is no new one, and is not what you suppose. I cannot reveal it or divide it. It has long been mine, and must remain mine." "Agnes, stay a moment." She was going away, but I detained her. I clasped my arm around her waist. "In the course of years, it is not a new one. New thoughts and hopes were whirling through my mind, and all the colours of my life were changing. Dearest Agnes, whom I so respect and honour, whom I so devotedly love, when I came here today, I thought that nothing could have wrested this confession from me. I thought I could have kept it in my bosom all our lives till we were old. But, Agnes, if I have indeed any newborn hope that I may ever call you something more than sister, widely different from sister." Her tears fell fast, but they were not like those she had lately shed, and I saw my hope brighten in them. "Agnes, ever my guide and best support, if you had been more mindful of yourself and less of me when we grew up here together, I think my heedless fancy never would have wandered from you. But you were so much better than I, so necessary to me in every boyish hope and disappointment, that to have you to confide in and rely upon in everything became a second nature, supplanting for the time the first and greater one of loving you as I do." Still weeping, but not sadly, joyfully, and clasped in my arms as she had never been, as I had thought she never was to be. When I loved Dora fondly, Agnes, as you know— "Yes," she cried earnestly, "I am glad to know it. When I loved her, even then my love would have been incomplete without your sympathy. I had it, and it was perfected. And when I lost her, Agnes, what should I have been without you still?" Closer in my arms, nearer to my heart, her trembling hand upon my shoulder, her sweet eyes shining through her tears on mine, I went away, dear Agnes, loving you. I stayed away loving you. I returned home loving you. And now I tried to tell her of the struggle I had had, and the conclusion I had come to. I tried to lay my mind before her truly and entirely. I tried to show her how I had hoped I had come into the better knowledge of myself and of her, how I had resigned myself to what that better knowledge brought, and how I had come there, even that day, in my fidelity to this. If she did so love me, I said, that she could take me for her husband, she could do so on no deserving of mine except upon the truth of my love for her, and the trouble in which it had ripened to be what it was, and hence it was that I revealed it. And, oh, Agnes, even out of thy true eyes in that same time, the spirit of my child-wife looked upon me, saying it was well, and winning me through thee to tenderest recollections of the blossom that had withered in its bloom. I am so blessed, Trotwood. My heart is so overcharged, but there is one thing I must say. Dearest, what? She laid her gentle hands upon my shoulders, and looked calmly in my face. Do you know yet what it is? I am afraid to speculate on what it is. Tell me, my dear. I have loved you all my life. Oh, we were happy. We were happy. Our tears were not for the trials, hers so much the greater, through which we had come to be thus, but for the rapture of being thus, never to be divided more. We walked that winter evening in the fields together, and the blessed calm within us seemed to be partaken by the frosty air. The early stars began to shine while we were lingering on and looking up to them for having guided us to this tranquillity. We stood together in the same old-fashioned window at night, when the moon was shining, Agnes with her quiet eyes raised up to it, I following her glance. Long miles of road then opened out before my mind, and toiling on, I saw a ragged, way-worn boy, forsaken and neglected, who should come to call even the heart now beating against mine his own. It was nearly dinner-time next day when we appeared before my aunt. She was up in my study, Peggotty said, which it was her pride to keep in readiness and order for me. We found her in her spectacles, sitting by the fire. "Goodness me," said my aunt, peering through the dusk. "Who's this you're bringing home?" "Agnes," said I. As we had arranged to say nothing at first, my aunt was not a little discomfited. She darted a hopeful glance at me when I said Agnes, but seeing that I looked as usual, she took off her spectacles in despair, and rubbed her nose with them. She greeted Agnes heartily, nevertheless, and we were soon in the lighted parlour downstairs at dinner. My aunt put on her spectacles twice or thrice to take another look at me, but as often took them off again disappointed, and rubbed her nose with them, much to the discomfiture of Mr. Dick, who knew this to be a bad symptom. "By the by, aunt," said I after dinner, "I have been speaking to Agnes about what you told me." "Then, Trot," said my aunt, turning scarlet, "you did wrong and broke your promise." "You're not angry, aunt, I trust. I'm sure you won't be when you learn that Agnes is not unhappy in any attachment." "Stuff and nonsense," said my aunt. As my aunt appeared to be annoyed, I thought the best way was to cut her annoyance short. I took Agnes in my arm to the back of her chair, and we both leaned over her. My aunt, with one clap of her hands and one look through her spectacles, immediately went into hysterics for the first and only time in all my knowledge of her. The hysterics called up Peggotty. The moment my aunt was restored, she flew at Peggotty, and, calling her a silly old creature, hugged her with all her might. After that she hugged Mr. Dick, who was highly honoured, but a good deal surprised, and after that told them why. Then we were all happy together. I could not discover whether my aunt, in her last short conversation with me, had fallen on a pious fraud, or had really mistaken the state of my mind. It was quite enough, she said, that she had told me Agnes was going to be married, and that I now knew better than anyone how true it was. We were married within a fortnight. Traddles and Sophie and Dr. and Mrs. Strong were the only guests at our quiet wedding. We left them full of joy and drove away together. Clasped in my embrace, I held the source of every worthy aspiration I had ever had, the centre of myself, the circle of my life, my own, my wife, my love of whom was founded on a rock. "Dearest husband," said Agnes, Now that I may call you by that name, I have one thing more to tell you. Let me hear it, love. It grows out of the night when Dora died. She sent you for me. She did. She told me that she left me something. Can you think what it was? I believed I could. I drew the wife who had so long loved me closer to my side. She told me that she made a last request to me and left me a last charge. And it was that only I would occupy this vacant place. And Agnes laid her head upon my breast and wept, and I wept with her, though we were so happy. The end of Chapter 62 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens, read by Rick Kishner. Full it to go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 63. A Visitor. What I have proposed to record is nearly finished, but there is yet an incident conspicuous in my memory on which it often rests with delight, and without which one thread in the web I have spun would have a ravelled end. I had advanced in fame and fortune. My domestic joy was perfect. I had been married 10 happy years. Agnes and I were sitting by the fire in our house in London one night in spring, and 3 of our children were playing in the room when I was told that a stranger wished to see me. He had been asked if he came on business, and had answered no. He had come for the pleasure of seeing me, and had come a long way. He was an old man, my servant said, and looked like a farmer. As this sounded mysterious to the children, and moreover was like the beginning of a favourite story Agnes used to tell them, introductory to the arrival of a wicked old fairy in a cloak who hated everybody, it produced some commotion. One of our boys laid his head in his mother's lap to be out of harm's way, and little Agnes, our eldest child, left her doll in a chair to represent her, and thrust out her little heap of golden curls from between the window curtains to see what happened next. "Let him come in here," said I. There soon appeared, pausing in the dark doorway as he entered, a hale, grey-haired old man. Little Agnes, attracted by his looks, had run to bring him in, and I had not yet clearly seen his face when my wife, starting up, cried out to me in a pleased and agitated voice that it was Mr. Peggotty. It was Mr. Peggotty, an old man now, but in a ruddy, hardy, strong old age. When our first emotion was over, and he sat before the fire with the children on his knees, and the blaze shining on his face, he looked to me as vigorous and robust, withal as handsome an old man as ever I had seen. "Mas Davy," said he, and the old name and the old tone fell so naturally on my ear. "Mas Davy, 'tis a joyful hour as I see you once more, long with your own true wife." "A joyful hour indeed, old friend," cried I. "And these here pretty ones," said Mr. Peggotty. "To look at these here flowers, why, Mas Davy, you was but the height of the littlest of these when I first see you, when Em'ly warn't no beggar, and our poor lad were but a lad." "Time has changed me more than it has changed you since then," said I. "But let these dear rogues go to bed, and as no house in England but this must hold you, tell me where to send for your luggage. Is the old black bag among it that went so far, I wonder? And then over a glass of Yarmouth grog we will have the tidings of 10 years. "Are you alone?" asked Agnes. "Yes, ma'am," he said, kissing her hand. "Quite alone." We sat in between us, not knowing how to give him welcome enough, and as I began to listen to his old familiar voice, I could have fancied he was still pursuing his long journey in search of his darling niece. "It's a mort of water," said Mr. Peggotty, "for her to come across, and only stay a matter of 4 weeks. But water, especially when 'tis salt, comes natural to me, and friends is dear, and I am here, which is verse," said Mr. Peggotty, surprised to find it out, "though I hadn't such intentions." "Are you going back those many thousand miles so soon?" asked Agnes. "Yes, ma'am," he returned. "I give the promise to Em'ly afore I come away. You see, I don't grow younger as the year comes around, and if I hadn't sailed as 'twas, most like I should never have done it.
and it's allus been on my mind as I must come and see Mass Davy and your own sweet bloomin' self in your wedded happiness afore I got to be too old."
He looked at us as if he could never feast his eyes on us sufficiently. Agnes laughingly put back some scattered locks of his grey hair that he might see us better. "And now tell us," said I, "everything relating to your fortunes."
"Our fortunes, Mass Davy," he rejoined, "is soon told. We haven't fared nohows but fared to thrive. We've always thrived. We've worked as we ought to, and maybe we lived a little hard at first or so, but we've allus thrived, what with sheep farming and what with stock farming, and what with one thing and what with t'other. We are as well to do as well could be. There's been kinder a blessing fell upon us," said Mr. Peggotty, reverentially inclining his head, "and we've done naught but prosper. That is, in the long run. If not yesterday, why, then today. If not today, why, then tomorrow."
"And Emily?" said Agnes and I, both together.
"Em'ly," said he, "arter you left her, ma'am, and I never heard her saying of her prayers at night t'other side the canvas screen when we was settled in the bush, but when I heard your name, and arter she and me lost sight of Mass Davy, that there shining sundown was that low at first that if she had known then what Mass Davy kept from us so kind and thoughtful, 'tis my opinion she'd have drooped away. But there was some poor folks aboard as had illness among 'em, and she took care of them, and there was the children in our company, and she took care of them, and so she got to be busy and to be doing good, and that helped her."
"When did she first hear of it?" I asked.
"I kep it from arter I heard on't," said Mr. Peggotty, "going on nigh a year. We was living then in a solitary place, but among the beautifulest trees, and with the roses a-covering our bein to the roof. There come along one day when I was out a-working on the land a traveller from our own Norfolk or Suffolk in England, I don't rightly mind which, and of course we took him in and give him to eat and drink and made him welcome. We all do that, all the colony over. Well, he's got an old newspaper with him and some other account in print of the storm, and that's how she knowed it. When I came home at night, I found she knowed it."
He dropped his voice as he said these words, and the gravity I so well remembered overspread his face. "Did it change her much?" we asked.
"Ah, aye, for a good long time," he said,
shaking his head,
"if not to this present hour. But I think the solitude done her good, and she had a good deal to mind in the way of poultry and the like, and minded of it, and come through. I wonder," he said thoughtfully, "if you could see my Em'ly now, Mass Davy, whether you'd know her."
"Is she so altered?" I inquired.
"I don't know. I see her every day and don't know, but odd times I have thought so. A slight figure," said Mr. Peggotty, looking at the fire, "kind worn, soft, sorrowful blue eyes, a delicate face, a pretty head, leaning a little down, a quiet voice and way, timid a'most. That's Em'ly."
We silently observed him as he sat, still looking at the fire.
"Some thinks," he said, "as her affection was ill bestowed, some as her marriage was broken off by death. No one knows how 'tis. She might have married well a mort of times, but, 'Uncle,' she says to me, 'that's gone forever.' Cheerful along with me, retired when others is by, fond of going any distance for to teach a child, or for to tend a sick person, or for to do some kindness towards a young girl's wedding, and she's done a many but has never seen one, fondly loving of her uncle, patient, liked by young and old, sought out by all that has any trouble. That's Em'ly."
He drew his hand across his face, and with a half-suppressed sigh, looked up from the fire. "Is Martha with you yet?" I asked.
"Martha," he replied. "She got married, Mass Davy, in the 2nd year. A young man, a farm labourer, has come by us on his way to market with his master's drays, a journey of over 500 mile there and back, made offers for to take her for his wife. Wives is very scarce there, and then to set up for their two selves in the bush. She spoke to me for to tell him her true story. I did. They was married, and they lived 400 mile away from any voices but their own and the singing birds.
Mrs. Gummidge, I suggested. It was a pleasant key to touch, for Mr. Peggotty suddenly burst into a roar of laughter and rubbed his hands up and down his legs as he had been accustomed to do when he enjoyed himself in the long shipwrecked boat.
"Would you believe it?" he said. "Why, someone even made offer for to marry her. If a ship's cook that was turning settler, Mas' Davy, didn't make offers for to marry Mrs. Gummidge, I'm gormed, and I can't say no fairer than that."
I never saw Agnes laugh so. This sudden ecstasy on the part of Mr. Peggotty was so delightful to her that she could not leave off laughing, and the more she laughed, the more she made me laugh, and the greater Mr. Peggotty's ecstasy became, and the more he rubbed his legs. "And what did Mrs. Gummidge say?" I asked, when I was grave enough.
"If you'll believe me," returned Mr. Peggotty, "Mrs. Gummidge, 'stead of saying, 'Thank you, I'm much obliged to you, I ain't a-going for to change my condition at my time of life,' upped with a bucket as was standing by and laid it over that there ship's cook's head till he sung out for help, and I went in and rescued of him."
Mr. Peggotty burst into a great roar of laughter, and Agnes and I both kept him company.
"But I must say this for the good creature," he resumed,
wiping his face when we were quite exhausted.
"She has been all she said she'd be to us, and more. She's the willingest, the truest, the honestest helping woman Mas' Davy has ever drawed the breath of life. I have never knowed her to be lone and lorn for a single minute, not even when the colony was all afore us and we was new to it, and thinking of the old un is a thing she never done, I do assure you, since she left England."
"Now last, not least, Mr. Micawber," said I. "He has paid off every obligation he incurred here, even to Traddles' bill, you remember, my dear Agnes, and therefore we may take it for granted that he is doing well. But what is the latest news of him?" Mr. Peggotty, with a smile, put his hand in his breast pocket and produced a flat, folded paper parcel from which he took out, with much care, a little, odd-looking newspaper.
"You're to understand, Mas' Davy," said he, "as we have left the bush now, being so well-to-do, and have gone right way round Port Middlebay Harbour, where there's what we call a town."
"Mr. Micawber was in the bush near you?" said I.
"Oh, bless you, yes," said Mr. Peggotty, "and turned to with a will. I never wish to meet a better gentleman for turning to with a will. I've seen that there bald head of his perspiring in the sun, Mas' Davy, till I almost thought it would have melted away. And now he's a magistrate."
"A magistrate?" said I. Mr. Peggotty pointed to a certain paragraph in the newspaper, where I read aloud as follows from the Port Middlebay Times. "The public dinner to our distinguished fellow colonist and townsman, Wilkins Micawber, Esquire, Port Middlebay District Magistrate, came off yesterday in the large room of the hotel, which was crowded to suffocation. It is estimated that not fewer than 47 persons must have been accommodated with dinner at one time, exclusive of the company in the passage and on the stairs. The beauty, fashion, and exclusiveness of Port Middlebay flocked to do honour to one so deservedly esteemed, so highly talented, and so widely popular. Dr. Mell, of Colonial Salem House Grammar School, Port Middlebay, presided, and on his right sat the distinguished guest. After the removal of the cloth and the singing of Non Nobis, beautifully executed, and in which we were at no loss to distinguish the bell-like notes of that gifted amateur Wilkins Micawber, Esquire, Jr., the usual loyal and patriotic toast were severally given and rapturously received. Dr. Mell, in a speech replete with feeling, then proposed our distinguished guest, the ornament of our town. May he never leave us but to better himself, and may his success among us be such as to render his bettering himself impossible. The cheering with which the toast was received defies description. Again and again it rose and fell, like the waves of ocean. At length all was hushed, and Wilkins Micawber, Esquire, presented himself to return thanks. Far be it from us, in the present comparatively imperfect state of the resources of our establishment, to endeavour to follow our distinguished townsman through the smoothly flowing periods of his polished and highly ornate address. Suffice it to observe that it was a masterpiece of eloquence, and that those passages in which he more particularly traced his own successful career to its source and warned the younger portion of his auditory from the shoals of ever-incurring pecuniary liabilities which they were unable to liquidate, brought a tear into the manliest eye present. The remaining toasts were Dr. Mell, Mrs. Micawber, who gracefully bowed her acknowledgments from the side door, where a galaxy of beauty was elevated on chairs at once to witness and adorn the gratifying scene, Mrs. Ridger Beggs, late Miss Micawber, Mrs. Mell, Wilkins Micawber, Esquire, Jr., who convulsed the assembly by humorously remarking that he found himself unable to return thanks in a speech, but would do so with their permission in a song, Mrs. Micawber's family, well known, it is needless to remark, in the mother country, etc., etc., etc. At the conclusion of the proceedings, the tables were cleared as if by art magic for dancing. Among the votaries of terpsichore, who disported themselves until Saul gave warning for departure, Wilkins Micawber, Esquire, Jr., and the lovely and accomplished Miss Helena, fourth daughter of Dr. Mell, were particularly remarkable. I was looking back to the name of Dr. Mell, pleased to have discovered in these happier circumstances Mr. Mell, formerly poor pinched usher to my Middlesex magistrate, when Mr. Peggotty, pointing to another part of the paper, my eyes rested on my own name, and I read thus: To David Copperfield, Esquire, the eminent author. My dear Sir, years have elapsed since I had an opportunity of ocularly perusing the lineaments now familiar to the imaginations of a considerable portion of the civilized world. But, my dear Sir, though estranged by the force of circumstances over which I have had no control from the personal society of the friend and companion of my youth, I have not been unmindful of his soaring flight, nor have I been debarred, though seas between us braid, harrowed, Burns, from participating in the intellectual feasts he has spread before us. I cannot therefore allow of the departure from this place of an individual whom we mutually respect and esteem, without, my dear sir, taking this public opportunity of thanking you on my own behalf, and I may undertake to add on that of the whole of the inhabitants of Port Middlebay, for the gratification of which you are the ministering agent. Go on, my dear sir. You are not unknown here, you are not unappreciated. Though remote, we are neither unfriended, melancholy, nor, I may add, slow. Go on, my dear sir, in your eagle course. The inhabitants of Port Middlebay may at least aspire to watch it with delight, with entertainment, with instruction. Among the eyes elevated towards you from this portion of the globe, you will ever be found, while it has light and life, the eye appertaining to Wilkins Micawber, Magistrate. I found on glancing at the remaining contents of the newspaper that Mr. Micawber was a diligent and esteemed correspondent of that journal. There was another letter from him in the same paper touching a bridge. There was an advertisement of a collection of similar letters by him to be shortly republished in a neat volume with considerable additions, and unless I am very much mistaken, the leading article was his also. We talked much of Mr. Micawber on many other evenings while Mr. Peggotty remained with us. He lived with us during the whole term of his stay, which I think was something less than a month, and his sister and my aunt came to London to see him. Agnes and I parted from him aboard ship when he sailed, and we shall never part from him more on earth. But before he left, he went with me to Yarmouth to see a little tablet I had put up in the churchyard to the memory of Ham. While I was copying the plain inscription for him at his request, I saw him stoop and gather a tuft of grass from the grave and a little earth. "For Em'ly," he said, as he put it in his breast. "I promised, Master Davy." The end of Chapter 63 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 64. A Last Retrospect. And now my written story ends. I look back once more, for the last time, before I close these leaves. I see myself, with Agnes at my side, journeying along the road of life. I see our children and our friends around us, and I hear the roar of many voices not indifferent to me as I travel on. What faces are the most distinct to me in the fleeting crowd? Lo, these, all turning to me as I ask my thoughts the question. Here is my aunt, in stronger spectacles, an old woman of 80 years and more, but upright yet, and a steady walker of 6 miles at a stretch in winter weather. Always with her, here comes Peggotty, my good old nurse, likewise in spectacles, accustomed to do needlework at night very close to the lamp, but never sitting down to it without a bit of wax candle, a yard measure in a little house, and a work-box with a picture of St. Paul's upon the lid. The cheeks and arms of Peggotty, so hard and red in my childish days when I wondered why the birds didn't peck her in preference to apples, are shriveled now, and her eyes that used to darken their whole neighbourhood in her face are fainter, though they glitter still, but her rough forefinger, which I once associated with a pocket nutmeg grater, is just the same, and when I see my least child catching at it as it totters from my aunt to her, I think of our little parlour at home, when I could scarcely walk. My aunt's old disappointment is set right now. She is godmother to a real, living Betsey Trotwood, and Dora, the next in order, says she spoils her. There is something bulky in Peggotty's pocket. It is nothing smaller than the crocodile book, which is in rather a dilapidated condition by this time, with divers of the leaves torn and stitched across, but which Peggotty exhibits to the children as a precious relic. I find it very curious to see my own infant face looking up at me from the crocodile stories, and to be reminded of it by my old acquaintance, Brooks of Sheffield. Among my boys this summer holiday time, I see an old man making giant kites, and gazing at them in the air with a delight for which there are no words. He greets me rapturously, and whispers with many nods and winks, "Trotwood, you will be glad to hear that I shall finish the memorial when I have nothing else to do, and that your aunt's the most extraordinary woman in the world, sir." Who is this bent lady, supporting herself by a stick, and showing me a countenance in which there are some traces of old pride and beauty, feebly contending with a querulous, imbecile, fretful wandering of the mind? She is in a garden, and near her stands a sharp, dark, withered woman with a white scar on her lip. Let me hear what they say. "Rosa, I have forgotten this gentleman's name." Rosa bends over her and calls to her, "Mr. Copperfield." "I am glad to see you, sir. I am sorry to observe you are in mourning. I hope time will be good to you." Her impatient attendant scolds her, tells her I am not in mourning, bids her look again, tries to rouse her. "You have seen my son, sir," says the elder lady. "Are you reconciled?" Looking fixedly at me, she puts her hand to her forehead and moans. Suddenly she cries in a terrible voice, "Rosa, come to me, he is dead." Rosa, kneeling at her feet, by turns caresses her, and quarrels with her, now fiercely telling her, "I loved him better than you ever did," now soothing her to sleep on her breast like a sick child. Thus I leave them, thus I always find them, thus they wear their time away from year to year. What ship comes sailing home from India, and what English lady is this married to a growling old Scotch Croesus with great flaps of ears? Can this be Julia Mills? Indeed, it is Julia Mills, peevish and fine, with a black man to carry cards and letters to her on a golden salver, and a copper-coloured woman in linen, with a bright handkerchief round her head to serve her tiffin in her dressing-room. But Julia keeps no diary in these days, never sings affection's dirge, eternally quarrels with the old Scotch Croesus, who is a sort of yellow bear with a tanned hide. Julia is steeped in money to the throat, and talks and thinks of nothing else. I liked her better in the desert of Sahara. Or perhaps this is the desert of Sahara, for though Julia has a stately house and mighty company, and sumptuous dinners every day, I see no green growth near her, nothing that can ever come to fruit or flower. What Julia calls society, I see among it Mr. Jack Maldon, from his patent place, sneering at the hand that gave it to him, and speaking to me of the doctor as so charmingly antique. But when society is the name for such hollow gentlemen and ladies, Julia, and when its breeding is professed indifference to everything that can advance or can retard mankind, I think we must have lost ourselves in that same desert of Sahara, and had better find the way out. And lo, the doctor. Always our good friend, labouring at his dictionary, somewhere about the letter D, and happy in his home and wife. Also the old soldier, on a considerably reduced footing, and by no means so influential as in days of yore. Working at his chambers in the Temple with a busy aspect, and his hair, where he is not bald, made more rebellious than ever by the constant friction of his lawyer's wig, I come in a later time upon my dear old Traddles. His table is covered with thick piles of papers, and I say as I look around me, "If Sophie were your clerk now, Traddles, she would have enough to do." "You may say that, my dear Copperfield, but those were capital days, too, in Holborn Court, were they not? When she told you you would be a judge. But it was not the town talk then." "At all events," says Traddles, "if I ever am one, why, you know you will be." "Well, my dear Copperfield, when I am one I shall tell the story." We walk away arm in arm. I am going to have a family dinner with Traddles. It is Sophie's birthday, and on our road Traddles discourses to me of the good fortune he has enjoyed. "I really have been able, my dear Copperfield, to do all that I had most at heart. There's the Reverend Horace, promoted to that living at £450 a year. There are our 2 boys receiving the very best education, and distinguishing themselves as steady scholars and good fellows. There are 3 of the girls married very comfortably. There are 3 more living with us. There are 3 more keeping house for the Reverend Horace since Mrs. Cruel's decease, and all of them happy." "Except," I suggest. "Except the beauty," says Traddles. "Yes, it was very unfortunate that she should marry such a vagabond, but there was a certain dash and glare about him that caught her. However, now we have got her safe at our house and got rid of him, we must cheer her up again." Traddles' house is one of the very houses, or it easily may have been, which he and Sophie used to parcel out in their evening walks. It is a large house, but Traddles keeps his papers in his dressing-room, and his boots with his papers, and he and Sophie squeeze themselves into upper rooms, reserving the best bedrooms for the beauty and the girls. There is no room to spare in the house, for more of the girls are here, and always are here by some accident or other than I know how to count. Here, when we go in, is a crowd of them, running down to the door and handing Traddles about to be kissed until he is out of breath. Here, established in perpetuity, is the poor beauty, a widow with a little girl. Here at dinner on Sophie's birthday are the 3 married girls with their 3 husbands, and one of the husband's brothers, and another husband's cousin, and another husband's sister, who appears to me to be engaged to the cousin. Traddles, exactly the same simple, unaffected fellow as he ever was, sits at the foot of the large table like a patriarch, and Sophie beams upon him from the head across a cheerful space that is certainly not glittering with Britannia metal. And now, as I close my task, subduing my desire to linger yet, these faces fade away. But one face, shining on me like a heavenly light, by which I see all other objects, is above them and beyond them all, and that remains. I turn my head and see it, in its beautiful serenity, beside me. My lamp burns low, and I have written far into the night, but the dear presence without which I were nothing bears me company. Oh, Agnes! Oh, my soul! So may thy face be by me when I close my life indeed. So may I, when realities are melting from me, like the shadows which I now dismiss, still find thee near me, pointing upward. The end of Chapter 64, and the end of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu.